also watched The Conjuring in an Airbnb. That's everything possible. Being in a house and shit, he's doing, he's sort of swear Korean behavior. The coach is right over there. Saves life. And then kind of scary shit when you sleep in different places, not in bed, because freaking sounds. So I've spooked the nightmares out of my system, and now I can watch spooky stuff. I've got some are you wanting David? So you're saying the faculty is scary and has aliens? That's not part of my alley, because I tell my aliens. It's like a quiet place vibe. Yeah, because it's like a creature coming in and they're like, what's happening? Someone's taking over, and they have to like hide from it and all of a sudden. And you know what this? Yes. I've seen the thing. Instead of quiet place, where you have to laugh, where everybody has to loud in order to survive. It's called a Medea movie.
Step out of line, you guys do whatever you want to do. So they actually have to take out
My place, they can't say anything if they make
and this guy running around. It's like you don't communicate. And they put him in there. You have to try to make it outboard, way, some kind of
be like, what would you do? And I just sing that over and over and over. They would just
to recite all the pages.
If there was a trailer for a scary movie, I'd get it. What about like during the day? You saw a trailer, you watched a scary movie, but during the day you wouldn't be like scared of like that. Would you be scared, like, in regular life? I'd be scared of it. Yeah. And now you're not. No, now I know. It's not what you're seeing on TV, right? But that's shit does. But I get invested in store access, so it's tough to take yourself out of the one here's a trick to immediately take yourself out of it. Whatever you're looking at that's scary, the camera's looking this way. Envision what's going on over here, and what really helps is envisioning the crowd. Because Twizzlers aren't scary. And knowing that whatever's going on here, in 5 minutes they're call cut, and then the line about Twizzlers, and that's not. A lot of people say go watch the behind the scenes of scary movies, and it takes away the scariness. Actually, it's like really gore, violent stuff. But it always helps when you're just like, oh, I can see like falling down his face or something, and like takes you out. Are you looking to dive into more scary? Yeah, it actually has opened up a whole other genre. Like I've never watched Rothschild'S. I love it. And like, so now this whole genre, I can now get into because I think great movies. There's movies I'd like to watch from my childhood that terrified me, and ones that can still hang. I love Pet Cemetery. Obviously, Child's Play movies. Poltergeist. Poltergeist, and the original it scared the fuck out of me. Like 6 hours. Just failing.
So
I used to
hear
the X-Files. Yeah, I used to hear the X-Files statements yell. Because my dad and my sister would watch it on Fridays. Friday nights. And I would yell, like, at the top of my lungs, turn it on! And I'm upstairs playing PlayStation, I'd stop and just scream because it would give me that mood.
Bro, the beginning opening scene of Your Favorite Yard.
Yeah, it's just too much for me.
I
I
couldn't
couldn't
even
even
watch it. It was too much. Fucking swing and the kids.
Yeah, that's really good. Now, dude, kids laughing. I can watch scary movies now with kids laughing. That gives me freak out. I like kids laughing. When I like Jordan Peele movies, like his Get Out. Us was pretty scary. The other ones are not
Yeah,
scary.
so I was trepidatious about watching Us, and then once I kind of opened the scary stuff, I was like, okay, that's You went to
Just a young kid, angry, scared little guy. You know what? A lot of their anger was probably because of how scared. Yeah. Genius. More recent, me, I was trying to wait for Jenny to backstage of the whaling.
That's what's
changed big time in the 17th century. And then that when I saw her,
Experience that's expressed by Jews,
You know what doesn't hold up
suddenly
is
see
like
kind of like a different way of
oh yeah,
that's
like
radically
yeah,
changed.
any of the ones from like the 70s, 80s.
Halloween H2O is the worst movie I've ever seen.
They're just so bad. That's kind of the same thing with like the first It. Like it probably is a little bit scary because that character is scary. But like Halloween, dude, it's like
Questions,
you know,
arguments,
it's just walking around the creep. Dude, it's not scary. I don't like Michael Myers. He just goes in the house and just doesn't do anything else. He's like, and then he's like, just fucking appears and that's it. Like, just get in the car.
So I don't want to use modern shit like ODOT.
I get it. That guy's creepy. So creepy out. Like, if you start thinking like if that was happening to me, I'd be terrified. But like,
in the sense that
just drives.
one of the
It's all work.
kind of the people involved
And
in
he's always there.
he's might lose their words or their measures, but you know, they're like,
What are you doing, dude?
And
I gotta get out of here.
they want to find the right formula for how to control a guy's and they also could
Keys
know that at all.
That's tough. You gotta solve.
Although it's interesting to mention in that context, a little while ago, Israeli historian got to get access to the famous archive through them, but
I'm gonna get it to the end.
nasty things about
My phone said,
critical
where's
things
my
about Baruch Spinoza.
Yeah.
So surprisingly,
Oh, dude, like this. I
they
don't know if they're like scary, but the Smile movies and Terrifiers are scary. Scary. Those are like definitely scary. Yeah. Have you seen those, Mark? Yeah. I had the same sort of thing as Casey did. I used to hate scary movies. Yeah. I started watching them. I feel better about them.
Was it your girls that kind of helped you? Like, did they do it? Yeah, because I think girls are never scared. Like, I think guys are more scared.
What I don't like about scary movies is some of them are predictable, where they're just like, if they're not a good movie, they're just doing clowns.
they're also like, scary movies now are different than when we were kids. Like, yeah, it's just straight down the pipe. Like, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be horrible. It's slasher. What I thought of when I thought of scary. Now there's like nuance. Like, can't be like a barbarian. It was like scary for some of us. Like, there were funny moments of like weird moments. You know, I've never seen a Cabin in the Woods. I think it's like you're describing it's a little campy.
Cabin in the Woods is, yeah, it's like almost survival-y. Where it's scary. Kind of. It's, I don't know, consider them more like thrillers,
Something.
right?
Yeah, the one thing we're hearing about is Reddit. I don't know if you guys have seen Reddit. I think that's like the final boss of scary. that's funny.
Super story, yeah, like,
Yeah.
That's when I watched the one with Hugh Grant.
I love that honey.
And I look at there are many he does find a lot of intersection on high five as well. And so he ends up engaged in all kinds of bizarre filming activities, like he says, this will be canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, Scariest.
and
I've seen him in
now
interviews.
he's
He's like, I don't
becoming
think it's funny.
really?
Yeah.
And so
He's like, just
reading from the sacred Torah, he says that
that's like
watch it,
a
it's so modern, it's so cool.
Scariest trailer I've ever seen. It looks terrifying. I actually saw it. It was a preview before the Lego movie with the delegation. They were like fucking six. It was insane. They were so scared. It's just like these mountain people.
Oh yeah,
That is like Cabin in the Woods. And I feel like it's all the same micro drama, but I feel like it's less campy.
I also like before I went on my scary movie journey, I watched Midsommar.
Yeah, that's the same thing as Solar.
Oh, really? And I liked it. Maybe that was scary, but it was daytime.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't. Maybe you didn't think it was a scary movie.
I honestly, I just like the orange.
It was cute. Or you just like her
Except for like 1,000 of them who figure that maybe
What do you mean? No one
this line is part of it.
come on,
Yeah,
like,
that we got
dude,
to
Travis.
do this.
Yeah, that was spooky. That was spooky.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's a spooky one.
Those kids were absolutely terrified. Terrorized most of your years. They got home, they told their mom, they're like, "This is the scariest movie." She's like, "Oh, that's not real." They both did use it. They're like, "Is that a true story?"
When did this come out?
2014 maybe. The Strangers.
The Strangers.
The Strangers. I was thinking of the same thing.
This one. It becomes increasingly erratic, especially the element of
the same thing.
jail.
People
At the end of it, it's
like
like
house or whatever,
or
and then there's people that are terrorizing.
Did I
see
this?
this?
Yeah,
It's that's why the trailer.
it's lasted for a good century and a half.
And then we'll watch some Friends.
Yeah, this is the new one. This is the new one.
Little one.
So you want, these are
For a variety
The
of
second one is not
things.
good. Wow, that was that long ago. I meant when I was 21.
Quite frequently, very prominent rabbis
Is it the other
here
one? Have you all seen
are having Sabbatean meetings or being secret followers of Shabbat speech. Perhaps the most famous of those,
It's like a really good.
the Irish was the subject of a
It's Aquarius.
attack based on our
Excellent year.
You guys have all studied
Don't give me swings.
What'd you say?
Why are swings so scary?
Creaky sounds.
One more time, Miss Aquarius.
And so you didn't take, did you go to sleep yet?
No, I haven't.
Central to Kilicha as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observing rules, not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. Kilicha refers to appointing an agent for granting legal power. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking the end of Shabbat or festivals. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candles.
Oh, Jesus, Lord. Somebody help me.
leader of prayer in synagogue. Halachic qualifications required proper pronunciation, moral standing. Hector Hebrew for ownerless property.
What's going
What
on,
is
Miss?
Rabbi listening to?
What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
What are you listening to?
Study guide I made like 6 years ago.
A study guide?
Correct.
What are you studying? Can I know?
Sure. I'm just reviewing some Yiddish.
Preparation for a mitzvah. An act enabling fulfillment of a commandment, e.g. making teas exist. Bible Hebrew for sanctuary hall. In halachic texts, refers to sections of the temple or synagogue.
I just got kicked
Private
out.
Yiddish for holy
What
familiar.
happened?
How'd you get kicked out?
I don't know. I just got kicked out of here. We got malfunctions in this. And I'm being silly, but no, I just got kicked out and came back. I don't know what happened.
I don't need it, Mr. Aquarius.
There's a malfunction in here, Rabbi.
It happens, I guess.
Somebody's to get me. I don't know why they're gonna get me. I didn't do nothing.
You're perfect.
And I'm just messing with you. Somebody did kick me. Oh, and nobody didn't kick me. I got kicked out. I don't know. Is this one having issues?
It sometimes does. Are you gonna take a nap?
I already took one. Now I gotta go eat. I'll eat cookies. Cause I ate Chick-fil-A earlier. I might eat some snack on something. And then lay down again.
There you go.
Nothing else to do.
There you go. Sounds like a relaxing Saturday.
Yeah.
Confession or prayer of thanks. Hashanah Hebrew for save us, please. Liturgical prayers recited on Sukkot. Halachically linked with processions and lulav. Hashanah Rabbi Hebrew for the Great Hashanah. Final day of Sukkot with unique halachic prayers and rituals. Hatzah Hebrew for carrying out transferring. One of the 39 halachic forbidden labors on Shabbat involved in carrying between the veins. Hakachot Hebrew for statute law.
Alrighty.
Rationale does not reveal PG Kashrut, Red Hyper. Hakachukka Hebrew for canopy. Halachic marriage ceremony requires standing under a chukka.
See you later, Rabbi.
Take care, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you later. God willing.
Refers halachically
You
to
too.
forming
God's
customs for the
will.
temple as destruction. Hush Hebrew for silence. Appears in halachic contexts of prayer decorum. Figure in Hebrew for letter epistle. In halachic and rabbinic contexts, often refers to responsa literature, e.g. Figure Moshe by R. Moshe Feinstein. Figure in Rambam Hebrew for letter of the Rambam. Famous ethical will of Nachmanides. Studied for Musar ethical halacha. Hebrew Hebrew for made essential. In halachic discourse, distinguishes the primary obligation Hebrew from secondary kathol. Abrahamic Hebrew for the essence of the law. Refers to the halachically binding minimum requirement. Abrahamic kathol Hebrew for main and secondary. Halachic principle in blessings. Only the primary food requires a blessing, covering the secondary. Gilui Hebrew for ascent elevation. In halacha, used in Gilui neshama elevation of a soul, not through mitzvah or kaddish. Eli Hebrew Yiddish usage for prodigy gifted student. In halachic context, often refers to a brilliant Talmudic scholar. In Yirza Hashem Hebrew for its God wills. A phrase used in Jewish speech, reflecting halachic awareness that future actions depend on divine will. In Hebrew for training practice. In halachic discussion, they refer to habituation in mitzvah performance. Inayat Hebrew for matter subject. Used constantly in halachic texts to introduce a topic inayat. Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat. Iska header Iska Aramaic Hebrew for business partnership. Halachic legal mechanism permitting financial arrangements that avoid ribbon forbidden interest. Isru Chag Aramaic Hebrew for binding the festival. Refers to the day after a festival, which retains partial sanctity. Halachically linked to certain prayers and customs. Ishwer Hebrew for prohibition. A central halachic term describing what the Torah or rabbis forbid. Opposite of header provision. Ishwer Hana Hebrew for prohibition and benefit. Category of halacha where not only use, but any benefit is forbidden, e.g. Chemex after Pesach. Ishwer carried Hebrew for prohibition punished by excision. One of the most severe halachic penalties. Ishwer La Hebrew for negative prohibition. A Torah prohibition punishable by lashes in temple times. Item E Gemara Aramaic for it is stated in the Gemara. Standard halachic phrasing introducing a Talmudic source. In Hebrew for crown adornment. In halacha, can refer to adorning of mitzvah similar to bitter mitzvah. Ibrahim Avira Aramaic for common sin. In halachic ethics, the idea that even contemplation of sin has spiritual weight. Idri Hebrew for Hebrew person. Halachic identity term for a Jew, used in Torah and later law. Iyam Tefillah Hebrew for deep study of prayer. Halachic Musar practice of meditating on the meaning of prayers. Iyam Hebrew for investigation in-depth study. In halachic, learning refers to deep analysis as opposed to quick review begin. Iyam Kaden Hebrew for examination of the judgment. In halachic courts, refers to careful deliberation of a case. Jubilee Yovel Hebrew Yovel means Jubilee. Every 50th year in biblical Israel was sanctified. Land returned to original owners, slaves freed, and agricultural work ceased. Central halachic institution tied to Sh Giga. Judah Yehuda Hebrew Yehuda means praise and thanksgiving. One of the 12 tribes. Halachically, the ancestor of the kingdom of Judah, from which the term Yehudi derives. Jewish Yehudi Hebrew Yehudi means a descendant of Yehuda. In halacha, a Jew is one born to a Jewish mother or converted according to halacha. Jewish law halacha Hebrew halacha means the way, the path. The collective body of Jewish religious law governing daily life, rituals, and ethics. Jerusalem Yerushalayim means Hebrew Yerushalayim means foundation of peace. Central city in halacha. Side of the temple, direction of prayer, source of many laws tied to the land. Jericho Hebrew Jericho means fragrant. First city conquered upon entry into the land of Israel. Appears in halachic discussions on agriculture and sanctity of the land. Joseph Hebrew Yosef means he will act. Ancestor of the tribes Phut and Benesh, who factored into halachic divisions of the land and blessings. Joshua Hebrew Yehoshua means God saves. Moses' successor, leader who sanctified the land. In halacha, many agricultural obligations are linked to this conquest. Judges Shopnik Hebrew Shopnik means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-monarchy era. Halachically, the Iamim judges are central to basic rulings. Justice Tzedek Hebrew Tzedek means justice, righteousness. In halacha, linked to fairness in courts and dealings, Tzedek Turdok. Pursue justice. Job Ayam Hebrew Ayam means persecuted, hated. Book of Tanakh dealing with suffering and divine justice. Cited in halachic and rabbinic discussions of Jomayana Hebriana means dove. Prophet whose book is read on Yom Kippur afternoon. Halachically significant for themes of repentance Teshuvah. Jeremiah Yirmiyahu Hebrew Yirmiyahu means God will exalt. Prophet during the destruction of the first temple. His words form the book of Lamentations read on Tisha B'Av. Joel Yol Hebrew Yol means God is Lord. Prophet whose book is read as the Haftarah on fast days, connected to themes of repentance and fasting. Jethro Yithro Hebrew Yithro means his abundance. Moses' father-in-law. Parsha Yithro contains the Ten Commandments, a halachic foundation. Jephthah Yivtash Hebrew Yivtash means he will open. A judge in the book of Judges, cited in halachic discussions of vows. Yisrael Hebron Yisrael means God will south. Region in Israel tied to agricultural halachit of the land. Kaddish Hebrew Arabic Kaddish means sanctification. Central prayer praising God, recited by mourners and in services to mark transitions. Halachically, requires a foreign opinion. Kaddish Yadam Hebrew Yadam means orphan. The mourner as Kaddish, recited by those who lost a parent. Kathol Hebrew Kathol means assembly congregation. Used halachically for the collective Jewish community. Certain laws applicably to a Kathol. Kala Hebrew Kala means bride. Ikhalajah, bride in a wedding ceremony. Laws of Kiddushin apply. Kal B'Chomer Hebrew Kal B'Chomer means light and heavy. A Talmudic method of logical infancy Ikhalajah, reasoning from minor to major cases. Kapara Hebrew Kapara means atonement covering. Refers to removal or expiation of sin. Kapara Hebrew Kapara means atonements. Yom Kippur custom involving a chicken or money is symbolic atonement. Parkas Hebrew Parkas means vegetable, often parsley, celery, or potato. Even at the Passover Seder. Kasher Kosher Hebrew Kasher means fit proper. Refers to food or objects permitted by halachah. Kashrut Hebrew Kashrut means fitness. The system of dietary laws in halachah. Kavod Habriyat Hebrew Kavod equals honor, Habriyat equals the creatures. Halachic principle. Unanimity can override rabbinic laws.
Yes, it is.
Kavod Shabbat is praise meaning honor of Shabbat. Halachic duty to prepare and beautify Shabbat with food, clothing, and actions.
It was originally Muhammad,
Havana
but yeah.
Havana means intention focus.
An earlier version
Essential
of the
intelligent
Silk
prayer and
discovered
not to
in
touch proper intent.
Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. In my humble opinion, way better
A
than the
section
one
of
we've
the
been
Unit
studying
of
for
Prayers
250
requires
years.
communal
Because
recitation.
it's a dialogue
Unit day of Hebrew praise meaning
Okay,
sanctity
I'll tell
of
you
day.
later because it's really cool.
Halachic concept in Pinot
I have
and
a
holiday
personal
prayers.
ambition in studying this chart 101 times. I just finished on 30
First
months
stage of
ago.
halachic marriage.
But it's such an
Kindle
amazing
Hebrew
book.
Kindle
But here
means
it is.
community congregation.
The original Mrs. Sharma he wrote has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were making a 21st century guy, kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, likes learning. He also likes science and sports and culture. And he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality.
Kelly Hebrew Kelly Pot means best shells.
What is it
Mystical concept from Kabbalah. Halachically
Halachically
tied to spiritual impurity. Kesed Hebrew Kesed means silver money.
What, you know,
In Halachah, money is used for tradition and business transactions.
he sees a whole high school friend of his who flipped out Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black and he's like out of a 6 feet across and everything. And he says, oh great, friends, we'll go to this show later, how are you? High school stuff. Mind if I ask this question? I noticed you become like Haredi. He doesn't use the word Haredi, of course, because it's already in the century. But he says, what do you see in it? How can you want to see him so long? How can you so long? What's going on in your life? And they get this conversation that goes through the entire Silk. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Q's,
by Shabbat and holidays.
The regular guy, we call him is completely blown away by the question, and it just says, well, you just take the wheel, drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear, but I do appreciate the world. And that's what is different, original version of Seal Charm is. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He haven't written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Rush. I'm sorry, adjustability. Digestibility, good argument, although I would say that the original is way more dramatic.
Small category as a sign of reverence.
Like it's so sick or stuff. It's that thing for style. Look at Rothschild had no problem with that. You don't play. You're actual dramatic play. You know, like the character, the giraffes. But that's the rule. I would think I would love more people in it. But you guys don't know the answer for sure.
Means priest. Descendants of Aaron with halachic duties in temple service and
Oh, he
blessings.
got persecuted so badly.
Pi Gadol, Hebrew Pi Gadol means high priest.
His writings were
Pi is
seized in
religious
Frankfurt,
functionary in
and
temple
because people
worship.
didn't know whether it was out in
Polish and
courses,
Hebrew
they
Greek
actually
meaning
buried
voice of a
it,
woman.
and then
Halachic
lost it.
discussion about
They
men
forgot whether
disputes
they're
women as to
somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive chest of the Rothschild'S writings that have never seen the light of day.
Different prayer and
Maybe one day
vows.
we'll discover. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, I mean, how many times I was reading our civil history. Exactly. David Sklar wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason it's published personally is because the publishers would not print it. They lost the back they were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version, new places, has a few things that you know the laws to identify that. Let's say, oh, this guy here, he describes a certain kind of personality. I know what he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary, so he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. Ramchal said, you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing thing. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I put it here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Hakim, Moshe Hakim, the son of the Katan Tzvi. The Katan Tzvi was the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era. For anybody who was sort of his son continued it, but by the time you get to the Ramchal page, there are very big Sabbath left. But Rabbi Moshe Hakim identified him and pursued him throughout Europe, until finally he ended up relatively liberal, so he passed down more active. But the Seals Yashar itself is an artifact of the punch for heresy that was the remnant of the post-Sabbath era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussions? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into see this. This is Jewish populations in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. Looking at into the field we're looking at, you can see great density, particularly in what would be today Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration east, as we discussed last week, there's still pockets of Jews living far back. Not so much in France, They have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a elite assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and not in Spain, because Spain is still officially unified. The main concentration in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in what would be Western Ukraine, southern Poland. Then there are definitely for active Kurdish north. The one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception to Chabad, the Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Isnaidim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, the epicenter at Vilna. And then finally, you have the Hasidim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's the most Spinoza, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, further west. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap. Right? So you can have regions where you would easily have Hasidim, Isnaidim, and Maskilim live in cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Grant.
Food loads required at each Sabbath meal, commemorating the double manna. Left Hebrew, left equals go, left equals for yourself. The Torah portion.
So, it's a great question, how does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we call, say, a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Mustachim are saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow cardiac mitzvos. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so the denominations really are not. Of course, once the denominations were created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Mustachim flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Krantz, let's talk about it. Probably wasn't until I said that I'm sure the flavors of yes, Haskalah was very heavy. That's when the Mustachim and all the same team together when we are also in Shem, we're all trying to get most of the I have a one-word answer for you, Mr. Krantz. Monday. Monday, we're going to get to that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop.
Specific halachic rulings regarding shaking of the lulav. Bel of the Yudel Shamra Hebrew to work in his garden.
Last week,
Biblical phrase describing
last
as
century,
interpreted
we were
halachically
talking
as
about
stewardship obligations.
negative pressures that were
Below
pushing
that
Jews
time proving
towards
is not
out
intended.
of Western
Halachic
Europe, right?
principle.
What kind of pressures?
Torah law is interpreted by earthly sages, not by miraculous signs.
Western Europe,
No club Arabic heaven principle, meaning do not distinguish.
right? Exactly. The massacres of Shul 1096 onward. Good. What else? Government's kicking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182 and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. England told mine, be right here. Why are they kicking them out? Generally speaking, when the peasants owe Jews money, you have rebellion. When the nobles owe Jews money, you have expulsion. And it's just because that's how they deal with it. Then of course they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre idea that was circulating at the time that made Jews feel that well? What's desecration good? What is ritual murder? Close. Post desecration. Post desecration of the crackers. kill the crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood violence. The ritual murder charge begins in 1144 in North England. Is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. That's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspects of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable with Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. But one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic Center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, they're really massive phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Okay. Historical Twitter. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. We've already seen Salomon, I was talking about him a few weeks ago. Very important 20th century historian. He died in 2008, something like that. Who was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history that, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we overcome persecution with great things and stuff like that. So when we talk about him, and I'm going to come back to him in just 1 second, but I want to introduce you. He's one of the great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, neither is Welthaus. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who know history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history like modern historians. What could possibly be different about history in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe okay, good. Or you saw sources, but even more basic than what sources you're reading. Well, let's do a little focus on the direct fact. What do you mean by that, direct fact? What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happened, maybe consider the creation of the story.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, I said exactly the quote. You were mechapping the great Program when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? The history is Geschichte ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what his big deal. When Rocca said, you know what? Too much of this all history that's been written up until now is not. Was it against the gewesen war. So what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, like Stoker suggested, stories. Edification. No, they're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts of what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel whatever it is. They're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And von Ranke says we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until von Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem going between mythology straight into wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He will later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I'm not going to say that right now, but that's a really important, sort of turning point chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate, that's what we want to do. You want to build up people's identity in one way or another. But it's not necessarily that history will come along here with the annual. Another really important point right here is this guy without a house. Without a house is not a friend of the Israel. I gotta tell you up front. Definitely not a friend of the Israel. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so we had incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Sifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight. And history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. Please, that's really all. The
people who were writing history are generally people living during those times, and they are fighting impartial witness to what is going on. To reveal more about their personal views or the matter and what actually goes on.
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. I was not around in 1917 at the point.
But you were using primary sources to research them.
Right, but I was writing history in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? Like, sure, you were there. I definitely wasn't there.
So there's like your biases, your political reality situation amongst over.
Very good. Very good. Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology, I'm looking at sources. But I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Thinking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995. So it also is interesting where you can perfect, very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the people who are there. Sir says actually aligned by hindsight. Exactly. We're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're not trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, which will unnecessarily be, saying, oh, we hate slavery, it's bad. They just admit it, or they aver, for example, that Nash and Don College, women are light-minded, right? We say, oh man, he's a misogynist. There were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was everybody felt like that. But if we view that person's attitudes as if we lived in the 21st century, then we'll maybe pass out character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is, that we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and we bring to that understanding history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of that, but that's not what I was saying today. Finally, Saruman takes home, as he says, that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S., with Ukraine, and with Russia. But this, I like this picture in particular because, you know, a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today is the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are, in the 21st century, right? And here a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys. And, you know, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is dead, it's not dead, it's not over. We still keep reliving the past that I wax through those songs. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are here. Let's talk about the migration pressure zone. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this is them making their way in specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much, Latvia, here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire before 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressure from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern Europe. So you have to figure out, why are they invited into? Okay, let's start it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea here. This would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. And actually, I think how it runs is, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although Ukraine has a little bit territory goes further. And the Crimea down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukraine. Let's be close to contemporary war. Very close, but they're only deal with it. Right? So Central Europe, way over here would be England, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western Church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are totally different language family altogether. For many different people there, you also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will be the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimea Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back around the year zero. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region around Kiev, or Kiev, as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second, kind of a weird thing. When we listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they say there's two syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, Kiev. Just like, Paris. If that's the name. But in Ukrainian, they have slightly different vowel combination. The sounds are soundedly, and it is pronounced K-E. Two syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, Kiev, the city right about here was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive princedom from the Middle Kingdom that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians as their homeland. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate because that was it for this kingdom. But we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, we did, the famous Modus Vivendi effect, the chronicle of bygone years where hence below the year I decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first myths in Polish being making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins. Can you notice anything unusual about them? They have equal all over them. They are like totally equal. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can do them anyway. Good. You say like, all these jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate. And the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyways. They're minting money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this though? Why do they think that Polish people are doing this?
Often mentioned in galactic discussions, e.g. Royal formula,
So, why would you want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country who do this? Maybe I'm answering my question. We didn't know how to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to say 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. So we discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the church's law back then that people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. I see lots of those folks out here. This one's my favorite. It's Mashko Karo. King Meshko. It's great. Karo is king in Polish. It's just amazing things. A lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. Explain why that is so significant militarily. Well, what does term right bank mean? Because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, Chernobyl Rabbi, Chernobyl disaster, and it runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank, and the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated in the right bank, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Avenda. So hang on to that word Avenda, because we're coming back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Kalinowski Rebellion that motivated that. But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in three places, your Jews are spread out. They're small numbers, but they tend to be village and town-based, some cities as well. This looks like a good question for the Emerson to answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you, right? Money, that's you work for the Emerson.
Why money?
Economic opportunity. You know, like yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunities that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews, rather than massive concentrations. If you would get with industrialization, when factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when you start seeing Jews really big like Warsaw, places like that. But these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of Ukrainian word mishdeshtel, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village, again, with a Yiddish word, it's diminutive, it's smaller. And so shtetla is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls over here. Is the River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about these specific environments. The invitation of Jews, you know, to come in and please read this stuff to us. The meeting turned out to be fairly short, but the rental, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are getting up like this in Europe? We've got to respect them here. See, the Jews are like, oh, things like this. This guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see him on a shirt at the best how in 19th century adaptations. Nevertheless, it was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words Pol, here, Lin, rest, like Lina. Poland, here, rest, meaning after all our wanderings to Western Europe and North Africa, states, the blood Bibles, finally, here, oh, here in Poland, and we talked about some of that big building, pushing them over there. So, one of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I think it will apply like equal rights, because that concept really but if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved out for your community. And the Jews in particular had Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. So it wasn't really, I'm talking about the early Takana the Rothschild'S, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as, as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry. You know, sometimes like if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukharian guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture man is a Bukharian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. Oh, I know, you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. Works out well. Give me some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see that more seriously. Magdeburg Recht also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYishuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYishuv was? Exactly. The Cherem HaYishuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter if you control how many people will be engaged in whatever. So Magdeburg Recht, but kind of like, more like, you know, these are three modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-government tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to give these type of rights to Jews? I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. There are three answers you need to work was allowed to just the third one was, you know, allow the users sort of like happily. I don't think those are big concerns, but make money, everybody loves that. So we don't have to work once again, right? But what it is the phosphorus, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who tax them. The local municipalities can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like how deal why a spiritual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You would think it's going to attract people, or maybe lots of salutary, it's going to be a lot of despair, money. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area, then you have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. So many Christians didn't believe like us, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can, they keep to themselves, we're happy with them. And Magdeburg Recht was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree in which they get from the same side. Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was started, named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews would least were, they're saying, oh, you want us to move into this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg rats. And they'll say, what are Magdeburg rats? I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you just look at the density of Jewish settlement here in what would have been the end of Old Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really Australia, especially in North Bank, right? Okay. Now, I really got to get to the other thing. We'll talk about the council of lands first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which what the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Rotman, who was a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe, who lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to the students who came crowding around his body as he bled out, he said to them in Yiddish, Schreib und Warschreib. Right and the core. In which he gave a sequel to his last students and last will. He recorded, he's writing it down, but people know what happened. At any rate, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have, like, in all of these tiny chevrons all over, you have kahals, where we talk about the kahal structure, with the Beit Din, and the Parnas, and the Chevros, and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation, local customs, things like that. But after a while, they said, you know what, there's so much stuff that we share amongst our Gehilos, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super Kehillah, one big Kehillah, one big council that would pass legislation for all Kehillos in the culture of the economy. And the Kahal, that's what they did. They set up first what they call 4 lands, then 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single Kehillah was operating under the same legal system, same kind of means of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. Exactly. So it's in Hebrew, the Council of the 4 Lands. It's really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Taxes. Taxes are good. Internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line. For example, somebody,
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Vince, and the Beit Din sends you a serum, you gotta show up to court. And you say, I'm not gonna listen to court. I'm gonna go over and move to Vince, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Vince. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Beit Din in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beit Din doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the Vadar vote did. They could say, oh, really? You can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You're also going to be under a harem in Minsk. Which is like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beit Din is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like, it's not going to kill you. That's something that happens from the 18th century and on, afterwards, first Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well. But it's not at all true of the council. Wherever you went, there was an incredible system following around. One other area that you might know, like where you see a lot, for example, is in Gießen. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I won't punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they will send Gabayim to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk. And of course, we give him yet. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
You know, in Bohemia, they had prisons for doing people who better their religion than being treated in the hundred prisons. Was this applicable?
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves great expense, right? You've got to keep people, you have to feed them, all kinds of things. But if you flog them once, it's done. And it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging was far more common. You go through Eastern Europe, you can find like some, flogging pillars where they were actually, this is where we flog. Schmeichel was flogged there, Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day, it is an innovation of the Rabbi source. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book, a Hebrew book? Close to copyright, yeah. Well, we'll call it Haskama, right? What is Haskama? Certification. And what is it certified?
I guess it's more like, it's like the old words that we see, like, the other books, like,
Promotional blurb, right? Yeah, right. Goodness, right? Credibility in what sense? Credibility. Like who runs those scholars? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say, a big rabbi writes, I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and it signs it, right? Until he later reports it because they found, hey, we got wrong there, right? But that's how we use Haskams today. But Haskams were invented by the Vad Arba because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote in a software, then basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but copy it out. But once there was printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly. And then suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into the typeface, print it off, and I'll make $1 million zloty, which is worth like $12. I didn't say, but you were saying it's great. And so, and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you read I don't know, up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow and you see this great book. You say, well, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before you can possibly ship these books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vad Arba came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the book had the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how we then evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Primatur, which is basically the sign that says the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic in Primatur. So these are the kinds of things the Vad Arba did, and they continue to fill this function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes,
The legal term is the one of use ability to get and then for Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally done. And there's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, you know, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. In Israel, they put you in jail if you don't give a get. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than give his wife a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Maiden was to convert. And that worked. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the Arenza. You ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited so much? We talked a little bit about maintaining that kind of cool that we have with It's a far more significant aspect. Something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy was the system known as the Arenza. It's a Latin word which is incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to that for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schlachter that are, you know, it's not like Schlachter, but it's like the same other, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right now Ukraine. Right? Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish land. All these massive farmsteads called Latifundia, again another Latin word, and they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or better term in this context would be serfs. S-C-R. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, so like 1865. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They do not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called Rothschild'S, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they were for themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called Arendatori, which means masters of the Arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to the shtetl. Or it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, these little villages and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is, he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collected, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect, minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the end of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, "Good, that's your contract. Come back to me next first of Elul with 10,000 zloty." The Jews go back. We've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay of their economy. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. Meaning you bring in 10 bushels of wheat, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew who's the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive this specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that are memorized by the blind guitarist called Rabbi, and they all go on and on about the cool Jew who charges huge amounts in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment. Okay, Mr. Jordan.
So first of all, the Jews in the early church that were Protestant, they were really impoverished. They were the lowest class, the lowest peasants. The only thing was the peasants let all the money and party with them.
Well, there you go, Mr. Timon. That's like Salavera, right? There are elements to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that, our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasts for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, we've got, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standards are much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, invasion of the body snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There was some escape of the Ukrainians, and there was actually the noblemen, they actually Jews.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all go up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. We tend to have sort of like a vision like the South Valley housing. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true. But that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. You can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, if you're curious about the research on this, Very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the best uprising of 1648. And he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed toward disaster, that eventually things would go up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary source, so absolutely. Choice, primary ways. Another example might be like if you look at this terrible shot that such a killer Hashem, when you look at the newspaper and see there's a financial scandal. And someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you see yourself, oh, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stem or a bird or somebody. But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that for everybody in the 1600s wore a black hat before the original Shabbos, it's unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and worship the Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady, unexplained economic practices. Yeah, it was great. People were so that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say if I don't want to step out of my lane is the theology part, not more of the history part. But, we have this idea of Rita Hazoras, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of halacha. Halacha follows the later generation. So what does that assume? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generation? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't what the Mishnah wrote. So the answer to that is that you with my humble opinion. I read it somewhere. Eureka Hazoras refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. I think if you ask about my stats, he would say, of course, just as great. Because he wants you guys to max out all of your efforts. You guys are asking outside of math. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the Urenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it is that
that was a good time about it. That are really pretty important, you could say.
Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted, because that implies that violence is not justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances possible. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a boy, I'll write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes. Right. Why would we call anti-Semitism chimerical?
Refers to the sages of the Mishnah 1 street.
So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you attach things one to another and make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe was like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone. It's horrible for the consequences, but you can see where it's coming. Even the Hanover said, Jews should realize that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example is, very significant. We've often seen, like we see it in the fetch fund, which is like the inn, right? place where some tired Ukrainian peasants, here they have some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the neighborhood. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing extra violin there. What is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get access is through vices. You said, I'm going to go again, right? Alcohol is also a huge money. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol. You had the 19th Amendment, what did it? Yeah, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. One of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here. Right? You can't do it. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was a straight back, right? Forget about the 18th. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. That's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you tax it. It's not something where people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propaganda, which is part of the agenda. That you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it. And you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small. They're still small-time money lenders. There is the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. We've already knocked out 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now, love banks, they'll lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Ukrainian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, you go to the Jew and you borrow. And you pay a significant interest. It's the only place where you get it. It's unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who is like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to make sure he gets taxes. You can't abuse the Jew because you get in trouble with the government when you do it. So, provenantia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of pale or a glass of Spas. They show up at the end, they drink a few, they say to the Jewish innkeeper or the restaurant, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, there it is, where's the law? And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat. And he says, okay, I want to settle my tab. And George Lucky, as with interest, become like 6, 7 sloppy. And that's how long night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 sloppy bill for alcohol over here. He said, what is this? So this is like an especially obnoxious form of the agenda that was ultimately very, very negative.
I said they would tax them just for the purchase and forcing you out of the money to the Jews like, what was that relationship? Why would they split it directly to this? They couldn't make all alcohol, like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think your question's backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And yeah, what's the only money that come every day that harass them, whatever they need.
So the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only two things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes from nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, it's whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every, who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, Judge. So, they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating when you get to the modern era. You have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then of course the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Russian kugel, right? What is Russian? What hero is Russian based on? No, it's Lukshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German. Or you can have, I don't know, you think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Borscht is actually French. Chaud blanc. Slow hot. But, you know, so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do, are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them, they borrowed from us. Oh, here's an example of Ukrainian. That's what they call gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewish Jewfish. This is good stuff. Have some of this Jewfish. So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschmer and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, you know, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And the Tevye is a little bit intimidated. Then they end up sort of dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowings. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but probably do it. Women. You know, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostility, political views, things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Ellerstein.
So you're saying that like Jews were just the tax collectors and tax more reality of life and that's what people even as being people back and forth.
They were not like Muslims who were coming to kidnap our children.
But if you look at it from a modern perspective, you ask most Americans what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, oh, I wish I could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies. People also have very strong debts. Good argument. And so, Mr. Timothy, your whole idea definitely seems very much like what
No, but again, you're saying, Mr. Allison, you're saying so deep here, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS.
I don't know what results of Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 1700.
Right. And what was the next tax revolt? Right. That's right. You know, there are tax revolts for sure. But they're like, you know, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You know, you just say, vote the bunks out. And that makes America a little easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
There have been many historical revolts over this. It's like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that try to go socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts sometimes relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, you know, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have to reward. And this part's basically okay.
You said to dress up every year that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what people do. Right, that brings us there. Yes, it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Rabbi, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, from the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are basically translations of the piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Cossack. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they opted out. They fled the Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could out of the reach of the Shachta, the Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free of their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache is classically Cossack style. The top knot as well. You'll see quite often the top knot there. And this is, by the way, for Ukrainians, these are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The marble man with the big hat riding off to the sunset, of course, you know, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen? What's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for shelter and take them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding, we'll make a deal with you. And so they wrote back a very specific note to the Ottoman. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed in the letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities to certain letters. But this is really like sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Rabbi's work. They were led by this guy, Rothschild'S, who was one of these petty noblemen who fled to this particular part of the rapids on the south of the Dnieper River. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks. And he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came, and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get to Catholicism through the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element too. They came sweeping into these Jewish deadlocks, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of the period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevon Metsula. It is a chilling, awful read. Now this comes as the region, or the region by the period is called in Hebrew, Zeras Koch and Todd referred to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry. This Rabbi, we have a keynote. Yeah, you have a keynote from Davis Koch and Todd. That is absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, including men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renta out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renta, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? Gambling, right? So gambling on Las Vegas, what half of Las Vegas is part of the desert. Yeah, it will literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in the casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers, restaurants, stuff like that, that support the people who come in to do gambling and casinos. So, the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Las Vegas, most Las Vegas are not working in casinos. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jews was the backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things. Silversmithing, tinsmithing, small towns, you had the occasional scholar, I
think Vegas is actually especially good compared to because you always know Vegas and the casinos that were owned by Jews.
Oh, Railson, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the epistle to spare very well. Oh, very good. It's one of my memoirs. It is absolutely horrific. There are English translations. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources, Nathan Hannah was talking about people, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians reckon. You see citations, it seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of this lecture, there were probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. It's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed, with only 40,000 living there. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of it is driving. Okay, let's take just the outline. We'll wrap it up. This is a fine it's Ukrainian, but I checked the little translation. Yeah, not very, no, it's oh yes, yeah, right. So 5 straight notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than $12,000. So again, remember when we started, we talked about Salisbury and so on. For Ukrainians, they group, now this, for the most part, is a great national hero. He said united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish war. Also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish outsiders. When Jews see this picture, they see how different. They see horrible anti-Semitic. And that's, both of those pictures are true. We just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed. Mr. Chairman, last question. You really have the same history of yeah, we have some. The Native Americans look at Columbus and they see Jacksonville. We didn't kill each other back and forth. It's hard to do comparative martyrologies. I got this is, by the way, in Central Square Cave. They have like this very heroic statue of Messi there as well. the earlier version of it actually sounds like the one says actually have like a Jew tremble at your foot line. But even the stars and the rest of the best for days. So they're moving and okay, let's call that a day.
Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America. To a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into a period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name? Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to compute. Okay, Mr. Parente.
Xylophone call before discussions only in modern electric response app used as example about.
So, good question. The question which I will repeat because people who are watching a video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah. I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. But we have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms, so now it really only refers to the people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now. Obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay. Have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Krantz.
Yeter parent Hebrew for inclination to evil. Yeter equals inclination. Wrong equals evil. Concept intelligent about human drives needing restraint.
Well, you're right, Mr. Krantz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. That's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? Good term. So I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silver? No? Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Koheles. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed, where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or for the rest, it could be in a watershed where it would flow through the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rains, all the rain that fell in where I grew up, would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's through the north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but we live in the post-9/11 era. Changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome. And there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are 2 different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims, so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole pile of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. the next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders. Like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders. And it went back and forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see that, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes. Some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves there? The whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyat Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward to the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Doike. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parentes.
Auspicious time for prayers. Roth average in Hebrew for this is the blessing.
So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they were. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option of get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root. demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, Pfizer? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tom being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the 9th century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay him off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? We're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. Oh, actually, a little later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of life of Jews. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. But you can remember that? Fee or flee. either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of Egi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right, because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had not been absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? Amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards, begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. But you see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force someone on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll just sort of, pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism so much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and they massacred 800 people there. You have, more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the rabble rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of, the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than supposed to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament, they can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you're familiar with. Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed this Yehareg Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to be forced yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, yeah, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They are not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday.
Rabbi S.H. Zalman founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya, the central Shabbat text.
Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that we shown them are that baptism has no impact on Jewish status, based on the principle Yisrael Afapi Shechata Yisrael. A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I'm not a posek, I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you the show. That's Rothschild'S. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders. In 1099, they finally get there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the First Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story, and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold in slavery. And it is ironic, we should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It's been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history. Right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really entertaining with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here and their big metal armor and their forces and stuff like that, and like they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being like as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Most horrific.
Study halls are often called this.
Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. La convivencia, the period of coexistence, lasts about 200 years. About, give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Sephardic Jewish history. I think right now everybody's getting along.
In Shabbat practice, consider the vital act of kindness and outreach.
Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, here's the point, right? Okay, let's just do one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers, Yehuda Maccabi, were called Hasidim. David Melech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim. Fascinating book on a historical level. Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidei Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp. But this time, though, is that the Hasidei Ashkenaz is really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, you know, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the, the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting. And even like after death, customs like, putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating when you look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in the Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I have them, I think, later on in this lecture, or maybe I put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like, it's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question?
When a girl turns 12.
The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement. And there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like, having lots of Sukkaniyot and Hamatash. And back then they would say, oh man, I gotta go like roll in the snow a little bit. I should like stop eating for 2 days. It was just, that was the style. Wear dark clothes, don't wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. You see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. It's their writing, which indicated they were circulating.
Chin says he's back in the Zoom. I'm sad Chin missed our whole scary movie conversation.
You'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz.
A for Shabbat act of kindness. By the Hebrew for platform. The raised place in a home where the Torah is read.
I peed a little.
For grace after meals. In Shabbat,
Yeah. I thought particularly did not like that.
With the record scratch. Yeah,
Shabbat is the call concept of elevating parts that holiness images of the
I don't know. Could be.
Not sure.
Okay, let's go by turn. Now, the next nasty word, the whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures, try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres as we did in 1096, but there were other things happening. One of the most awful of the developments there was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of. This was unfortunately,
There's
is
two
a
things
myth
going
that
on.
continues
Scared,
to
but
this
they won't
day.
make any
This is a map from the Encyclopedia
Well,
Britannica
they
that
have
shows
success
you
in just
the
copying paste.
places in Europe that had a blood libel
People will, they
with
get
the
that
centuries
they return
when
on
they
it.
occurred. And you can see the numbers of circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. So it started first up here in Norwich, right here in the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill Dr. Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it involves into what's called the blood libel.
We briefly talked about some
Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would you need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the
Casey loves
crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But and the churches, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. So, whenever this happens, unfortunately, it does happen. Grandchildren, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, in even in our own day. So, people are really upset. They say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard the Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder usually begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on this idea. It's a little bit like urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your things. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone puts something in your drink, you wake up the next day, missing a kitten. And people say, yeah, that happened. So mad. But even though, how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens with ritual murder. But the blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. Blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually vote. Why do they need to drink blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. I'll show you. Here's like a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one, 1144. This is Simon of France in 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large Rothschild'S. Like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, in Europe, you see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they would post them.
They don't care what your name is, boy. They'll never hand you away.
messages that you see in some places that's how this would be posted. Well, not colored, it's the colorized version. That's the real level of privacy to it. The Jews here don't have names because below it would be a long list. You can be German or most people could not read, but they can see the cartoon image. They have the well here, the badges that indicate they are Jews. They're focusing on Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a position. There are Jews who are tormenting him. There's specific torments. They're meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the Gospel of Hannah was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. There's catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they would use various things to blood. Completely out of flour and water. A little bit of blood is better. Say that on but there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month. And then to drink Christian blood in order to get punished iron. Other stories that say that they're infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood. That's exactly aphrodisiac. And when they're talking this absolutely bizarre story. If you're curious about the really weird aspects of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, 8 people episode, how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood. And amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood. So they can but this blood libel just became such a powerful peg of mind of medieval Europe that on the East Coast is another depiction of Theatris Simon basically means saint Simon the martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases decried the whole idea of the blood libel. It's crazy, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked. It's not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually be forthcoming and say, it's right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, is killed by no spoon, definitely not the Jews, and then buried in the wall of the church. Where the church is today in Europe, you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but they were blamed for it.
They invented a phrase.
Well, I don't think you find so many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. We often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis just a tremendous amount of fire in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks. There's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. Probably went to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from crazy.
That's way harder. But
The question Mr. Bronte asked is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman, that was called The Jewish Body. couple Jews know this, I'm not sure, it's not the building of the office. He argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, if the aqueduct nose, the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, that's it's late 19th century.
You want to actually play the shit.
Okay, let's go to one last related charge.
In all seriousness, the guys are genuinely funny and great.
Now, the ritual order works into the blood libel, takes place in periods of the Mulberry Barrier. We say much more about this literally multi-natural in the blood libel. There's crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. It's a block until 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body. Nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they found all the years. Crazy. Total desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, this desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote some of the whole desecration story because it serves their own agenda.
But no question.
So,
Fuck.
the term hoax refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of the ritual called communion. When you were a Catholic in good standing, you had sacred confession, required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of the small cracker. It's like a Ritz cracker kind of thing. Like you have a kid. And this would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. It's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so it's what they do. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, this doctrine of transubstantiation, it's not a symbol. It's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself. So if it is the thing itself, then it's that reason that Jews would want to torture it. But if they're carrying Christian children, as the argument goes, to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous, they put it down. Post desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation of the doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau, so from 14th century, and it's basically written in cartoons because most people were illiterate. It does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the Bible stories. A renegade Christian, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian. Goes to the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the wafers. And then he goes and takes the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have their well on their tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got his little box here, and in their synagogue, he's going to torture the host. So they're stabbing him with knives, miraculously succeeds, and starts to bleed. That's again demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or has to look carefully because he's trying to reproduce the same report that written here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so it's gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming at the words of the Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flame, and doves fly out of the flame to be caught by a waiting angel. Right? Like all these miracles are attached to us, which sort of reinforce the idea of transformation. All of this stuff is Irish type, globalized, so it's not true at all. Next one, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them. This is also a typical Jewish habit from the 5th century. They torture them, over flames, they set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. It's a ritual murder, bloodbath, and host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well.
Make it one paragraph.
Okay.
Have time for it all.
That's so exhausting.
But also, here's a if the readers, the viewers, the watchers, the listeners, people that sub, all of you, if you are using ChatGPT, you gotta delete the hyphens, or else people will know you're using ChatGPT. Great tip. Dash. Yeah, that little full trick at you right here. You see that? What's that dash? Why do you say that? It's just what the characters
I don't understand what the question is. So they spread separately from what?
For example, my wife's she had a coworker.
My wife.
That's good. It's really interesting. We're trying to correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, it's one thing for two guys sitting and again telling a story. You know, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one-to-one or one-to-a-few. So once you start like getting broadsheets and once you start getting like, you want newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. But you know, we live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. People start saying, "Oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways?" You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it, or what else? Sorry? Yes. Stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre, super crazy idea that involved weird ideas like, for example, back in 2016, it was especially a huge during COVID, but it goes back to really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington saying that this was like a QAnon, I believe that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this. And sometimes how they got to the pizzeria and shot it up. It's just, it's blood libel. It's like, oh. So, I don't know either.
Okay, if you even know what's the grades.
What are we talking
At the very end, the graves made me do it.
Yeah, it's super crazy to do that. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're a digital native, but you don't know how to prove it.
Us in this box, you know, like I do. Just look up the fishes.
No, not Bernie Mac. No, anything next Bernie Mac.
That's not reasonable.
This girl that
There are some
I
really
followed,
crazy. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left before the expulsion starts.
already.
Okay, good stuff. Hold back that. You might not get
Did you
this
know?
one.
Had you met her before?
Yes. So things couldn't get worse.
Yeah, so we
You
followed each
have the
other
Black
for a
Death
long
until
time.
the 14th
Started a
century.
little bit in
Right, the 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death from all of Europe. With mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would go up, the lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. COVID-19 with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast. And also, people don't have any good idea about how it's going to spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about that kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how Jewish related to this anyway? Well, that was usually a point publication. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands and get red. Again, usually without soap, I don't know how many times you guys wash the clothes with that. With soap, right? Just wash it off without soap. And we would bathe more often.
I'm just gonna get like a credit in my name, right? So I
let's
called
not
him when I
exactly
did Uber.
so
Told
much.
this guy Brett.
There's another argument that says that
I
crazy
didn't
that
tell
Jews
him
didn't like dogs,
friend is supposed to
but
come out
there
and
is
see
some
me,
stuff in
but
the bar about owning a bad
plans
dog.
changed and I need to get this flight canceled.
Rats
I
run
got
away, rats,
he's like,
fleas, bubonic plague, but all of that
the way
is
that
just
works is whoever was gonna
in fact
eat all
more
that
likely
flight is
to have died at a higher rate because people
my
that
heart was in my
they're
fucking
living in close contact with each other.
no
When
way.
you
I'm
have
like,
a
Brett,
contagious disease like this, you're much better off with a isolated farm. They're all living.
work with me. I ended up
Simply
telling
don't
him
know
way more details of the
because Jewish
story.
death rate
So
different.
once he got the contact, he was
Well,
on.
the reason
He
we
was
do know a lot
fully
about
on.
the Black Death in Jews, though,
And we're
is
just
a lot of
like,
Jews
he
were
didn't
doctors.
say it
Jewish
like
doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it didn't work, I tried that.
he's like, I'm like, is
You
there
have a
anything
lot
you
of
can do? He's like,
fascinating accounts that are specifically from
so
Jewish doctors
he
describing
gives me the rundown. He's like,
disease.
you gotta
How
create
this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that
in her
you know, at the
name.
time, like
And
this
you
is
have
a
to create a
16th century
rapport
record,
account
the
with her
triumph
name.
of death, right?
We can transfer
But with
more
that kind of
flight.
scene,
When
really
you
looking at
originally booked that
watch
flight,
videos from
there's
that
no
point,
transferring because it's
like,
like
you know, skeletons riding all over the place,
we're gonna have
big,
to upgrade
you
you
know,
by
herding people into coffins like this, and it's created a tremendous fear, and nobody knows what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated became very popular is that they were poisoning the wells of Europe. What they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows Jewish was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of very special Jews wear the special hat, things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, you know, this flesh with lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well and coming spitting out of the well is kind of a demon then urinates back into the well
I get
and
the
poison.
credit in my
In
name.
the background, the civic measure, the murder victim as well. This is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text.
No, I'm
Here it
sorry.
says, in a little shoulder
I thought
note,
the story was gonna go.
a great
And then she pops up
expansion
in
to
LA.
outside Europe by reason of water in the
I've never
wells.
met her. We've just like flirted back and forth. She's from Ohio originally, so I'm like, she's from Ohio, very down to earth and not like somebody else. Yeah.
So ladies, Kevin has a free weekend at Southwest Credit. This is good.
Oh, the Jet 2 holiday.
She's a flight right now. Taking my
You and Brent gonna I wanted to ask him first, but I don't know. I was gonna ask him for his ketchup or his menthol instead of like his tea, just completely like.
Yeah,
He did his big one as the kids would say. So Brent, I got
Why you felt not welcome anymore. Richard Neighbor, the Rod Rival, the Black Death, the Burning
That's awesome.
lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday, when we again, Eastern Europe will say, hey, please, just come here. You don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come, we'll let you settle, we'll give you all kinds of commissions and so on.
As my only.
And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of their
It was cheaper every year.
This is from 1182, when Jews were first expelled from France. Largely, we talked about with the economic situation. Not just where we ended off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, would be later in 1492 from Spain. We're still
It's way smoother than an actual drive. Like the way they break,
higher
like
lecture.
accelerating
Any last minute questions before we wrap up?
Tune in the next round if you want to hear about gin and broccoli and beef.
All right, so where we left off, we talked about
I want to talk about what's left.
as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy.
CBS creator with Down
Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for many lenders was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest, and in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that. Easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax. That's why, for example, you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if they have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring the neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was, to some degrees, advice, and we knew exactly why it was so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, like, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Torah. You shall not lend out interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling on MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians who read this verse and said exactly the same thing, and they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively, because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first one, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like those sympathetic, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or damaging nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or those things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans, which is usually high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden your car breaks down, you gotta invest money in fixing it, you need money, so you're gonna go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very good.
Today is I want candy. And the cool thing is, I know the exact candy that I want, which is the Haribo.
Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you've ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay. And then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, I read it as a very human character because he's wrong by whatever it is.
And as I'm eating it, Mark's like, get part of
Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, a pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So here, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogroms and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like you're talking about the Federal Shul, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews come into a town. They also were regulated against by various guilds. So only so many, whatever, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do it. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money just about to us.
Dude, he's a bad boy. You get used to it. Fucking put a mirror. It's like a crystal
No, basically we see in this lecture by the 15th century the Italians said this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly went. Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry.
I think it's because you're like, I'd rather not eat anything at all than eat some shit food, right? That's what you said before.
Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also recently just been skipping lunch altogether, just going to make breakfast and a whole meal all the way till dinner. And it's
Right.
really been
It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money workers. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it was rendered into Catholic law by something called the Gratiani, the decree of Cathedra. But I should portray this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. Remember the term de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but de jure it means of the law, in writing legal. Jewish monopoly in writing that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. And Christian competition was de facto, that's the opposite de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. I think what actually is written here is actually exact. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure Jews were going on the last year, and Jews were big into it.
So that helped. Actually joined last year, but she fell asleep for like the main co-man was just sleeping
Oh, we're up.
on the have we been doing this show for a year? This show? Close. Oh yeah, we're at 49. We're really close because we watched some of this.
There are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds, were artisans, organizations were closed shops. Did not get in, and you would not be allowed to have the swords and things like that. Jews couldn't get in, even like dyers and like pigments, things like that. Jews couldn't get in for the most part. But this is something that's open to them, and not only open, it's encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because we gained pretty much universal respect, was medical. One of the reasons for their long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields, because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews who were literate were pretty much universally respected. Like popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually closed Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed.
All right, everybody, we're up. We're on the clock.
But you should realize that in the 12th century, there
I'm
were
pissed. All the
3 or 4
players I wanted are gone.
Bologna, Oxford, maybe.
Dog, I got this hairball that's like
People are learning
fucking giant. It's like a good muff diving. Anyway, it is the biggest hairball ever.
So
And we've got
gauges that actual
a
term
choice here. I don't want to
refers
fuck
to a
this
period
up.
from the fall of
Malik Neighbors, he's a wide
the
receiver.
last
Austin
6
Gentry.
big period of time.
He's never even taken a fucking handoff in the NFL. Nico Collins.
This is right. This is a high
And Shane. I don't know how to fucking say that motherfucker's name and a bunch of other people. I think we're gonna roll the dice on the rookie. Why? There's just.
correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than
I mean, he could have upside. The other guy's got a Q by his name. That sucks. I don't know. Here we go, friends.
Some Jewish money lenders.
First pick. Let's see if we can do it without fucking it up.
Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line.
Oh, wow. It's really easy to fuck that up. There's no, like, confirm. There needs to be a confirm on that bitch.
Okay, sorry.
All right, dude. We took a fucking rookie. That's a fucking mistake. No doubt.
Stay inside a Jewish community so that's a clean trade because, you know, you can still go to Minion in the morning.
This fucking season's over.
Walking distance of the
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You have bankers hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. They take an hour off their lunch.
Players I
You
wanted
know,
are gone.
they'll come to you and they'll wait for you.
No, they've got this hairball that's
Great that
like
way. And it involves
fucking giant.
all you have to
The muff
do
diet.
is
Anyway,
memorize and literate.
it
You have
is
to have a
the
certain amount of
biggest
investment.
hairball
You have to have
ever.
a nut to start
We've
with.
got
But basically, you got the money, so write down what people owe you, and calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop.
Sorry, everybody. We're up. We're on the clock. I'm pissed. All the players I wanted are gone. Dog, they've got this hairball that's like fucking giant. It's like the muff diet. Anyway, it is the biggest hairball ever. And we've got
So,
choice here. I don't know
but
what this
remember who your partner
Malik
is.
Neighbors,
Right,
he's a
the
wide
king.
receiver.
Right, so in other words, if a guy fails to pay
He's
you
never even
back,
taken a
the
fucking
king
handout
comes
to
to
the
your
NFL.
office and says, okay,
Nico
here's my
Collins.
tax receipts this month. You say, oh, I'd love to give you your tax
And Shane.
receipts. Look
I
at
don't
my
know how to
record book.
fucking say that
You know,
motherfucker's name in bunch of.
Jean Paul didn't pay me back, and I'm still holding on to his
I think we're
pledge
gonna
for this
roll
whole
the
time.
dice
The
on
king
the
gets upset,
rookie.
goes out and beats up Jean Paul. Right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going
It's
well.
just,
As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like
I mean, he could have upside.
right?
The other guy's got a Q by his name. That sucks.
You know,
I don't know. Here we go,
thank you so much,
friends.
Mr. Ruin. Federal Deposit Insurance
First pick.
Corporation. I don't know. We said when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You know, you got muscle behind it. Okay, and so it's
It's
minimal
really
effort.
easy to
You have
fuck
to
it
be
up.
literate.
There's no like
The
confirm.
vast majority of people
There
are
needs to
not
be a confirm on that bitch.
and they're also not allowed to do
Alright,
it.
dude.
Church forbids it. But the
Took
Jews
a fucking
can't
rookie.
do it unless they're the only
That's a
people
fucking
legally allowed
mistake.
to. Risks. So, investment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan. Especially when you're halfway through on your car
Alright,
payment.
everybody.
Yo, what up, pimp?
Another 2 years.
Rabbi, you there?
Yes, sir.
So, you can get, if you're a money lender, you'll be.
Hey, Rabbi, how you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp?
Peasants who are typically
Doing good. What time is it for you anyway?
It's 5:19.
Payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing.
Oh, you live in Washington,
We'll
like
see
me?
this more when we get to Eastern Europe.
Nope, I'm based out of California, dog.
But in Eastern Europe, one of the
I don't know.
ways that peasants would rack up a big
No,
tab,
you do, big man.
drink alcohol in a Jewish inn.
Wait, where do you live? I wasn't paying attention.
And this
California,
is
dog.
also
I'm based out of California.
that the nobleman would allow you to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol.
What are you watching?
Nobody in,
Jewish
let's
history
say,
lectures.
Southern Poland, Western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol.
What
except
part?
the producers over there.
One of my friends in high school, he was Jewish. He told me that the European Jews and the American ones are not on good terms.
And the tap goes and the tap gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then at the
I don't really know that to be.
Okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab.
accurate.
Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate
We don't
this?
really
Right.
separate
So
ourselves like that.
Why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen?
I hope not, because like,
Yes, he taxes it, right? It's his
like
property.
even I mean I'm not Jewish, but like if you just like hate people based on like the continent, it's really
There's no way to control it, but the Jews were.
But it's nice that no one hates each other. I mean, people are trying to hate each other personally.
Oh no, we totally hate each other within some aspects of the religion, but
And then, you know, you'll
it's
have
not
an
generally
extra
based on
set of
continents.
Yeah.
And
I
occasionally,
mean,
basically from the 17th century on,
It's based on custom generally. I mean, we don't necessarily hate each other, but we have differences of opinion.
Magnitsky uprising, one of the most notorious
like I like beef
uprisings,
and you like chicken.
heavily rooted in factors like Jews.
Yeah, there's a
I
little.
don't know a lot about Jewish culture. I'm just
You're good, big dog. What's on your agenda for tonight? What are you doing?
I'm playing Fallout.
Tight. Are you good at it?
I just got a full, pretty good. I'm playing Sim Settlements Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. I have Part 1, 2, and 3 all downloaded. The problem with that is that it uses up all my storage space, so all I have enough for is cheap terminal to get out of sticky situations, and a few other selections, like survival utilities, which is a really useful mod.
But they are attached to the land. Yeah, they can't just like pick up and say.
So far, I've noticed that
They have
Sim Settlements, I believe,
but they're still
pressing garbage by a significant amount.
So it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around.
He's not like overpowered or anything, but he's a pretty good companion compared to before where he kept on missing. He almost never misses
And
now.
that's usually what you pick up.
And when he does, it's because they went behind cover.
Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
Yeah, I also got a mod because of how scarce resources are. It makes so every resource I pick up is 5 times or as much. A bottle, instead of having one being worth 1 glass, it's 10 glass, or it's 2 glasses, 10 glass. It makes it so that I can actually continue the game to experience the sport without having to worry about resources all the time. The only resource I need is ASAM, which is a custom material.
We definitely had our share
That's
of
tight.
well,
I'm streaming it right now if you want to
you can
watch.
answer that question for me at the end of this question.
I get a moment. I'll see if I can.
The difference
check
from
it
the
out.
17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we looked at for a few weeks.
Right now I'm in this area trying to grab some good resources.
Into the culture of art.
Oh, cool.
The media,
Did
literature.
you just take that guy's head off with
Yeah.
the?
This is actually pretty good compared to like,
Yeah.
existence.
That's
I have
tight.
a really high threat.
And not just for the schnapps and herring and Shabbos. Income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on.
I'm looting everything because everything is useful. Everything that can be picked up, I mean, is useful. A souvenir, I can sell that so I can recap.
That's tight. Is that your favorite game?
Correct.
So far, yeah.
You are absolutely
SP
correct.
is my
Mr.
favorite
Adlerstein.
multiplayer,
You've given me a
but this
segue
is my
to
favorite
what
single
you
player.
do. Not just a game, but it could be local noble. And
Yeah, I
what
can have the
happens-
password. That's what I need.
And this especially happened as money lending expanded,
Oh,
and as
crash.
some Jews amassed
I've got a
incredible
phrase.
capital, they would finance wars. Like if the nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jew, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan. Get it
In this
done.
game,
And they would come up
every
with cash.
piece of junk
And
is
that was
useful,
great.
but because of weight limit, you have to determine on what is
They were called
something you actually want to carry.
Jews,
Which is why I got a weight mod for junk.
That's really cool.
When I'm in power armor, junk weighs nothing.
But he was extremely good.
Very cool.
Yeah, because what happens when the time comes to pay, and the nobleman says,
I like to imagine it as it's magnetized because I think it's really fun.
would react
But
by
it's not really how it works. Yeah.
the king or the nobleman would just say, God, I'm canceling the debt.
I have a lot here.
I'm taking
This is really good. This has gears, and that can be used for
generators that generate electricity.
Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors.
This is Trust and Garb. I'm going to kit him out later on with combat armor. Or
They get rid of their creditors.
probably going to upgrade his
What
weapon.
ends up happening on the Status what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century.
That guy can sell that. So
Yes, well, the clergy never
I can
got
still the
power
dressers,
per se,
even
because they never
they're
wanted
worth
to
a
actually
tad
take
bit.
control of those reigns of power, but they had
More
far
than
more
nothing.
influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing. Clergy can be upset.
And you're not right in mid-straight.
We can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Grants.
Shabbat term for unchassid known for generosity.
Okay, I have parasites and an infection, but my disease cures don't work on me. They only work on my settlers, so I can't cure my infection unless I go to a doctor, and there's no doctors nearby.
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles, was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. Couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Foods, Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and travel 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further.
Thinking,
So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively
Rothschild'S. These are robot enthusiasts.
miserable
Like in a really good way.
of an urban Jew. But
I'm a robot enthusiast myself, pimp.
Explosions of violence from the Bronx, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled, kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did all end. I mentioned earlier the Italians ended it in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. You call it the Monte di Pieta.
I just got a legendary sword. I don't need it though.
I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a donors agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4 to 15%
overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte de Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 50% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like a bank. Right. But the thing is, I love to say halachically, lahavdil. In the Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte Pieta,
They bought almost every Sunday service part.
underwrite the Monte Pieta to pay punitive taxes.
I'm missing something.
When the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open.
I knew I missed
So
something.
the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyway, guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular. People didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increase at this time? Yes, Mr. Blanche, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is counterintuitive. We're not going to get this, but Mr. Chairman, last guess.
No, I don't know what the key is.
15th century Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Bernanke, last chance. Reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation. This is the main reason why. The main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were shorted with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish money lenders, including nobility, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agency. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Timmy.
Prayers for mourners, also marking transitions in David.
Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? If you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential, but it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year or whatever.
Long black coat worn by Shabbat Chastity.
Okay, So the demand for credit, as the, because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance, really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically.
Electric principle allowing exceptions to laws.
Okay, and is the microphone wireless great? Okay, we should be all right. You are screen sharing. Let's hope it all works. Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Servi Camerari Regis. Remember what that term meant? Servi Camerari Regis? Mr. Edelstein? We'll bring my, go ahead.
Praise and Shabbat An SF Hebrew for assembly. Modern term for Israeli parliament.
Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Vlashka? Yeah.
First stage
yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like a huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story that, you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that you keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. So those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top-down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaschka. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in? Yeah. Good.
Spelling of Chama Yiddish Hebrew mixed for respect. Korean Hebrew for Terry.
Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adlerstein puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands,
That's kind of how
shoes on,
business is also
right shoes,
on.
the left shoe, how to
Based off
how to right shoe,
how
like really
how we
into
behave and we should
actual
behave.
behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on a second.
Oh, this is bullshit, dude.
So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky?
Forbidden gossip or slander. Latin Yiddish for pancake.
Okay.
Potato pancake eaten on Hanukkah.
Good. You see the smile on my face, though?
L-I
Looking for a
Hebrew for
particular
July.
answer. And Mr. Tuman?
Line for that.
Money, thank you. And that is a demonstration of what?
Slang.
The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You are correct also. But money. So exactly, the king says, "Oh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance, engage in money lending. I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power, they tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Used for someone who studies. Slang.
I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they have. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have,
Long Seder slang for a late night learning session.
Yeah, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here. No, joking. Then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuva, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbi Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Charata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of charata are there in Rabbi Yonah's Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of charata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do it. We have it's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. Yeah. So, yeah, Jewish kids. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranz, or if you drop by my office, we can have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent...
You know what? I probably should not have done that.
Amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s.
That's unfortunate.
Where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farad, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages. And fully fluent in everything they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of a trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth. It's really an amazing thing. Mr. Grant. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're a little bit higher, sir. That's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word that means know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called Rada. Possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. You saw Provence earlier. Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about it. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here?
What has different now?
There we go.
Lamar Hebrew for
Okay,
discourse.
then it shrinks it.
In Shabbat, uncapsitic discourse recited or delivered by Rabbi, often beginning with
Right,
the verse.
so risks and benefits of
Mary
commerce.
Hebrew for evening prayer.
Risks. Why is commerce risky? Especially that you get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuable, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single
time to clear out a full
legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of the Abraham rule. A little bit obvious, but it's very true. There's huge amount to be raised here. I don't understand your question. Do you have to live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down.
I bugged my way out.
There you go.
Are you proud of yourself?
That's also true. Very good.
Are you proud of yourself? Are you happy?
Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshulah. He was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami. And he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room, so they would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy was like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for Beis Yaakov. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger with travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right, which are like sanctioned robberies, where you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages.
Are you watching?
It's easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr.
Oh, it crashed. So I just got stuck.
Hebrew for teacher, especially in cheddar.
Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in the West Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Grant.
Hebrew for changing place. Galactic concept affecting virtues.
Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife behind, wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road with your nose off? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back. And nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and in Subos, a long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and you're kidnapped and MIA, nobody knows you're alive.
A mage.
So that's they would travel as men. So it's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This was especially useful in commerce because you could leave, I don't know, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad, and even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up at shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and here are fine takers, and I'm trying to win it. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, a diaspora community and a common language. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community, you want to sell things, and you want to like sell on credit. A person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads. And say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim, and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like a parallel person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you know you have a much greater degree of trust that facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, you know, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that, you know, that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. He said, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, all right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, you know, way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have.
Kosher certifier. In yeshiva slang. Spiritual overseer.
Largely through this trade network, which developed slowly and expands. The fact that the Rabbis can do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? You know, we don't have any internal documents about it. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly is agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already in an elite, in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, flips burgers at McDonald's, Schmass House, whatever. Like that's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Right. Yeah, so it just develops. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner with some 2 Jewish slave owners, and they've got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think kings sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like that. Like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't even know. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. It is maybe the Taz. It's a Shach, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, he sent an emissary to find out if he really was Messiah, and the emissary came back. And,
I'm gonna close my eyes, big dog. Did you hear me?
Right away, whether it was a shock at the time, I don't remember. Someone said, "This can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach can save their hair." I guess if you're Mashiach, guys like me can say cross like that. But slave. So, from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't think we're here today. Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. Stocks were trades. Stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people. So we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or soaps or whatever, because they're more traders. when you get, hang on a second, I was going to say that. When you get to, especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used on massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more beauty symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the Middle Passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who were involved and made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was a reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
The officiating rabbi at the Chuppah. And she's just slang for topics emphasizing public pronouncements of the Riga.
Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. People made money.
Slang. Always looking for spiritual growth.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian, so I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs, and they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, it's an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. It's only at that point when people get to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset of morality, and those standards were not applied in many ways. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Rabbinites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it. And we'll explore that next time. Oh, look at this, was close to this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It was like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years and then finally they closed it. But it was, Northern Ontario. That's not textiles. Jews very big into textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it. And I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into Monday landing and the church, which is hugely important for understanding the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me.
Objects forbidden to handle on Shabbos. Master Hebrew for ethical discipline. In Yeshiva culture.
Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifacts, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship and what they were prepared to give up. It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities of sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, then they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takan notes. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we're going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of Napoleon, because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. If you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, it's up to how you can. But if you don't, God forbid, it's wrong. You can maintain a secular identity, you can identify yourself as a Dolphin if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social and anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you, you have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection, you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I gotta get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for getting out. Schwartzman, right? Parente.
Pakakos header for circling melody. Some during Sinistora Pakakos. Nigudim Shabbat unique melodies composed by Rabbi Morchessin.
Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique, and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that, we're talking already the 1600s, so it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazi Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because they had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. That was very rare. But it also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which is an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of things. Mr. Understand.
Inchacitus refers to divine sparks hidden in the physical world. Intoxicant is Hebrew for spark of godliness.
Yes, correct.
Each soul contains a divine spark. Mitzvah is Hebrew for eternity. Often used about Torah and mitzvahs. Gimel and Hebrew for foul speech.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying that Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happened. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, in Kemach, in Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for like federal funds. No such thing. You have to raise it from yourself. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. If you didn't like it, only one leaves the door, and that is you become a Christian. And then some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it, and they were very bitter about it, as we shall see, but that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercise a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through an organization called the Chevras, which were kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it works. So it was based on a Talmudic model. So in the second Megillah, you'll see there's discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a horde made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant on the one hand you got kavod, got honor, but on the other hand you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. You know, usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogues today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people in the city of Tuvei are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Adlerstein?
The balanced state where divine light is harmonized. Hebrew for time. Period. Refers to
That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the mostly based on measures, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I also tell you now, ask me what is the Abramson rule of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blaschko, the bonus close, somewhere for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very valuable. You get reputation for one of three things, which are the three things. Wisdom, also close, also close. Mr. Parente? Good. Learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Ketzer Torah, that's also a bit like, scholarship. Learning. So you get money, you get status through money, or through learning. And then the third one, you already said, Mr. Atherstein, in a slightly different way.
Refers to the Ark of the Covenant for Aaron.
Kahuna. What is kahuna? Okay.
Hebrew for two big speaks. Closing line of Kaddish.
Close. Parentheses.
Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation.
Very good. So can only Kohanim have status?
And refer to the Binal Produce collection.
Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the three ways to get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the three ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. So unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have billions of dollars, learning's your only shot. So pay attention, because there's going to be attention. You can always make more money. It's definitely good. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilevsky.
Hopi have all Yiddish slang exclamation like road is me. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy have all Yiddish for oh my gosh low. Strong heart expression and just boy.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Because if you have a great rabbi and his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family. Look at Nebuch, what he is. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable. But learning is the best to start, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Slang. Heard his voice did the equals he has done with him.
Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Alexander, we better go on.
Boys learn Hebrew for those who forbid.
Terrible things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess.
Yiddish slang for big shot or someone who acts important. Artists learn Hebrew for livelihood, sustenance. Commonly used when wishing someone financial success, branching.
Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who you personally. I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when I shut off the machine. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's look at the structure. First, at the top is the two here. These are people who typically have status to money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important here. Under them is a body called or a person called a parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the parnas, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I wouldn't include male gender because these are all men. Oops. Yep. Okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function. Meaning like, the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have beside the president, the rabbi or the baker, the judicial branch, right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have legislative wing really, but that's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the beit are there to make sure that what the Tuvei asks for is within the boundaries of halacha. And there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the Parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the Parnas is typically one of the Tuvei. He's like nominated from among them, so that means he has one attribute typically. Money, right? The Parnas is wealthy, and the Tuvei represent largely the wealthy class. The rabbi, on the other hand, pays his salary. The Tuvei, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tuvei. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like hashkafically, philosophy, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi? He makes laws, but he supports it. So we give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that I could keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the car, actually. We have examples with the Reish Garusa quite often, where they want to do something which is not really according to Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halacha. So couldn't the Tuvei just shut down the rabbi and say, well, forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who's offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them, he teaches them, he does all those kind of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, or have a particular kind of event, or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that, and they have to look to be, as loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tuvei will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support the community, but on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabai. Today we tend to think of a gabai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, of organizing who gets what aliyah, who goes up to Hagban, things like that. But the term gabai, you'll see in Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector, the gabot, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line halachically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi has a power of corporal punishment. It's actually the Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up about Rabbi cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that. But you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering flogging, and you would have the floggings take place. Flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way with like shoelaces, rarely with like actually meant to cause pain. Definitely social appropriate, that's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have the bias to do so. Where this might come up, let's say, for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times, was warned, and so on. You also see it with
Current Hebrew
it's
for
much
lots.
more of a problem in the
Holidays
20th century,
venerating
but
the
with
events of
men
Megillah's
who
Esther.
leave their wives
Current
and
pagan Hebrew
refuse them
for
again.
minor Purim.
The rabbis would call out the Gabbai and go straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure, in
That's Yiddish
Mishnah
slang
Torah,
for fool.
basically quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to be his wife again. So he realizes of his own accord. Yes, Mr. Tillman. Yeah, Marcus Martis was in that category of what the Gabbai could do. I don't know if halachically they would typically call it. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even had some very rare, isolated cases of capital used by the bacon. Typically, when you have someone who is spreading the entire community saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed and so on, disaster, yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, no, but just regular assassination, whatever it takes. Knives, guns, you know. Mr. Grant.
Often used for use of college origin or style. Pointing Yiddish for faces. Sometimes
Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayans were there. People might remember I said coercion. The tequila, the lukewarm supporters, very coercive. They would tell you, but the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's the taxation. That the Tuba year would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayan would collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayan had other means to take it out of you.
If a lighter case applies, then certainly the heavier one does.
Excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they can impose, just like Rabboni and Mara Sanhedrin actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they could say, we want to establish ourselves in Gila, this is the way we're going to do it. We want to collect money, this is how we're going to do it. Mr. Anderson.
Refers to the divine line of life, drawn into creation. Tabula Hebrew for fixed, established. Equilibrium, used about fixed locations or times.
Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they say how many cows you had, all kinds of things. Let's say they take an assessment. Again, remember we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, oh, look at that. I see you painted your house. You must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, we figured you should make a contribution to the shul of $500. Mr. Abrams.
Carry Hebrew for impurity or nocturnal edition in Halachic texts.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from Israel to Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with God. Largely because of Napoleon. Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbis, and modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey about 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys actually in New Jersey who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with like rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was and sued the people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that. Right? I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. No, you can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done, right? You didn't have an Aguna crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of the power of the Gabayim. Mr. Parente, then we're going to go on.
The land offerings brought before Pesach in temple times. Fortunate Hebrew for sacrifices. General category of temple offerings, also part of daily sitter section.
So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society. Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the post-game will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt everything from Postal to Erevin and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what hinges on it, as we shall see with Sakasura and Gershon in a moment. Now, the Parnas is required to manage the Shavuot, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right, from the word Tevra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tended to be especially powerful and predominant. And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the Tevras was the Tevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they were only picking people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, we have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. Now, one of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or thing, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell you not to give you burial rights. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. People will be terrified, and they will say, okay, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. But Hebron Elisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Hebron established. When he got started. But there's so many others. There's Hebron Shas, in charge of education, people of holding, taking care of the poor, Tumte Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tumte Shabbos, which of course we still have today in most communities. Will have a Tumte Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people. They all get the Shabbat. Ozer Dalit, for poor people, Achnasas Kala, also very important. Hebron that would deal with providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers, Hebron Tehillah, for people who want to get together and say Tehillah. Whatever it is, the Tehillah would set up Hebron. And with the obvious exception of Hebron Kedisha, where you had to have men take care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Hebron, populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Judaism. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all things like that. But the upside is, this is an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz 9th, 10th, 11th centuries. So they're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Valente. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Ahmad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parenti.
Spiritual leader of Torah Academy. Rav Yiddish for Rabbi or Galactic Authority. Ron Potter Hebrew Yiddish Fix. Rabbi of the city. Ron
the question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements in the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare, food banks, and things like that. And it would be interesting to see if they got this from this sort of structures they grew up in. I think there's definitely certainly a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Last question, we're going to move on.
Ruach Hebrew for spirit wind. Ruach Kodesh Hebrew for Holy
So these
Spirit.
are not people, these are like organizations.
Inspiration. Below prophecy. Ruach Ra Hebrew for evil spirit. Associated with ritual impurity. Rimani Hebrew for congregates. Silver adornments for Torah scrolls.
It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all these services. You know, if they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll feel the Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hala. You know, and if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and take the hill together, they'll go to Kevin but there's always going to be a class conflict as well. So there will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at much lower level of status. But you know, as my father would say, ça change pour c'est la même chose. I didn't tell you the Abramson rule of history. Oh, I have to tell you that because I forgot. The Abramson rule of history, I will repeat it again. Does anyone know the Abramson rule of history? Mr. Rubin, what is the Abramson rule of history? Very good, very good. I would say it's slightly different, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Surveyor, they could not be the Parnas or be among the Surveyor, they couldn't be the Rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only the leadership of the Chevras, and by the way, go to the local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult ed and the middle schools and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at the Chevra level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by the Parnas or even the rabbi or anything like that, she could go into the men's section of shul, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received the promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that was extreme, right? And you can only get away with it a few times before people say, she's a Meshuggah. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this throughout history. Mr. Tillman.
Razi Hashik Hebrew for God as will. Halachic ideal.
Well, when you use the term excommunicate, we have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had periods of nidui, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. You can't give me aliyahs, you can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this was a big hit on their social standing if they were to do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, And this is the only way that she can take that so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but at least heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it worked for 1,000 years, right? Okay, so let's go on to the Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom, which is extremely important in this regard. We talk a lot about structure, and I've also spread this out over several hundred years, but we have to look at one figure in particular who's especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, Meor HaGolah, Light of the Exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Yeah, absolutely. The heir of the Rabbeinu Gershom. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in mind. Born around the year 960, and he died in the year 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Right? That's where we get the term Meor HaGolah. And upon we all depend on all astronauts are the disciples of his disciples. That's a typo. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo is supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Ben Shlomo. Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Kehillah and all kinds of other things. We'll talk about the most famous ones in a bit. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, oh, this is a takana of Rabbeinu Gershom, must be really important. It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they left it in there in order to, kind of like, you see yogurt that has a hashgacha on it that says glatt kosher. Right? And there's no way that yogurt can be glatt kosher because only meat can be glatt kosher. But nevertheless, people have this phrase, glatt kosher, it must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later takanos. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's like a 1,000-year grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the Ors Davua, the early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. So pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in this. There is some question about the nature of that version, how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is the subject of machlokas among historians. He was married twice. And we do have the thought for his second wife, whose name was Bona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is takanos, where was it here? You can sit, well, that's at the very bottom here, right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later, so just for everybody in the web audience to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife, a concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives and 2 wives and concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than one wife historically. But around the year 1000, the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom comes up with a ban, a harem, right, which is one of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than one. That's it. You're just going to have one wife now. Now, why did he make this ban? Which is like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for the ban? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please. Evening out the ratio of men to women. No, the ratio of men to women is basically stable except at times of war, when men tend to die at a higher rate. but that does not seem to be much of an emphasis in this context. It could hint, well, too much surgery. Fighting with small communities, well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, a Jew marries more than one wife. People who are wealthy, people who can afford more than one wife. And so that means you could have people of the poorer class who might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they may see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a Jewness, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyways. Money, yes, that's right. Yes. Ah, there you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? Let's talk about this. Yeah. Exactly. Christian practice. So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That, you know, Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and, you know, Jews are out of step with the practice of polygamy. Think about, you know, 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about the consent of a wife to divorce? That Rabbeinu Gershom also, he also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forcibly divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that?
Simcha's Torah festival celebrating the Torah and Enoch Sukkot. Simcha for its Getter Shabbat Yiddish phrase.
Difficult for who to get by.
Joy breaks
Right,
barriers.
exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift. If a husband were to decide, I don't like, you know, the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it's going to be really tough. It can be abrupt and it can be harsh. So there seems to be in the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom a consistent follow-through of wanting to support women's status, women's position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban of polygamy means no more status wives, no more second-class wives, and the consent of wives to divorce means that if women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. That's right. So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for the South. Frankly, last comment, you gotta go first.
For Sukkot's holiday. Sukkot's festival of foods.
Yeah, no, it's a separate event. I don't know which one came first. I think they actually came at the same time. I think it was a package. I'm not positive. Another one that's interesting, he insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters, and you know, there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershom that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in the times of, well, you know, we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara, but I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha that you can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era, besides the fact that we know about other records? Right, the Megillah is all full of letters, right? It's sending letters back and forth, you know. So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communications, that you're not allowed to read anyone else's mail. This, by the way, the smaller, less common kind of became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, close? Email, right, email. Is email correspondence? Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelopes, or you actually look at emails, right? Like, one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails, because that's not truly private. You write in your secure Turo emails, and whatever I say to you, then it is like trapped forever and as a legal document. So, correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think so. No, Dr. said for sure I would graduate, and take me to court and they'll stomach my email.
Wonderful person. Tactic role, duty, or mission.
No, you do. You
Small
do.
brown like strokes on certain door
If you're
levels.
emailing about, first of all, you don't email about, university business. So if you are using, if you're emailing anyone in the university about university business, use your secure Turo. If you're emailing because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board. Okay, here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant besides the ban of voting. The Karen issue, the ban on settlement. Everybody know what this thing is. Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Adler's here. So that's going to be later. But the Karen issue was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given era. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among groups. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right, and they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a shoemaker's store. The Karen HaYishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the Kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the Kehillah, who could set up a business, who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that they would engage in a level of protectionism that might turn more into a kind of American mindset. But basically, this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Karen HaYishuv of the Jewish, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the bronze family is in charge of silversmith here. No other people are allowed to come into this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Mr. Tillman. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Baba Basra of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street, and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I had to get a salad. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up. People might try to say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from me. Well, it depends on where if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the VAD, then yeah, theoretically the VAD can say, we don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the VAD says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another hashkafa. Say, what do I need this VAD for? I'm going to go to a different VAD. And And that's how we have, unity kind of like loses its integrity as it figures out that multiple authorities, there's a downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and community holds together, but on the downside, it's an entire crisis. You only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was really effective and kept the Kehillah going for thousands of years. Only exception to that rule, also tomorrow, when is there no and no competition rules? Teaching Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open game. Okay. Let's see now. We talked about why. Right? So let's do the last part here on the impact. This is Chagall's painting of a wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, this is Chagall, right? So the ban is especially interesting you'll see over the next 20 years because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it was only good for 500 years. And then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas, why did he make it pioneers? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of occupancy. Like it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, we still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban, and he's the one who gives us the source of its expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. I'm going to ask your Monday share about this. But let's say for what you have the other ban that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda. And she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from them. You call her up and say, Sarah Furman, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom, I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation, we have a woman with a moredah, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man would marry a second wife, could not undivorce his woman or divorce his wife if she's not accepted, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Similarly, if a woman is asked to do insanity, these are like difficult issues supposed to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of Israel itself. But there was always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, people saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? We have so many things. This shit is a crisis. Why don't we just let them marry Richard and his son? But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point. I do want to say, in this context, I've heard so much about the Rabbeinu Gershom. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid you should all get married and be happy and responsive. But if God forbid divorce is the option, give your wife again. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Anderson.
He's ethical will, spiritual testament. He's adopted charity, righteousness. He's justice.
Yeah, absolutely. I just
he's a part that plays across
spoke at Shul recently, and I found in the Evo archives a terrifying mimeograph document that was filled out, this place first camps, where the husband was right, potential husband was right, I'm gonna marry Schmitzalea, actually married to Sarah, but I don't know what happened to him. And he would swear to sign this document that he did. From Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two women, and he would do whatever the basis says to get something. Divorce the second wife, the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, well, let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been capable of farming twice in their history. In the ancient world and in the modern world in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. Now, we do have, there's kind of like in the 19th century, there was a bias against saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, farm, was because they couldn't own land. Largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Atherstein?
Long tunnels, fast baiting tunnels for temple breaches.
Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul or a mikvah or a kosher Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko? Oh, Roms, tell me about that. Right. So then what about the land? Okay, well, how would that turn? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? We can't take it. Mr. Rubin, you have a word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run, carry an acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, and essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet, banjo, and things like that. Violin. The reason is it's very hard to run carrying a piano. It's hard to flee. So, real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. The local king, lord, noble, whatever says, the Jews over here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Valente.
Buffalo's Aramaic translation of the Torah, attributed to Buffalo's the proselyte. Unser Essay Kettle Yiddish phrase. Our little town, nostalgic reference to Eastern European Jewish life. Under Yiddish.
It's an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land. That's choice for divine guidance.
Hearing the separate holistic galactic work by Rabbi and Ancients. Isaac Suko's custom of welcoming spiritual guests, Abraham, Yitzchak, etc.
Well, because you have to invest in your real estate. And if you hoard,
Chassidim in Shabbat also includes balls.
No, anything attached to land. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things there is. Definitely invest in skills, and invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine. Right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it.
Or beneficial act.
But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, you can also put it in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels, things like that are frequently of Jewish origin, quite fascinating. But you bury it and you come back and pick it up. Mr. Parenti, I don't know who you are.
Yashir then saying, the song at the scene of Exodus. Who's Yashir Ivan Shabbat melody sung for Rabbi and song at the sea. Who's Herzak in Yiddish slang.
By what, like produce?
Unusual matters.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, or more likely they were like dairymen and things like that, they're good for soul just as well. It's really about price. Perhaps the best example would be meat, right? Jews need to be in the meat industry to have kosher meat, but Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Before, Ashkenazim do not eat the git hanasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically the back half of the cow with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, right? Meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it, they can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest. Sometimes most convenient. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given Tehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we got 7 minutes, so I'm trying to give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. It's a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. And you can see they're living in a nice suburban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture. It looked a Jewish couple because here she's reading, like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here to portray a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. It's not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that he can do so. He can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful for making the bread, things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats or, Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind in the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. Because just beginning to come out of this, most business is conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket, right? The basket is extra, or things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where you can say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And you can force the peasants to take whatever, have it rotating Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord and the king's land and grow the wheat. And the rest of the week they can work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is a beautiful statue. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cash over. Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold and silver money. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing on a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along come the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, and they can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also relating to that, they're humorous. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money, and you will pay me back at 25-30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you'll have to pay me every week until you completely discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works, but Jews are able to do that. And yes, go ahead. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable, and the Jews are able to afford it. And here's the key thing: the reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church does not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it. Because the king could say, oh wow, Jews, you guys have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return, for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs. In an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine the world today without credit cards, for example. It's like ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my Abdi, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about your business and make lots of money, which I then can tax. This was a special status called in Latin, servi camerae regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their Rothschild'S across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king, and who did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to metaphor used for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It's also hugely important that, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person you could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you at no interest, or more likely, the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men of Touro University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant basement education, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
Relevant encounter missionary circles. Expat Jew slang. Expat Jew, Jewish person, living abroad often Shabbat Shluchim. X-factor slang in Jewish outreach.
Let us just recap one really important point that we kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant?
When a story has a mystical cross connection between souls, like the Reba linking events. X-out slang in Yeshiva. Erase something wrong.
Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Adlerson?
We have years in some schools. I love references to Galactic agriculture texts when explaining trade growth. Xenophobia mentioned in sociology collision regarding treatment
imposters, fake Jews. Fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Rubin, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, oh, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Branson, a way of lying, allowing some, yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, Elise Stefanik, the representative from the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, why. Right, so let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jews. Mr. Rubin. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. The genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, we are family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. It's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few thinkers. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. It's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. There's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? Uzbek, I should say. What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of the Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazarian. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish, but where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word, you know, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, you know, realm of, I don't want to say it on the recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that event. Oh, and by the way, I've given you a lot of the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. We have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? Yiddish, spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews, is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. You know, everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yeka refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeka. Oh, they come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there. For various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews who stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the Yekkes. Okay, let's go Halavai Weiter now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blasco. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened. Like one of the great German philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way the history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth. What is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, that can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th century, his years are 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch. And he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history. And I think it was 12 volumes in the original German. and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. I might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges we face. And one of the arguments about Gratz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wine, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, possibly involved in history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? You know that song, Mr. Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people, they're amazing. They're so good, they're so blameless, they do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Weizsäcker, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this dread? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that because we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gratz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story is not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans at the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters, the Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. We followed the debate between these two historians. Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it.
Brother of Moses and Miriam. First high priest Cohen Gandalf. Helped lead the Exodus. Spokesman for Moses' Exodus. Numbered.
I think he could have. I think that Gratz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture-building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He did, he's really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes, synagogues, and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gratz version of history that makes it sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots and things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Barron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland, but he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. Really worse than you could probably imagine. And at the same time, Gelehrten, they were learning, they were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali Tosfos were writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the lies type of pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he calls lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the college level. I've never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No. Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte. Geschichte is history. Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like, we have Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms, pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that's associated with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important. In Ashkenaz, this is really what it's means to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein?
Also later figures
A legally binding document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet, that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't discard these documents, they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents. They're just pulling these documents up and make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin. And it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuman.
His marriage to Gomer symbolized God as relationship with Israel.
Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term Kretschmer, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some of it here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business. And they go to the local forest and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the forest says, I don't even remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the forest can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that could be a temptation for forging these documents. So, yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land, exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the Middle East? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Just to remind me your name, Mr. Schwartzman. I get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Lloyd. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. we often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, if you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late, that's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So it's a big gap. Mr. Krantz, I like your appointments, but you got to raise your hand so we can go ahead, Mr. Krantz.
Loyal friend of David 1 Samuel, died in battle against the Philistines.
Yes, precisely. Mishinat and Luanecha. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval periods, where, I'll show you some examples in a screen in just a minute, then you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis of Villa's right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved because he was actually the king, especially important. You really good? You looked at it in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to buy us. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to sell to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Git Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Git Hanasheh. Spartan, on the other hand, with their case for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Git Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell back now. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita, like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their to keep them separate? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blaschko? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. So they also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of early Jewish communities that usually get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even in Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, president of the synagogue. Archos means leader, and that archi-synagogue is to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem? Hiring Christian employees. Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium. And Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz.
Lost firstborn rights due to misconduct. Genesis 35. 22. Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman who converted
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because
Samson shifted Hebrew for little son.
well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where things we want first. First, we want safety and security. Then we want like community. Then we want like financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want. First of all, we want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too, and it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. That's something we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loipe's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but as I say, he was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer. He spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume, big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it, and he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor, but the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to like with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany, it's a province, and Spiegel means mirror, and it is a 12th century book of the law. They simply called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror?
Not
bad, not bad.
Assyrian king who exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15.
Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Blasper, you want to answer that?
WH is my life. Hittite warrior in David's army, husband of Bathsheba.
Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we've inherited the revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. Got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of like invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, you know, the order in which you tie your shoes or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow? You find a carcass, you know, dead on the road. You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words, and so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words in it. You just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice, smiling. Well, let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who is this guy here? Exactly. Another mendicant order, right? With the Asser haircut, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, if you want those guys. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long finger thing. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mr. Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast I did, but I happened to see him at the OHEL once. So I was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Mr. Black, and Mr. Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. It felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars, good. Who are these people? Women, good. Why are there two women? I think they mean generally 12 women. Women. Yeah, all women. Put two, plural, mean all women.
571 BC Babylonian exile.
Right, you have you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of like a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf, good guess. But what? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. Sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin. Or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, there is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on it. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Rothschild'S.
The story of Ruth as loyalty and ancestry of David.
Good.
Timeline. Till 1100 BC Judges Aaron.
Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jews even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph or handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz.
Nehemiah Ezra names. Ezra helped and should be interpreted by God. Ezra. The third book. Return from exile, temple rebuilt, reformed.
So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? But why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi get the black hats, but we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear them. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. Refuge. Mr. Edwards.
Not specifically Jewish, but adopted by Jews in German-speaking lands. Bachelor German Yiddish, meaning eagle. These deposit ornamental names for strength and majesty. Sometimes also linked to Rabbi families. Albert derived from Yiddish certain mighty from the mountains. In Slavic areas, suffixative
So
equals
interesting. I have two responses.
Ashkenazi
The
equals
first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice based in, it was the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother. A lot of films used to say, "Besser Rabbi on abort, the abort on Rabbi," which I'll translate for those of you who are Yiddish impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what the Rothschild'S people is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Roy. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Rothschild'S people. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Rothschild'S people is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform. Right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron and Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons blowing shofars, nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein, I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's no.
Sometimes ornamental.
Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good. And who's this guy?
One.
Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like a king. This isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall. Indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town, and who has to listen to him. So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows. They've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily ours.
Geller from Yiddish German gel
Go ahead,
equals
Mr.
yellow, pale, or blonde. Sometimes the
Because
fly
these
has
guys all
been
have
named for
pipes
series.
coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, wait a minute, what's your count? Wait, maybe you're right. Hey, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Variants common in Ashkenazi
I
communities.
don't think you go. I think that's a peasant.
Transferred from the
But
town of Pennsburg in
don't you want to say
Bavaria.
that the Jew has the pipe, but this guy doesn't?
Rabbinic families. Goldberg German Yiddish, Gold Mountain.
Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pipe's still in the back or something.
German Yiddish, man and gold.
It's a good, it's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included.
Sometimes
I don't
parallel
know.
to Hebrew name Yedidia.
I don't know.
Greenberg
But
German
the
Yiddish,
message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility.
Continental surname.
Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with
Sometimes the
Rudiger's
fly has been named.
one as well. And here's another one that also I found quite interesting.
Green or Green Mountain.
It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is, like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so gorgeous. What's going on here?
Ornamental or place-based. Heller place derived from
Okay,
Heller town in
who's
Germany,
he?
Ortland Heller equals
Mr.
light
Glushko.
drive. Hertzberg's
Right,
from
very good.
Yiddish
Obviously,
burger
the
equals
full
farm.
haircut, right? And
Sometimes parallel
riding on
to
a
Hebrew
horse.
names and rules.
And
His version was
there's
paired
a
with
Jew
that.
behind him, bearded,
Members of
wearing a
German
yogurt.
Yiddish. Adopted
What is this
surname
picture even
Greek.
telling us?
Search for Yiddish
Maybe.
German for deer. Paired with Hebrew names be deer
Yeah,
gazelle.
could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Avon?
Isaacson Schowitz patronymic signifies it. Hebrew used to equals equal
Now, it's
last
interesting.
name.
Interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him to come along. I'm not sure what to make
One
of
of the
this
oldest biblical names.
gesture here. But what about
Israel's biblical
how often
patriarch
do you
David,
see a Jew
redeemed
riding a
Israel
horse?
who struggles with God, Jen. 32.
Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys or there are some exceptions they're allowed to ride side saddle. They can't ride like regular.
26.
Camels, they're allowed to ride.
Cathedral biblical patriarch.
What about this
Joseph
thing
Jonas
here?
Johnson from Hebrew Yana
It's
equals
a nice
up.
big sword. It's a sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Understand? Yeah, any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you are not Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So,
biblical successor to Moses, conqueror of Canaan, often used as surname in patronymic
that's
form.
for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms.
Common in Eastern Europe. Kahana Aramaic form of code, same priestly root. Chaplain, German Yiddish, chaplain.
Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are on horseback. Mr.
Chaplain, German Yiddish, occupational name, merchant, trader.
No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out the Sachsenspiegel so I can see what we do in Sachsen." And they'll take it out, and they'll flip through it. They'll say, "Is there anything about Jews here?" And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here, obviously, they carry Jews swords, because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yaffle? Yaffle?
Occupational.
Yeah, with your head up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman.
Occupational ornamental.
Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. You know, we're not sure if that pipe picture says they're not allowed to carry pipes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pipes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, Mr. Lynn. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear, and it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, you know, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, you know, we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters, and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time, up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abraham. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Certain, well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain types of trades. You know, it's not like it's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Alderstein.
Prominent rabbinic family Rabbi Isaac Luria, father of Luria and Kabbalah. Mendel Baum Yiddish, comment 4, comment 3. Forty Mendel.
I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either have to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the mobility of the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no like kind of whatever participated in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, you know, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. And we'll look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly have the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz And let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, wow, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who votes for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Dafyomi? I didn't say that, I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, I think it was 1806, I think so, he convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate, equal citizens? Or do we have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can walk away, because the French government says we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, talked so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. we know every one of them.
Word time,
well,
replace
the,
Word time, Germany.
Majority of them were what we would call mastilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like you know,
Ellie Weasel.
not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha.
Well-being, prosperity.
It's very, very early to spell out, but yes, they're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on, but they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today, it's 20 volumes. So they had some filmings on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on? This is a Grand Sanhedrin. It has the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Bolshevik. There you go. That's crazy. And here, what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes! And what does that mean? He's portraying us. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Havdil, Ellen, Alpay, Havdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get an archbishop. It was to please it, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist that loves these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I grew up going up from position to be on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude a lot of the Nazis took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They call, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Chelek Tov. And there were Jews that were saying, he's the Chelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good person. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this.
121 folios. Check on the tip case.
Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, called Jews Ashkenazi, the yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, the first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word is over here in Bereshis, Perek Yud. There we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. Good. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, the about the 9th century, maybe 5 to 10 population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazis. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these 3 kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century full map. The world is known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here's the region of Goma next. Oh, look at that. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea. This would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not news students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah. Probably, if we guess that those 3 places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rabbi Gaon, writing in Upatisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that. And from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday. And from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Chai, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of this Tshuva, and it's probably somewhere here. We're going to find just one further. Mr. Vasilevsky?
That there is free will, human choice determines one's fate in afterlife, reward or punishment. Second examination of the soul after death.
You'd think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the kebabs. Ush, Ashkenaz, Vitzarpas, Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes Usheleg B'Lashon Ashkenaz. So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. U'B'Lashon Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lashon Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenaz is. Correct. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, sneak, modern day sneak. But you're right, it could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snake, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So, yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon, right? So we're getting closer. But by the way, guys, the number of times the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi, it's like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems to get into Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get to the Bali Postcoast, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off, Sfarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than southern France, France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's an early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Speyer, Worms, and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. They called it Canaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time. And Canaan were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraina, right? Glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start. Mr. Lloyd, yes, show your hand. Okay, Mr. Krantz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes.
Resurrection of the dead Pekavia from Betty revival of all souls and bodily form at the end of days. Ruach intermediate level of soul. Spirit, emotional and moral self.
I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today, okay? Ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wilsito.
Righteous soul sit crowned,
Yes.
basking in divine
And including this
presence.
recording. Because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. Put it by your bed. But Mr. Remind me again? Adlerstein.
The annual commemoration of death. Believed to be the day when the soul undergoes renewed judgment. Yet Pachak receive all wisdom for the mystic realm where purified souls merge with divine
Hey,
wisdom.
perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay. Which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like
Metaphorically, a barrier of the
who
heart.
wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did we get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one side, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that it actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque but sort of cool and fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald, is earlier down here, looks a little bit unhappy, looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Krantz. Yes.
Hanukkah equals causing to grid. Death equals blood.
Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian in the, well, there's 2 actual Douglas boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent to Israel. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, Ruddin's spokesman, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 1st century, after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean, and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, France, at Havre, also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up.
Shallow equals not
not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these three things, kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there, and they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You have the right to settle here, and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go onto Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about your genetic? Here we're getting to these saving $5, because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out, and here's actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could be done, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, the finger bones can also be dislocated. So, I'm sorry? Yeah, that's not so permanent. We don't like, you lose the tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your decrease, but, you know. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same fasciitis for the very teeth of both. They discovered some amazing things about their diet. And they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to being thrown into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were, taken back for scientific analysis, they can actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are two reconstructions of an adult and child at the bottom of the Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about it. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Gabriel, Adlerstein.
My father is Joy Hebrew, mother of Amasa. Abishag 1 KGS 1. 2. 10 CBG.
What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have.
Father of wandering Hebrew.
How can you not say
I
it's
descended to King David. Abishai 1. 2 Samuel. 10 CBG.
Okay, but
My father is just father of a Hebrew. David as nephew. Elite warrior.
correct. But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. Right? If it was Aim, Abach, Av, for generations, we probably would not look like people in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are some like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, you actually see it here with right there. So that's the point. That we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question of who is a Jew. One thing we can say for sure, a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic structures. Yes, Mr. Siegel.
Apache wears the Chashburish Esther. RC 486. 465 BG.
Yes, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics.
He has grasped held fast through. He brings 0 green light prizes.
I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest. Ashkenazi Jewish. Wait, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, and we get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now 2 data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones. Not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top of time. Right, this is long ago. This is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of the Jews in Israel, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible. Antipater, who was the father of Herod. They joined the Jewish people. They attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people. and they are absorbed, one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We read about her in Sefer Sota in particular. Queen Hilmi, she comes to us as Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which would be today Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to, what kind of, God forbid, disease the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that. You can also calculate backwards. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome as a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. It doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many Zadis back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So, what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. You have to tell me again. One more time? 2 minutes. How can I forget that? Genetics just doesn't go back that far to find an Eve. We do find, however, that the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Leviim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Leviim come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people who call themselves slaves. So, well, it's from the father, right? A Levi can marry a Peoris. Right, so if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is, then you get into a massive question, which is not for us today, but what is conversion? Right? We have a basic idea of for a woman to be mikvah and abolish all mitzvos. So, what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is a couple of mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting chuvas on this from Rav Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Ask about that though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Leviim are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and the Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered in Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are to Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years?
Jerusalem resident in Wall Builders List.
Constant endogamy, constant in marriage. Over and over again. This tiny group, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed, based on the genetic record. Okay, that's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this?
Ancestor in Shem Abraham line. Artaxerxes Ezra. Nehemiah. IR 465.
Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews?
424 BT.
And the what family? The Bones. No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today, people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird. Things like we look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. We tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tillman.
Physician healer Hebrew. Reforming King. Wars with Basha.
Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I can give you the citation for this study in great detail. Mr. Adelstein. Adlerstein.
73, 83, 10 CBG, Elector Gatherer Hebrew, Levitical Seamer, Solid Will Founder.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read.
38,
Mr. Vasilevsky.
Fire Mighty Man of God Cross.
They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not have made these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down. What's big is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. Don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, moved across Africa and mixed with, let me just show you the next slide. This will be better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identifies the Levites as having those 4 mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. You begin to see archaeological evidence of Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century. And by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Polish, Russian, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic thing. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our blood. And, you know, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? You know, some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter. But we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right? So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Absalonimus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have in the genetic record. They confirm each other. It seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. White. Well, again, when you look at Erfurt, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA. And at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, you know, German, French, or whatever we would associate European as that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, I don't know, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. It's always been that way.
17th century BC.
Well, as far as we can tell, it goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to like Parshas Bo. But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have like big samples of other people's also. This huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. That's terrible. But, you know, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Lucky, there's a book, yes, Khazari. We're going to see that in a second. What is Khazari all about?
12th century BC.
Yeah, a king from this region in Central Asia. Let me just close this little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, we'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Khazari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, where there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him. Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened, and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else, and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, of religious philosophy. And so to take it as history is definitely missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large tributary, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now, and its role as Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Romelian Kitzak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. They were definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. By the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hastai bin Shahrut. I don't think none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out saying, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we'll get there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is, we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat for 500 dinars. I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Kuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it a little. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. I'll stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that were discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a Petah. You guys imagine, have you heard of Petak? You may have heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry? No, that would be Petak. But Petak with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asks for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah and he has good midos, and usually a story of how he's going, how he times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, Khazarian. And there's the signal, usually when you see these Petaks, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a Petak? What do you picture of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, right? And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name. It's as if, you know, you got a Petak from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name as, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. That's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community would write representing the Jewish this is the way he always done this, but it's a Hebrew document. Yeah, but if you sign, you would sign if you were an aide on a ksuba, would you write, Mr. Loipi? No, you would write your Hebrew name, right? In Hebrew. Yes. Triangles and stuff like that, yes. But this is actually Turkic letters saying, you're so down the huskus. Yeah, so you're so down the huskus. This, I think, means he's making rain. Doesn't have a right name. But maybe we're so close to that kind of shit that we should be down the huskus. No, it's definitely, it's an error. It's definitely, it says we have read it. And then there's a signature here. So that's it. Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Jews. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document called is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and Toulouse claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 1988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000, modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says no way. says literally, we will not give up our cups. So and then there's a little comment which was probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also they smear their ears with excrement, which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our 26. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, Russia, became Jewish, that whole part of the world was Jewish? Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going to the Orthodox Christians, and that's how he became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of Khazari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay, they have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shaul Stamker, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asks three basic questions. He asks, why would they have, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazari seems to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not within it. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Goanim and places like Babylon, you don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria. Probably because maybe they had Karaite meetings, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazars? How can they just disappear? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time we get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, and pseudo-scholars, a lot of scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand, who was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes his book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again, and you're speaking way too fast for me. You already speak English, right? It's having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo said, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's kind of funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim are real Jews? Which land? Israel. Good. What do you mean by that, Mr. Graham? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness comments, you will frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also need to admit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazi in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Or Mr. Krantz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right. We're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We're so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomi and David, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out here, this is great. This is a book on Amazon, by the way, you can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangster, Khazarian scam, right? They have all these strange Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats. You know, there's this star of Khazaria with the number 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not saying we're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazarians, right? Okay. I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. They're not racially Jewish. It has to be, the only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel, and answer one question in particular, and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to the land of Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in the yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us in Lander College. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we'll be having on our campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum, where I got to see the Tel Dan stele. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the House of David, Beit David, written in Paleo-Hebrew. I also really enjoyed seeing the Rothschild'S inscription we talked about on this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. It continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in international struggle, and there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. There are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around the central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Bibas and her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by their Hamas captors. An absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation, with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. Really, really heartbreaking. Here are one of the last photographs I took while I was in Israel. This is from the Ben Gurion airport. All over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Bibas children are represented, so that people are spontaneously brought various kinds of toys and stuff. But I was especially moved by this sign put up by the airport authorities that, at the behest of the family, they asked that no one should remove the photographs of the Bibas children, even though they are now sadly killed. It's an absolutely terrible time in many ways. But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant life society. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other, and conversations spark, spontaneously and so on. Here's an amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight happened to have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up and they just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel. You see that the combination of vibrancy and the seriousness. For example, this visit to Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, an outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. Incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our grandchildren a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy store, but even in the midst of all of this vibrancy and this vivacity and all of this joie de vivre, this simchas l'chaim, this joy in life, you also see reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted where we picked up some of these candies, and I'll translate it for you. It says, for eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this date, Sivan of Tafshin. That would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts. Nevertheless, Am Yisrael Chai, Jewish people live, Jewish people preserve. Just had to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public lectures this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you'll have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public, no charge, and I hope that you will be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate neighborhood of Queens, so I'm hoping we'll have a popular turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check your community tab to be able to get the link for the live cast. I want to just one quick question that came out of most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot of response to the brief discussion of Euro-African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxically, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal, but there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white. All Jews are black and so on, and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really not talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. It's this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognize matrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So, at any rate, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this video as well. Finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free. Many of them are pay what you want, so just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrated and marked the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're all doing well. One of the things I really like about this time of year, I'm recording this on January 2nd, is that, we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do teshuva and really focus on our spiritual needs and our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm speaking to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that, since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course. And the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together, with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of Volume 2, Chapter 2. All of Volume 1 and Chapter 1 of Volume 2 is already online. And hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by this summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues, because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well, and I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching.
Which mitzvah objects used for a mitzvah, but not inherently holy lulav, sukkah. Catfish equals implements of mitzvah equals commandments.
Hello, fellow explorers in Jewish history. I'm really enjoying the research I'm undertaking to promote the Kosher River Cruise exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we have such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers that existed over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zaputo, who's a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. I think one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Chibur HaGadol, which is essentially a kind of a Chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book, and he completed it in 1478, and basically it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times and various dates and things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time, and then he actually followed that up with something called the
Biur Luchot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alphonsine tables that were written sometime earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetua, which is like the perpetual almanac, the perpetual sort of like calendar of all of these celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were, working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was, of course, one of the greatest Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work on his way to India. And then became very important afterwards. Also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way, this actually saved his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yochasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a really important work, and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course the story of humanity. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching.
Cholesterol and constructive benefit. Principle in Russian parallel that speech must serve a positive purpose. 2 equals benefit Hebrew.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, moving along in our series looking at famous Jewish explorers, I have to talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I came across his name quite recently. Ibrahim ibn Yaakov was a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway, right? Ibrahim ibn Yaakov, Abraham the son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish. Like, if your name is Sam Goldstein and you're not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sounding name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons, because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would just seem out of place if it weren't for the fact that he himself was Jewish. At any rate, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaakov. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important medieval Arab geographers. Why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar-ul-Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very hazy ideas about even Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim ibn Yaakov really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Chaldean Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. It was very difficult for Christians to travel to Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews who were, equally
poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar. They did have a certain amount of travel, and if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either side of this Iron Curtain, it was actually quite a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Rabbites and others, so Abraham Ibn Yaakov would be about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geographers never asked the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salabar and the genius of 20th century scholars suppose that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shakut, very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates, because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibn Yaakov's travels, and that would be too late for Hasdai bin Shakut's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibn Yaakov, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission, of the scholar Khalif al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the arts kind of figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes the most sense, I think. Now, the route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. He is called, in one of the sources, Al-Tortosi. He comes from the city of Tortosa. He may also come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know that he went to places like Rouen in France. He went to Magdeburg, where he actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. Fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the most fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writings not only the city of Prague, but even the entire kingdom of Poland. Right? We're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. When we visit these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, about the health of the local population, and diet, disease, and so on, economics, agriculture, industry that involved with their trade, fascinating aspects of their religion, including styles of worships. He went to Christian lands, he went to pagan lands, and so on. There's a lot of things to say about it. Here, by the way, is one of the Jewish giveaways. He tells you where to get the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just couldn't help myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish communities in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those of you who are looking forward to our Antarctica trip. It'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov tells us about Jews working in salt mines, and this was in nearby Germany. He talks about the trade going on in Prague in particular, things that we would not have known about this city at this period if it were not for the writings of Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov and the Jews involved in the trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting as I do, and I hope you'll be able to join us on one of these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Wadi Dry Riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and distinct from the oral.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we could refine that question, because travel, in the sense we think of it today, is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises? Because kosher river cruises are really tremendous pedagogue. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across it too. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier, so much more convenient, and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. So let's go through. First, Jews traveled not by choice. That is specifically, they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we talked about it in a few different videos, but the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion is memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Benjamin on the mourning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example of the reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce in the medieval period. You have the remarkable Radhanites, who may have actually emerged from southern France, Jewish traders that were known particularly in the Arab world among Arab writings as being people who were able to speak many languages and travel all over the world and engage in trade. And I think you can also add to these economic migrants. My own grandparents fled from Lithuania. I used the word fled there. It's indicative of the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America, in my family's case Canada, because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant them want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first 2 categories, because the first 2 categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look in the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centrally into Jerusalem from ancient times. But even once the Jews were sent out into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora, the very first example of pilgrim literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed refers to a Christian pilgrim, because there are some references to Christianity in there. But there's some interesting theories that suggest, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in another video, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi of Bartanura, so many others who left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like would be more like pilgrimage when we talk about an Israel mission. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai, the Chida, who left behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are somewhat kind of like sketchy, like David Rabbi with his Messianic mission. So many other examples of that, of like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the 5th cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. Now we're beginning to see incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruise. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust, we have to include people like Benjamin Tudela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even go to the 21st century with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Columbia disaster in 2003. But nevertheless, he's just indicative of this wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what it is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things in my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel, and I hope you have Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series on looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for the lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Antarctica. It sounds so amazing to say it, but today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Harisi, fascinating individual who's primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225, but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo in Spain, but then he made his way over the top of the Mediterranean into Provence, where he had quite a bit of activity there. And then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France. And he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple of things. First of all, I should mention, we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a wanderlust, just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions like weddings, funerals, all kinds of things. They would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through, creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. But anyway, focusing on Al-Harisi, I want to specifically look at one particular aspect of his work, and that is his role as a translator of Maimonides, because he produced what is most likely the most influential translation of the great Moreh Nevuchim, the Dalal al-Hamir, the Guide for the Perplexed, that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic. It is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters, and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and rabbinic sources and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that lived in southern France, and The father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered a lot of really famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working, Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the Quran. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and went back to him saying, no, not like this. You're losing all of the feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And then Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit disapproval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharizi, said, "Wow, no, this is so awful. He's losing all of the time, the taste of the Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty pungent places in it." And so he says, "I'm going to do it the way Maimonides said." And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet, and it's far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized for being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical words that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the more complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tibbon. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but Ibn Tibbon did pick up his idea of adding a glossary. Cool idea, let's add that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Kharizi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I happen to have an edition that my great uncle left to me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Kharizi's version that was later translated into Latin and then became incredibly popular on Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It is rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now, I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Kharizi. He wrote the Tafkamoni, he wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and Baghdad of this time. And I have to say, it really was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. We're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable trip to Antarctica. And if not, I look forward to certainly sharing my research with you on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Shamash is Hebrew for 3. Sukkot is Hebrew for meals. Shlasha she includes 3 who ain't obligated in Zimin. Shlasha is Hebrew for 3. She is Hebrew for that. Aklud is Hebrew for 8.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise, but will be kosher, I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers and history. And I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Hadani, also known as Eldad Hadanite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Kairouan, you can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, year 883. And he has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it, it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, and by the way, in perfect Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the northern part of Israel. And they were essentially lost to history after the invasion of the Assyrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting motivations. And they made their way down to Chavila, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way to Chavila as well, and he lives beside them. It's an amazing story, and basically the people of Kairouan listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Kairouan. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place in the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100-odd years later, and also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. And the Talmud that we have today in the standard tradition is in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, or really in the land of Israel, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was really written a little further to the north, or the Babylonian Talmud written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is it in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes, like Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Meir and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in their Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Kairouan, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Geonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. He speaks a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shechita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is his story true? And if his story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong thing maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? Because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Gaonid is actually, and then from there he makes his way all the way over to Kairouan. And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Chasdai ben Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Adani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Chavila. His story as a whole, by the way, is absolutely fascinating. He talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked and then they were seized by cannibals who ate his friend, and he talks all about how he escaped and how really fascinating how the Jewish community is organized in Havila. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambation, which is also mentioned in the Talmud. This fantastic river that apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it. But on the Sabbath, it amazingly rests. Theoretically, it could be crossed at that point, but the people who live beyond the river Sambation are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath, so they stay in their area, trapped as it were by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qumran, and Kasai and Shaprut, that he was a real person and did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying and how much of it was embellishments by later readers and copyists who just wanted to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one more question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming from the Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as we mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion says, yes, this story is for real. It corresponds with so much of what we know in Midrash and the Talmud and so on about the history of the Jews, and so his story, it checks out. You know, we met with him, we interviewed him, he had all these facts, we were able to confirm them with other documents, so yeah, evidently there is some kind of thing happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with his halakhic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how we determine the halakha. It should not follow his method of shechita and all kinds of things like that. Lots more room to discuss that, by the way. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholarship, particularly in the 19th century and beyond, people like the great Heinrich Dretz, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read up all these midrash, which means he's a very learned person, and he concocted a story that was based on these ideas. Like, for example, we know about the river Sambation from Talmud passages. He read about it, and then he described it as a place where he lived. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities that he's going to. That's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Micha Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about Eldad Adai, he says that, well, there's one third possibility that he is a true believer. He actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Havila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be corrupted. And the people that he lives among believe that they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad and Asher and Naphtali. But this we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with the much older Jewish traditions of those mysterious lost tribes. There are like dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this, or from that, and we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this tradition amongst themselves. He could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. I mean, all of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration to the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you as I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching.
Jacob is Hebrew for 70. Hamid is Hebrew for faces, aspects. Madara is Hebrew for to the Torah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Rabbis. We don't know a lot about these apparently very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to them in Arabic sources and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history. But they're especially widespread, and they had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Kings, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics and so on. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay, my Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning and working on this. At any rate, he describes this unusual people called the Rabbis. And his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs, he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the pink or the violet color represents the connections that would happen after that. And these Radhanites were described just in two paragraphs here. He specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that is going on in the 9th century. From the east, they're bringing lots of spices and rare goods. From the west, they are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that within historical context. And we should note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Agobard de Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset very much. He wanted Jews to divest of slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded in from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them, and some that might infer their presence, but really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several major theories about that. One is that they come from the Radan region of southern Iraq. This would be Professor Moshe Kiehl's theory. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Ron is that it actually comes from the word Lordonos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France, meaning they're based in around the city of Arles in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense, and I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rhone location because so much of the activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in southern Iraq, which is when you look at the entire map. At any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. Now you might want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants. Specifically, the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews enjoyed a level of tolerance in both Muslims and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians and Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens. Under the Christian lands, they were protected under something called the Doctrine of Witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected on something called the Pact of Umar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of Muslim subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested. That could sometimes happen against the law. And of course, it was going to happen with some frequency with drugs and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of communities all over the region where they would encounter friendly faces, co-religionists, find ways to make connections for more trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they traditionally are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew. And so you could have Jews coming from Christian lands entering into Muslim lands, and although the vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, they would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there's some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanite successful. So although really everything we know about the Radhanites is basically in one principal account, a second account that occurred later that's probably derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them, the question that maybe they had reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but all of that is primarily conjecture at this point. There nevertheless is a fascination for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists, and if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like, people will go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who are involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just to use the Latin term totally Meshuggah. But at any rate, it is fascinating to see these Radhanites who are traveling far and wide, highly influential at this period of time. At any rate, really fascinating. We only know a few things about them, and much of the rest is conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage of exploration. I can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to speaking to you again about more explorers and Jewish history.
Interpreter refers to the rabbinic sages of the Talmud 200. 500 Hebrews discussions form the Gemara.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nechute. This term Nechute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yordim, or those who go down. It's a little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up. You ascend to Israel in Hebrew. Then those who leave are called Yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very
old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia. But for our purposes, the nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term Yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa, even though they go in the other direction. They're not called nechute, they're called olim, those who go on. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. I'm very excited, coming from Quorum Publishers. You'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and then eventually curving around and dropping down into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12, go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include his sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern country names there, it dates from about 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I'm going to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah, to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that you had population transfers to try and control rested populations. And so you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before the Common Era. It's quite old. Fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Surah, Pompadisa, Nehardah, so many places, and they basically are centered around the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separate again. That's Talmudic Babylonia. And of course, it's a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to Israel to settle there, eventually being involved with the yeshiva of Sur. Now, over in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah study, particularly around the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, in the Galileo region. There's also several other cities, including further down in the south, and so on, but Tiberias is really the capital city of Torah learning during this 3rd and 4th century. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question about exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards the same path that Abraham took, like 2,500 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia, and relating to the scholars in Babylonia what the scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. So quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dimi, or Ki ata Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came, meaning when this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question. This is the kind of question they asked, and so on. These are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. Now, obviously, the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert to cross. It could be done with caravans, but the typical route was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization and things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing the two major centers of Torah scholarship at the time, and ultimately resulting in the production of two major Talmuds, the so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't actually written in Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also somewhat problematic of a term. So people still call it the Jerusalem Talmud. And of course, the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of these intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rabbi is one of about a dozen of them who've made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers in history because, wow, we are doing some amazing things at Kosher River Cruises, and I'm really excited to go to some of the destinations we have coming up. We have, of course, planned a lot of our European locations, the Caribbean and so on, but in the next couple of years, we're planning Japan, and get this, Antarctica. Wow, so now there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some. Some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and in slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews. But otherwise, it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin of Tudela, but let's just begin with a little bit of background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the distant past, somewhere around 1750, before the Common Era, we have the first command of God to Abraham, the ancestor of the Jewish people, and he says to him, Lech lecha me'artzecha, leave your land, your birthplace, your homeland, and go to the land where I will tell you. You can see from this map here, it's quite a trek, or as we would say in ancient Hebrew, a shlep. I'm just joking, it's not ancient Hebrew, but it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, sure, all the way up to what would be Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it would be later at the time, who was probably called Al-Harb. Now, not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, and also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, when you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that as a culture, we would develop some love for kosher river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers. And in fact, if you I bet if you had to try it, but if you Google famous Jewish explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated into many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. He doesn't exactly say why he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might suggest that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we see with the Radonites, for example. Many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and perhaps he was engaged in that. But, while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way, the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic basis. He talks about their intellectual population, about various era and sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially out of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin of Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns. There tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian Peninsula, the Greek Peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also collected reports on places that he never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally or not, but most likely not. And he shares with us what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing and fascinating material. Now, what kind of things does he tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. Very, very important for the history of trade, because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of a fascinating figure named David Alroy. And he also tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities, like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of Benjamin of Tudela, a fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who traveled to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bordeaux, with a few shots of penguins in it as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers, exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Milk supervised by a Jew from Milk Eco and Shore Mill non-kosher milk is mixed with
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that began with the Inquisition and so on, searching for places where they can freely practice Judaism, first as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal, England, and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves, and these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through a notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, when in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold and shipped up to the Americas. The Caribbean is extremely important for all of this trade. And then from the Americas, the southern Mesoamerican, North American continents, the raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada, but from the Caribbean you have particular cane sugar that is traveling. And by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed to manufacture goods, and this cycle went on for 300 years to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to it in just one second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. What I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when you correct for not only the tiny size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of the slave trade was happening? They had the so-called Rothschild'S, the large trade, so Dutch terms, which involved those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and the enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the Rothschild'S. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the Kleingewerbe, or the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely more involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in particular. But primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired, they need tar, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were, on the one hand, totally divorced from the Rothschild'S, because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. There are Moses da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, who lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call Joden Savannah, or the
Jewish savannah was established in the 1600s, and it absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Recife. Some of them made their way up to Amsterdam at that time, and others went to the savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole, and there were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners. But what really caused the Yoga Savannah to collapse, and in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans have developed an addiction really to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally, rather than engaging this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including Yoga Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, there's much more of an impetus for Jews to look for better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right, Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to the development, sometimes very exploitative, of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines and produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? This is fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, and so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are in fact very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So, how do we know about these populations that, racially look different from Ashkenazic Jews or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Aviva Ben-Hur. And basically, the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom.
And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition. To free a slave, you have to provide an annuity, you have to provide like income for them and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. You have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children, and these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners like Rabbi Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent, who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless would include the wills of Jewish testator's. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch, whose son died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him, and in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child. And so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Hur points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who had particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion and all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Savannah. The reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 Africans, 1/4 Europeans, 1/8 and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews. Nevertheless, Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like, literally means exceptional people, but it really means like people, and that's purely European Jews who have more privileges, are buried in the main section of the synagogue, and things like that. So to think that once they were converted to Jews, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halachically as Jews, and maybe I conclude by saying that this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinction made whatsoever within the halachic literature that there any reference to a person's racial background or appearance or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregantes and yechidim and burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Rabbi's books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much.
Specific era allowing residents of multiple homes to carry within shared courtyards on Shabbat.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Kosher Book. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish steppe in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry and the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other peoples did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century and the early 16th century. Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were the descendants of forcible converts who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. And Columbus's story we explored elsewhere. It's quite likely that he was in fact descended from Columbus. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity. And it takes a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've supported other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife, very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call today Colombia, with Curacao, and then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here with that kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement. They sort of petered out after 1654, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in large numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with an obnoxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familiars laws that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. Jews are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic lands. And so this was like essentially a really cool social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration of about 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. These are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of emigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to the Jewish immigrants, so therefore many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to America. So it was significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. You also have Jews making their way to Puerto Rico at this time, and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are two major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, which is kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes, and the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and Northeast. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America.
Gadol and or Hebrew for grade 1 of his generation. Title for the greatest intellectual authority of America. Bad Hebrew for roots. Appears in galactic contexts like Arabic and Suffolk construction. Fluent knowledge Hebrew fluent and Yiddish knowledge for exile. Central galactic concept in France for discussion and the obligation to learn for redemption. Again, Hebrew for garment of Eden.
birthday, KRC.
Reward for your likeness. Gabra era made for person that. Subject-based complications, chest-up and person-based complications, Gabra. It had a genuine Hebrew for value of gifts. Refers to purgatory or spiritual cleansing after death. Collectively tied to morning practices.
Massive Jewish settlements in the Greater Antilles and the Western Antilles where we are, but also hugely important. Curacao, the Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly. Okay.
Refers to leaders of the Babylonian Empire who were supreme galactic authorities since the 11th century. Where he was forced to burn. Authorities and tribes members as local spiritual status. Cover contact reconciliation with some non-people access certain things that. Authorities and people for life as members. Some non-people access to and politics. Third contact Hebrew for resident strangers. A Gentile living in Israel who accepts the no-hide laws. Galactic category with limited obligations rise. Get Hebrew for bill of divorce. A galactic document required to dissolve a Jewish marriage and delivered under specific laws in Moscow City. Never Hebrew for strict discipline. Appears as blessing never equals prayers of God's mind. Also materialistic ethical category. Islam Hebrew for death. A major galactic prohibition with detailed laws and civil pollution Joshua attack. Is Hebrew for degree. Rabbinic enactment to safeguard for a law degree. Prohibition letter one foundation. Is Hebrew for degree. A Calvinist physical principle, comparing identical worship versus derived galactic rulings. Hidden Hebrew plural for gets divorce documents. Also the name of the Talmudic tractate dealing with divorce law. Black kosher Yiddish German, black equals plus Hebrew kosher. Refers to seed from animals with non-straight affiliations, a stricter standard in Kashrut. Golden Hebrew for shapeless unformed dust. Not directly galactic, but appears in rabbinic sources to describe potential meaning before completion. Later folklore associates it with mystical galactic debates. Golden Yiddish for exile. Same as Golden, but often with more devotional emphasis. This is Hebrew for dying person or refers to someone expected to die within 72 hours. Special laws apply. Focus on comfort and considerations. Not Hebrew for body. Distinguishes physical from spiritual laws, meaning up to the essence of the Hebrew for degree. Same as the Torah. Rabbinic prohibition to safeguard foreign law. Practice that worship Hebrew for welcoming guests. How to develop hospitality. Galactic basis of general and chastening acts of kindness. Tax on Hebrew for separation. Refers to preparing utensils for kosher, used for the process by which food becomes susceptible to impurity. Hagah Hebrew for minister. Refers to the requirement of intermixed of unifying a commandment, e.g. a biblical law or others. Hagah Hebrew for good things. The raising of the Torah scroll during synagogue service. Absolutely requires visibility to the congregation. Another Hebrew for telling narrative. Refers to the Passover text used at the Seder. Logically required for the mitzvah of recounting Exodus. Haggadah Hebrew for festival offering. Sacrificial offerings brought on the pilgrimage festivals. Also the name of a Talmudic tractate. Cosmos Hebrew for delight and bestows kindness. Refers to the blessing of thanksgiving recited after prayer by the nature, galactic complication for travelers, shield, etc. Ancient Hebrew for the way law. The collective body of all countries rules, language, and customary practice. Chanel law said Hebrew for practical law. Actual commitment live in practice, not just theoretical discussion. Hebrew for law supposed to Sinai. A galactic tradition with no textual source, but accepted as authoritative. Founded in Hebrew for ceremony releasing the children to the Yamama from luxury married Eden. Involved removing the brother-in-law and shoe. Halal Hebrew for praise. A series of Psalms 113, 118 recited on festivals, Hanukkah, and Rothschild'S. Sometimes and obligations, sometimes a custom. Halal from the hall for the great praise. Refers to Psalm 136, recited on festivals. Haggadah Hebrew for love. Galactic rules govern lending and borrowing, including prohibitions on interest relief. MX Hebrew for others. Prohibited during Passover. Galactic categories determine what counts as Shemesh and counting must be destroyed or nullified. Hansen Hebrew by American for composition. Not galactic, but mentioned in use like the Erasmians. And Hebrew for benefit and loyalty. Inclusion refers to deriving benefit from prohibited activities. And then after blessing, idol. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Festival commemorating the rededication of the temple. Galactic discounting, writing, candles, halal, and organizing. And the Haggadah Hebrew for dedication of the house. Galactic festival celebrating the new beginning of new home. Haftar Hebrew for community portion. Writing from the prophets follows the Torah reading on Shabbat and festivals. Hanukkah Hebrew for the laws of meditations. Reference to marginal galactic notes by later commentators. Sanskrit Hebrew for middle galaxy. Main Hebrew second configuration. Sanskrit Hebrew Arabic for five. Both objects have shaped stars. Non-galactic represented Jewish culture. And common Hebrew for conduct practice. Often used pious customs beyond strict law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunication ends. Galactic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Our Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to Persia as the place where Torah was given. Arabic Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly circumcised. Not itself galactic, but describes galactic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. Inclusion refers to the pre-limitation or trying to legal policy. Technology Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking events and Shabbat or festivals. Galactic refinement includes wine, spices, and candles. Haman Shekhan Hebrew for tender. Leader of prayer in synagogue. Galactic qualifications require proper pronunciation, moral standing. Enter Hebrew for unruinless property. Galactic status self-dividing commandment and available for claim. Hectic Hebrew for sanctified property. Objects dedicated to temple use. Galactic restrictions on company debt. Hector Hebrew for permission preparation. Inclusion refers to kosher certification by rabbinic authority. Hector Mitzvah Hebrew for preparation for a mitzvah. An act enabling fulfillment of a command that may not be maybe treated with. Bible Hebrew for sanctuary hall. In galactic texts, refers to sections of the temple or synagogue. Amish Yiddish for homey familiar. Describes a communal religious style.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, I know that most of the people like going on these amazing Kosher River cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing that you learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for their luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that. I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm, Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. Of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so, as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with imported Bordeaux, think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and particularly the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing. It's fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Appears in Galactic context software Decorum. Figure in Hebrew for letter epistle. In Galactic and Rabbinic contexts, often refers to responsive literature, e.g. Figure in Moshe by R. Moshe Feinstein. Figure in Ramban, Hebrew for letter of the Ramban.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with a very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, you know, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Porwanger, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. And as a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwanger does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish? Right? It's a question I happen to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, Historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism. And everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed, things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public, does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Horwacher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So, legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a little discussion in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, it's interesting that they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all, and he was in fact not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was an Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that to allow him to testify. It's interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult, again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well as the local Jewish community consider you Jew, Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics. Will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happened, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish, as the son of a convert. But this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Rothschild'S book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes. And he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participant in the culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public. Would the general community, meaning in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Rothschild'S book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic, and if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
People with pelagic implications in communal responsibility. Kelly-pot Hebrew Kelly-pot means bust shells. Mystical concept from Kabbalah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on the sort of west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they felt that it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. You know, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but you know, it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the Ima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? Well, you know, there's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. Seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, you know, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretch to me, but who knows. Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint-Martin or Saint-Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. You know, by the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European colonizers. Anyway, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos, then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there, and hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to, re-adopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. Can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here, and I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
Low tosser low equals not tosser equals you shall turn aside. Galactic principle obligating obedience to rabbinic authority. Low yakel demaro low equals not, yakel equals profane.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant. And then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background? Right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip.
The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this, he would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutor is that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit. We shall see how. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom. Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He connected himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Mallorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. Another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture, and whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews. The exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, hard to say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Sant'Agel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages, that he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies to San Miguel and Sanchez. Very unusual. They would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar, for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really induce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit, and so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters, and you see on the top left corner there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is. You see over here that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing, perhaps on his Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it is true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So what would be terrible if he puts it on the left? It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his Castilian there too. One last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I signed this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos. And this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos parens Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this? Either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape and so on. Cecil Roth, the major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this is kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 or 8 years ago is that whereas I believe at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal, at least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation of Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term is something like crypto or so. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Kosher River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Separation by woman in menstrual state. Religion governed marital relations and purification. Inner Hebrews. Inner equals vow about taking upon oneself, binding intelligence.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire
Excommunication, halachic censure, excluding someone from communal religious life.
course, the history of the land of Israel, with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there, and with some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longer videos, and they're based on a series of lectures I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that seem to have been very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, all the way back to the beginnings of the Jewish marriage and up to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, right up until the 19th century, just an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to Israel, the entry of Islam to Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically
It's not Hebrew.
land of Israel during the period of the rise of
It's
Zionism,
not equals
the
standard
state of
refers
Israel,
to
and taking up.
sometimes selected terms in those contexts.
First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel, right in the
Luna
middle
equals
of
so.
three
Luna
major
equals the
continents,
famous
Africa,
galactic response work by Rabbi
Europe.
Fiscal Landau
Just as you would imagine, Israel
1713.
constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these three areas.
Gothic equals
It's also
customary
a
practice
major
refers
meeting
to
place
finite
for
custom
ideas.
kept by
It's not
one
a
community or
coincidence
individual.
that it is in the land of Israel that we had the birthplace of two of the three great
Salat equals
Abrahamic
more
religions,
use galactic
like, of
concept
course,
of something
Judaism,
newly produced, often
Christianity,
discussed in laws of
Islam
Shabbat and
is
Makkah.
not too far away in
Aramaic
the
Hebrew.
western part of Saudi Arabia, and of course it
Joseph
comes to
equals
Israel.
gives galactic racing, e.g.
But I
Joseph
think
Conrad
another way to
with
look
the
at
particle
Israel,
detrimental
my
case.
favorites, is the way this
Joseph
map
Conrad
maker,
Hebrew.
Michael Günther, was very
Joseph equals
successful
gives
Protestant
Conrad
theologian
equals
in the
case
16th
legal
century, but a
category
very
and cash
gifted
run with that
photographer,
organ included part
represented
state.
Israel, specifically the
Joseph
city of
Conrad
Jerusalem,
Lichtenstein
as
Hebrew.
the center of a clover leaf on
Joseph
Europe,
equals
Asia,
gives
and
Conrad
Africa.
equals case.
This is the
Lichtenstein
way a lot
equals
of
spoiled
Jews
rule that bad race does not present
Israel
it good
as their
galactically.
center, both
Sugar
as the
Hebrew.
historic capital and ancient
Sugar
homeland of
equals
the Jewish
leftover
people.
sacrificial meat left uneaten beyond its permitted time.
Talk to the Jewish people and their prayers
Messic Hebrew.
for millennia, even when a majority of Jewish
Music equals
population
virgin text,
outside.
the right orthogonal of
So let's
prayer,
focus
e.g.
on the
use of
early part of that
Ashkenaz,
history
Sifert,
today,
Ari.
and the next two videos will go on to the
Music
Here's
equals
another way to
virgin
look at the
text
region.
standard
This map
spelling.
shows you the
See
Fertile
above.
Crescent, which
Congo
unites two major
Congo
economic
equals
regions of
transalactic
ancient
concept
growth
of a tent
that
like
connect
covering that
through
can
the
transmit
land
or
of
draw
Israel,
ritual
as
impurity,
well.
e.g. forms
Two major
impurity.
economic regions, of course,
Also
are
refers to
Egypt,
temporary or
which
permanent
is
structures
nourished
with
by
Shabbat
the
laws.
Nile River, a very
Congo Canon
consistent
Hebrew.
source of irrigation
Congo
for
equals
the
10,
farmland
and
that
it equals the
spread
dead, a tent
throughout
or
the
structure
entire
that
Nile,
contains that force,
especially in the
which
Delta
transmits
region as
impurity
it
to
connects
those
to the
inside.
Mediterranean, and also in the
Congo
two rivers,
Missouri and
Tigris
Hebrew.
and Euphrates. All
Congo
three of
equals
these
10,
rivers, by the way,
Moab equals the point in
Genesis.
meeting the
And
tabernacle
the two
portable,
rivers in
sanctuary
Mesopotamia,
to
the
the
word
desert.
itself, Mesopotamia, means between the rivers,
Significant prophylactic
flow
laws of
from
covenant and priestly
mountains
service.
in Turkey down
Salam
into
Comet
Israel.
Hebrew.
They bring with them a lot of nutrient-rich silk.
Salam
So
equals
by
world.
capturing
Comet
that water
equals to
and
come the
irrigating
world
the
to
lands,
come
we have
ultimate
all of a sudden
spiritual
a
reward.
concentration of
In
resources
galactic
and
context,
farm
used
wealth,
when discussing
agriculture
merit
wealth.
for
These are
mitzvah.
two of the cradles
Salam
of
Gaza Hebrew.
Western civilization. Now, when we look
Salam
specifically
equals
at the
world.
origins of
Gaza
the
equals
Jewish
this
people,
world.
it begins with
Contrasted
a
with
journey
Salam Kaba.
from the
Anana
southern
Hebrew.
Mesopotamian region, from a city called
Anana
Nimrud,
equals
to
overreaching
Israel
deception,
by the
galactic
patriarch
prohibition
Abraham,
of unfair
who makes
pricing
this
for
great
misleading and business
peregrination in
dealings,
the
laws,
land of
and
God
charges
as
which have
described in the book
Anna
of
Hebrew.
Genesis. But when Abraham came to what we're
Anna
going to
equals
call the
conjugal
Promised
meaning
Land,
period,
or as it's
galactic
called in
term
the
for
Bible,
marital intimacy obligations, also
there
for
were several
menstrual cycle
civilizations that have
deficiency.
already been existing
One
there.
in Hebrew.
The Tufian civilizations and Navarre and so on.
One
They
in equals
produced beautiful
border
things
prior
like
to
this
burial
delicate
secrets whose
sculpture
supposed
of a
relative
bird,
has died but
or
is not yet buried.
Jericho, these were remarkable
Exempt from its
ritual
spot due to
masks.
preoccupation with burial.
Purpose is mysterious, but nevertheless quite
Honey
haunting
Hebrew.
appearances. So it's
Honey
really a
equals to a
multi-ethnic
person turning laws of charity,
It's
Kizunaka,
too
and
much for us
religious
to
for the
describe in
living.
a short video, but
Honey
the
Gator and
basic
Hebrew.
plot is that the descendants of Abraham,
Honey equals
specifically
to
his
a person.
grandchildren,
Gator and equals to the
moved
Rosa
to the
traveler,
land of
lacking
Egypt
provisions,
following
the lacking
Joseph,
considered term
and
for
they
some
established
Kizunaka
themselves
laws.
there in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, a land called Goshen.
Four equals
They
light
called
appears in
into
galactic
slavery
terminology,
Pharaoh,
e.g. or
and
late
then
equals the
under
night
this
leading
amazing
into
king Moses, they are rescued, redeemed from slavery, and brought back
Four
to the
equals
land of
light,
Israel.
late
Around
equals
about
to the day,
they
rounded
wander
and
through
phrase
the
meaning the
Sinai
night leading
Peninsula,
into
they
the next day.
receive the Torah, and then they make their way into the land
Important
of
imprecedent
Israel
regarding
sometime
certain
around the
Shabbat.
13th century.
Or review of Hebrew.
Let me also
Four
mention,
equals
by the way,
light,
that
review
I
of equals
tend to be
so
somewhat
classic
anachronistic
galactic work
when I
by
use
Rabbi Instinct of
terminology.
the 13th century.
Specifically, I keep referring to the Jewish people, the origins of the
Four
so on, they would not have used this word Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Hebrew, which is translated to English. The term is on the other side, probably on the other side of the Euphrates River. The Hebrew would mean Abraham, who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob
That is not
has
equal
this
to have
remarkable
this
account
principle
of
that
some
one
sort of
can gain without
supernatural
its
being.
that is
And
exempt
he
from
was
another
a new
mitzvah at
name,
that moment.
Israel.
On
That
our
becomes
basic
the name for the descendants
on our
of the
equals
Jewish
courthouse,
people
basic
through
equals rabbinic
Jacob.
Torah,
The
system equals
Israelites
accepted into
were
the scripture
children of
produced by a
Israel.
rabbinic authority
And then
without
one of
violating
those
Shemitic laws.
children is
On
Judah,
our base
or
three,
a section of the land would be named. And
on
later,
our
after the
equals
conversion
treasury,
domination,
base
we'll
three
talk about
equals the
shortly,
book's
the term
library
Jew
of
is
collection
applied
of Torah
to
works.
all of the descendants
Not
of
galactic
children
per
of
se,
Israel,
but often
regardless
cited.
of their tribal affiliation. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully it'll be a little clearer as we go
On our
through this.
equals storehouse,
Now I've
passing
described to
the
you
equals
so
of the
far
sabbatical year same
basically
as
the
on our
internal
base in.
Jewish history of their origins as described
Practical
primarily
logic framework for Shemitic Hakramic
Genesis,
distribution.
Exodus, a little
On
bit
our
into
Patowski Hebrew.
Joshua. But what about when
On
we go
our
from
equals
outside
treasury,
in?
the
What
Patowski
does the
equals
rest of the world
physicists
say
reference
about
word
Jewish
collected
history?
rulings of
Unfortunately,
galactic
we don't
authorities.
have much in the archaeological record about Jewish history until about 500 years
Those
into
not
this
equals
story.
years.
We do
Lateral
have,
equals for the
example,
Torah
some
commentary by Rabbi
topographical
Rothschild'S.
information that
Not
is like
galactic
place
itself,
names
but used
that
in
are
galactic discussion.
derived from things like this remarkable execration figure that dates from the 18th century.
Past equals just flash, a small locator,
these are
often mentioned
basically
in galactic
kind of like
discussions, e.g.
voodoo
oil for
dolls or
menorah. Past
devices that
7,
were used by the
past
Egyptians
7
to name all the places where people they don't like live.
Past
And then they
equals
would
glass,
put
Shemin
those
equals
pieces of
oil,
some
the
kind of
sealed
ritual
jar of pure
preparation,
oil,
like
found
running
in the
on the
temple
grave
at
and so
Hanukkah,
on.
basis
And
of
so
the
we
miracle.
have very little
Past
references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible that we
Past
don't talk much
equals
about.
here in liturgy
People
and
who
liturgy,
live there
often refers
specifically,
to here in
and in
heaven.
particular the Jewish people.
Parnasa
The
Hebrew.
first reference to Jewish
Parnasa
people,
equals
or at least a
livelihood
place
appears in
called
galactic
Israel,
liturgical
in the
context
historical
regarding
record,
burning and supporting
is
of families.
this specific
Ars
stone
Arabe
called
in Hebrew.
stele, also pronounced stele. It's a huge
Ars equals
obelisk
signal
that
leader
was
provider for
erected
galactic role
by
of
the
the
pharaoh
community official overseeing
in
purity
about
and
the year
governance.
1209.
Pause Hebrew.
It is a victory stele
Pause
that
equals
essentially
bread equals
describes
galactic
all of the
context
various
Enoch.
military
Contact
conflicts.
equals bread baked by unknown to.
And this, by the way, this pharaoh would have been the 13th son
Pause
of
equals
the
bread.
pharaoh
Backup
Ramses
equals
II.
idolater not
Yet he
used.
stole
Rabbinic
the
prohibition
line
on bread baked by not used unless certain conditions are met.
Anyway, when we look at it closely, you see there's a long list of the many places
Pause
that
equals bread.
Pharaoh has
Equals
conquered,
to bread in
and
which you participated
consistent
in
with
the
the
baking.
description of what
Forbidden
would be
in
basically
literature.
Central Israel
Ars
today,
Apostle
there
Hebrew.
is this reference here that says
Ars equals
Israel
leader.
is
Apostle equals of
wasted,
the community
its
leader,
seed is
responsible for galactic and
This is
social
apparently
battles.
the first in a whole series of future predictions of the demise of
Passion
the Jewish
equals
people.
simple, straightforward
It's
use
hard
of
to know whether
galactic
Israel
reasoning,
refers
a
to a
simple
place
reason of
or
swords.
a group of people,
Pat on the object
whether
is Hebrew.
seed refers to its actual
Pat
grain in the
equals
field,
bread.
or
Hamelon equals that
as
comes.
in
Reason
Hebrew language,
equals the
it actually
filling classification of
the
baked goods
seed,
baked.
offspring or children. So,
Pastries relevant to
at
the
any rate,
blessings
Pharaoh
of
was
society
saying,
based
don't
on
worry,
yes.
those nasty
And on to
Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
pattern equals exempt galactic term, meaning what is not complicated, but sometimes still coordinate.
Although Israel's seed seems to be doing
Pattern
very
equals
Pharaoh
pattern
himself
equals
was.
exempt
There
out
are
equals
some
but as
fascinating
equals
attempts at
prohibited galactic
archaeological
category.
discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a
Not
huge
liable to
population
punishment,
increase
but still
right about
coordinate.
the time that the Bible describes this Exodus.
Equals corner
Is the
connected to leave the corner of fields and harvested for the
construction
poor.
of Jewish homes that are called four-room houses.
Equals corners, barrel the side.
And they are consistent with the idea of an influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country.
Idiot equals redemption. Habit
There's
equals
nothing,
the
however,
midst
in
of a
the
redeeming of firstborn male from
specifically
untold.
indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have zoomed in on some
Hesed
unusual
equals
artifacts that
Passover
would suggest
festival
that
commemorating the
maybe in
Exodus
fact
with extensive galactic law Shemet, Orphan Hesed Seder, Moshe. Hesed Sheni Hebrews.
this basically
Hesed
takes
equals
us to
Passover,
the first
Sheni
500
equals
years
second
of
chance to bring
as
the casual
recorded
offering
by
14 higher for those unable on
But
Nissan
if we
14.
look at it from the outside, we
Hesed
basically have
Hebrews.
silence in historical records. There's a
Hesed
lot more to say
equals
about
Rosh's opening of prayers for us in hearts and
those
synagogues.
early portions of the Bible, but
Galactic
they
context.
basically
Qatar and Shara equals compromise galactic
But I
method
want to
of
offer a
resolving
small
disputes
personal
and
story
big
to try and place this distinction between these early sources and
Tajat equals
historical
symbol
data.
straight
You
meaning
get it
plain
from
meaning
the
of effect.
archaeological and
Intelligent, contrast with rash interpretive.
and I want to tell you a story about my grandfather.
Tatas Hebrew.
This is a picture of my
Tatas
grandfather,
equals
Alex,
opening,
and
doorway, used in scholastic discussions of Arabic and Hebrew office Tatas form of a doorway.
both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to
Heron
Canada,
Hebrew.
and my
Tatas
grandfather
equals
set up
opening.
very
Heron equals
small
the art, the act of opening the art during
in
services.
northern Ontario.
Mature
It wasn't
Hebrew.
especially successful at first. There were all kinds of things that
Mature
were
equals
challenging.
exemptions list of galactic exemptions from certain mitzvahs.
Initially tried to be a farmer,
ISH Tatas Hebrew.
but in 1916,
I equals double, SH adding equals to the double portion inheritance granted to our firstborn son.
200
Birthday of
people
the Hebrew.
lives on this terrific fire that spread us up.
Birthday equals chapters, of it equals fathers, Saturday division of ethical teachings, studied regularly, especially in summer.
Second son,
Person
had
change
a very
Hebrew.
young toddler child.
Person equals,
My grandfather
publicizing,
decided
age
to
equals
dig
the
a big
miracle
hole
galactic principle of publicizing
and
miracles
took
best.
his supply of menswear and boots and undershirts and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in his big vault, and then buried them.
Bit of equals
Right
the founding
afterwards,
formula,
three of
dictator
them
and equals
ran
the incense description of the temple incense service, recited in prayers.
Then the inhabitants of the town
Kozak equals
emerged from the
the Caesar
river
of galactic authority who rules on questions of Jewish
ground
law.
to start all over again. My grandfather went back, dug
Sat
up an
equals
old,
ruling of
found the
galactic
clothing,
decision by a Kozak
gave
ordained
it
in.
to all of his neighbors,
Sat
credit, they paid him back when they could, when they found
Sat
jobs and
equals
got their
ruling,
life back
it
together.
equals law, a galactic judgment
Grandparents
or
survived,
verdict.
and the business
Shiva
survived.
Aramaic.
It was the
Yeshiva
place
equals
where
it is
Bob
obvious symbol, common thousand and phrase used in galactic argumentation. Bill Hebrew.
Now,
Bill
all
equals
of
with
this
red
story
galactic
that I
discussion
told you, which is
regarding wicks for Shabbat and Hanukkah candles.
corroboration is historical. We
Bill
do
Hector
have
Hebrew.
records of the great
Bill
fire.
equals red, Hector equals blue dye, the biblical blue red and pieces with, discussed extensively in Intelligence.
Any significance about my
Third
grandparents.
Hebrew.
And yet,
Third
those are the
equals
details
Lot's
that
holiday
are most
commemorating the salvation in the time of
my
Esther.
personal history. From the story, I learned
Galactic
about
Mitzvah is
foresight,
Regula, reading
courage,
Hebrew to
perseverance,
basic law and
charity,
law.
all kinds of things that I
Third
grasped
King
from the
Hebrew.
story, which I only know because my own
Third
father
equals
told me.
Spirit.
My
H
own
equals
father
small minor
knows
observance in an during leap years.
his parents
Threshold read via Aramaic.
and although you can tell
Pros
me, well,
equals
there's
cross,
no
all
Greek word
equals, well,
outside,
rabbinic and acted by Bilal allowing us to be selected after Shemita by transferring the to baked in.
they're telling
Ishat
someone
Niraj Hebrew.
So I think that's one of the ways in which
Ishat
we
equals
look at this
plain
story
meaning,
is
U
really
equals and
part of
Niraj
Jewish
equals
history,
interpretation,
which
no method of
there
galactic
are
and
no
textual
stones
interpretation.
before the Merneptis
Kaddish, Kaddish, Aramaic.
There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing
Kaddish
stories
equals
described
holy
in
central
Genesis.
prayer recited in synagogue
The values
sanctifying
of
God
stories
as
contain.
name.
To understand the
Galactic
depth of
rules
them,
govern
the
who may
value of
read and
them,
influence and
you
how.
should go to a history lecture. This is where you've got to go to a rabbi.
Kabbalah Shabbat, Kabbalah Shabbat Hebrew.
Let's now continue with our history, which
Kabbalah
after
equals
the
receiving Shabbat equals Sabbath Friday evening service welcoming Shabbat with special galactic customs and
brings
psalms.
together both the literary
Campbell,
sources in the later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and
Campbell
literary
equals
records
assembly,
outside the
congregation Intelligence, first, Jewish community or congregation.
So, as I
Yevets combats
mentioned,
Hebrew.
ironically, it's important
Yevets
to note
equals
that
the
from
vowel
this
sign
point
being important
onward,
in galactic
there's
reading of
never a
Torah
period of
scrolls.
time when the language
This
will
pronunciation may affect
It's
validity.
true that the population grew dramatically after settler exile.
Can equals required both used in galactic contexts of property, marriage, acquisition, and
There will
transaction.
always be small Jewish
Tabula
communities that
Hebrew.
exist in the land of Israel, even if they're a tiny fragment.
Tabula equals fixed. Establish galactic principle in determining down status. A fixed status
The 6th
versus
century is
a wandering status tabula versus heritage. Carry equals.
King David, written in Hebrew there.
Carry equals emission.
So what
Axis
exactly
for reading
happened?
one ritual impurity
We
on
got
seminal
where
emission.
the Jews enter land of Israel.
To the word pronounced instead of what is
There,
instead of
there's
three.
divided into
Kiryat
tribes
Hadar,
and
Kiryat
received
Hadar
territory according to their tribal affiliation.
Kiryat equals reading. Hadar equals the Torah, public Torah reading in synagogue with halachic rules
Borders
of
of the
life
land
and
of
house.
Israel are somewhat
Kiryat Shema,
elastic
Kiryat
throughout
Shema
history.
Hebrew.
Here they extend into
Kiryat
Lebanon,
equals recitation.
Syria,
Shema equals
Jordan
here
as
reciting
well,
the
but
Shema
we do
prayer.
not
Central halachic obligation twice daily.
Leshes, which is the
Kiddush Hebrew. Kiddush equals sanctification
Initially,
ritual
according to the
over
Bible,
wine,
they are
sanctified
ruled by
Shabbat and Yom Tov,
judges,
halachically
later
required.
received to a monarchy. The monarchy is
Kiddush Hashem, Kiddush Hashem Hebrew.
This is an amazing depiction from the 3rd century.
Kiddush equals sanctification. Hashem equals the name God sanctified. God has negative actions, often contrasted with Chilul Hashem desecration. Kiddush
Early on in
Hebrew.
its existence, and has preserved all of the
Kiddush
amazing
equals
walls and
Mikafal.
when it was finally
Sanctification.
excavated
First
in the
stage of
20th
Jewish
century, they
marriage.
discovered these
Legally
things
binding under Halacha.
so much
Kinyan
about
Hebrew.
But anyway, this is a beautiful depiction of the
Kinyan
prophet
equals acquisition,
Samuel,
legal act of transferring
David,
Halachic property with marriage, commerce. Topher
This
Topher
is,
Hebrew.
by the way, archaeological find.
Topher equals ranks and compensation. Halachic payment in certain damages or one denied faith. Topher equals heretic. Forman Hebrew.
Before I get into discussion of things, so let's go back
Forman
to
equals
discussion.
offering. Sacrifice sacrificial offerings in the temple with detailed halachic laws.
The level of nomenclature
Forman Pesach Formantic
they are
Hebrew.
based primarily
Forman equals offering.
major cities.
Pesach equals Passover, Paschal Lamb sacrifice. Central mitzvah of Pesach in temple times.
This map here, Ekron, Gat,
Forman Hebrew. Forman equals offering. Kiddush equals thanksgiving, sacrifice God in temple times.
Square.
Forman
This
Hebrew.
term is very significant.
Forman equals sacrifices, general halachic category of temple offerings.
People as described.
Foreign
Although there are times where they had Greek alliances, but for the most part,
Foreign
they
equals
fought
baldness name,
the
biblical
Israelites
figure.
and the Philistines as many, many small
Also
wars.
referenced halachically in Torah readings and laws of peace with bread, not because Paka equals Torah falls. Forman mention
Battles that Philistines had specifically regarding
Forman equals offering. Mincha equals grain, gifts, grain-based temple offerings with halachic specifications.
betrayed by his wife Delilah.
Forman Chapat Hebrew.
That is there. The Philistines take him as a
Forman
captive.
equals offering. Chapat equals cincturing in temple sacrificial system. Forman action Hebrew.
In one last burst of strength and a prayer to God.
Forman equals offering. Action equals guilt offering. God for certain halachic transgressions.
But
Forman
what's
law,
especially
Forman
important for us is this passage from Herodotus.
Forman equals offering. The law equals descent burnt offering. Entirely consumed on
He
altar.
refers to this
Forman
region
Shalom,
as the
Forman
Phoenicians
Shalom
who were there, and he refers to it specifically by the name
Forman equals
Palestine.
offering. Shalom equals peacefulness. Peace offering. Hardly even by others. Hardly by Kohanim.
Name used in the West for the land of
Forman
Israel
common, Forman
comes
canon
from
Hebrew.
H.G. shown here.
Forman equals offering. Common equals continual daily offering. Cornerstone of temple service. Logically mirrored in daily prayer.
After having
Forman
fought
and
war
Muslim
for
Hebrew.
2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba
Forman
rebels,
equals
he finally
offerings.
manages
Muslim
to
equals
extirpate
additional festival holiday offerings. Basis
Russia
for Muslim
Italy.
prayer.
He does everything he
Forman
can
ignited the Forman ignited
wipe
the
out
Hebrew.
the memory of Jerusalem. He bars them
Forman
from
equals
Jerusalem,
offerings. Ignited equals free and voluntary sacrifices permitted in temple service. Rabbinic Hebrew.
And then he actually renames the
Rabbinic equals
entire
rabbinate,
territory.
official religious
Rather than calling
authority in
it
Israel.
Judea, which is the name
Halacha
of the Romans.
refers to
For
rabbinic
this
courts for
promise,
ruling.
he names it after
Rabbi
the
Hebrew.
traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in
Rabbi
this map.
equals our teacher, honoring
Syria,
him for great rabbis. E.g.
Syria
Rabbi
is
Zeh.
actually the capital
Rabbinic
region.
decree
So
Gezer
we
and
divide
Hebrew
three
Hebrew
areas:
Aramaic.
Syria, Coela, Syria, Phoenicia, and Syria.
Decree of the sages, halachic
That's
law
where
instituted by rabbis to safeguard Torah law.
he divides the land of Israel into three sections: Palestine, Roma,
Rabbinic equals
first
mercy,
Palestine, which is
compassion,
basically
halachic
Judea,
liturgical context declares asking
which
for
is the
divine
Galilee
compassion.
region, and
Ratchets
Palestine
and
and Tertia,
Hebrew.
which is down. So that's
Ratchets
basically
and
how that
equals
is.
washing of hands or body. The
It's
halachic
important
rules
to note
S.
that Jews use
On
this
Yom
word
Kippur and Kisha
with
B'Av.
Some fluids and vitamins becomes politically charged in the middle of the 20th century.
equals the versicle one common term in galactic text,
In fact, there
e.g.
is
the
a
versicle
major document,
Raw Maya
sometimes called the
Hebrew.
Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the language
Raw
of the
Maya
4th
equals
century.
truth, legal truth,
It's
or evidence in
typically
galactic
called in
argument.
older scholarly literature
Rabbi
the
defense
Palestinian
slaughter and
Talmud, which sounds like a contradiction in terms,
SCI
but that's
equals
only
fence.
because we
Slaughter
know
and equals for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgression of Torah law.
At any rate, that's a brief
Rasha
discussion
equals
of
within
the
person galactic status and laws of testimony, rituals,
Philistines,
and
their
Passover
connection
versus
to a people later
Rashi
known as the
acronym.
Palestinians in the 20th century is something
Rabbi
discussed
Shlomo
in the
Yitzchaki,
third lecture,
foundational
but that's
commentator,
where the
whose
name
galactic
comes from.
explanation
Under
side
the three
interpretation of
kings,
Torah and
the
Talmud.
empire expands significantly.
Rashi
Solomon
Shlomo
will take it
typeface
further
named
out
after
there.
Rashi
See
used
it
for
extends
rabbinic
well
commentary in galactic texts. Rashi
But it
acronym.
doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away,
Rabbi
there's
Shlomo ben
significant
Adred found in medieval
northern
galactic
section
authority.
and the southern section.
Rashi
They
and
form a
Secular
split
Hebrew.
with the northern sections becoming the kingdom of
Secular
Israel.
Rashi order of Secular passages with
Samaria,
Secular for Rashi as galactic view.
Judah,
Rashi acronym.
there's a lot of
Rabbi S.A. Rule Ben Year Rashi as Branson, galactic commentator.
in the later books
Rab
of the Bible,
Aramaic.
Book of Kings,
Rab equals master, feature numeric term for rabbi, often title of galactic producers.
and this is an essentially
Ranga Aramaic.
a more
Talmud sage speak galactic opinions in Talmud.
version of a
Rab,
story that's
Arabian,
described
etc.
in the Kings.
Aramaic.
It's quite fascinating.
Names of sages, frequent
Description,
sources
but
of galactic
in one
rulings
second
in the
it says,
Talmud.
I looked down on him at his house. This is referring to
Rab Buckman equals primary feature galactic status of federal laws of honor
and
toward
Israel
rabbis.
has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin.
Ron equals unfruitful galactic system of true Arbu procreation. Reba Yiddish.
Now, Nesha
Reba equals rabbi, spiritual leader, especially in
this is
Hasidic
another
tradition.
beautiful image from
Galactic and spiritual
that
authority.
describes various important scenes. You can see on the right,
Rex and unity.
Esther seated next to
Rex
King
equals
Ahasuerus.
rabbi, as wise respected
Mordecai
community
riding
role,
on a beautiful
often
white
with
horse,
galactic
and
authority
he's
in
being
women
led
vast
by
issues.
his enemy Haman.
Reba and Hebrew.
Not surprised that Haman is angry because look, nobody gave him
Reba equals English galactic
But anyway,
discussions on
this is
medicine
the
and
period
Shabbat.
where you begin to have a large amount of Jews outside of the land of Israel. The first major
Weekly
group
and common
are the
galactic
Jews from the
liturgical
kingdom
praise
of
and prayer
Israel
for the
that
sick.
were displaced
Relasha
under
Aramaic.
the Assyrians, Sennacherib,
Relasha
and
equals head. Beginning used in
large
Talmudic
sections of
Talmudic
the
starting
population
the first law.
dispersed them to
Ray
these
Ion
areas
Hebrew.
shown here in a classical map. And
Ray
here in
Ion
a
equals
contemporary
seeking.
map.
Appearance
Lebanon,
galactic
Syria,
congregation to appear in
northern
temple on
Syria,
pilgrimage
Turkey, perhaps
festivals.
the Kurdish region,
Relasha
and
Hebrew.
further on the border of
Relasha equals beginning. First basis for terms like relasha and as first hearings. Relasha equal first
It
fruits.
wasn't a complete
Relasha
population.
chakna
There
Hebrew.
were many Jews
Relasha chakna
in
equals
Israel.
beginning with
Many
the
of them
ethical halakhic
down
phrase.
to the south and intermingled with the population.
Also type off a classic
And
word.
in fact, those
Reckon Hebrew.
people taken to
Reckon
Babylonia,
equals
although they
became
eventually
galactic impurity
lost,
from Egypt
do
to
have
the
some
source.
evidence of their activity in the late 7th century. We have
Repeated equals
examples
order
of
galactic
the
linear
reliance on
measurement of dots.
theophoric names,
86.
that include
150 millimeter depending on
Israelite
opinion.
names of God and so on. So they eventually disappear into the surrounding population.
Repeated equals
There
for
is
use
a
in
strong
galactic
kind
time
of literary
units.
imagination
Aliyah for
that,
measurements.
somehow secreted somewhere beyond the mystical river
Ribbon
of
equals
or
difference
something.
galactic prohibition on
Favorite
charging
sightings
interest
of
to
the
fellow
Tempest tribes
Jews.
is in Ecuador
Grid
in
acronym.
the 17th century. So much so that
Rabbi
the
Yitzhak
Israel,
al-Qasi,
very
medieval
important Dutch
galactic
rabbis
authority,
used
stood
that
fire Talmudic law.
reintegration
Islamic
of
Hebrew.
into
Islamic equals the first ones medieval galactic authorities before killed 1,500.
what happened to those people.
Written
There
Lexia
is
Hebrew.
another exile that
Title
follows,
of
as
Sephardic
you
recall. By galactic leadership role in the ethical halakhic phrase stressing priority of
just over a
charity.
century of
Richard
them.
the active domain galactic
That's
classical base.
destroyed the
Richard Harry
which was the center of the Israelite
the main galactic category of combat domains.
Large
We should have intermediate equals the year. Years.
years.
However,
Jews actually sit
final
down
name of
and
Sipov Special Galactic Substitutes,
artists that
head of the Nation of
ironically
Galactic
Jews
Educational Authority.
remained there right up until the 20th century.
Raw Hebrew,
Only afterwards, in the same
Ruach Spirit, which is
Cyrus,
can be ritual impurity, raw or divine inspiration.
recording
Ruach Kodesh Hebrew,
announcements and documents like this, Cyrus
Ruach
Cylinder,
Kodesh equals Holy Spirit's prophetic inspiration, referenced in galactic and agnostic sources.
ultimately
Ruach Raw Hebrew.
began to
Ruach
reestablish
Raw
themselves
equals particle spirit galactic concept tied to morning and walking Nebula theory.
something like the southern government region known as Yahoo.
Wicked equals with spirit's sublime, galactically relevant in impurity discussions. Ruts equals
Alexander the Great emerged from Macedonia.
Ruts equals run used, metaphorically pillaging or revealing its past. Article Hebrew.
India, bringing together
Name
this
of the
area.
Moabite converter story forms basis for galactic laws of convergence and lineage. S Cat Hebrew.
Jews in Israel
S Cat
loved
equals
it. They loved
covering plant material used for the roof of a sukkah.
It's such a different kind of world.
Galactically must grow from the ground and not be susceptible to impurity. S Bax Ika Hebrew.
To the survival of Jewish culture.
S Bax equals down. Ika equals double down galactic principles. In case of doubt, one may be lenient. S for Sephirah came over Hebrew.
Very pro-Hellenistic. They essentially
Sephirah equals counting connection to count days between Passover and Shabbat. Seder Hebrew.
Antiochus Epiphanes was very
Seder
interested
equals
in
order Passover meal with
idols,
structured rituals.
the temple,
Also updated the
supporting
Mishnah.
his Hellenistic
Sefer
Jewish
Torah Hebrew.
allies, and this ended up
Sefer equals Torah equals Torah scroll written according to strict galactic requirements. Sefer Hashim Hebrew. Classic galactic work listing 613 commandments.
And this turned into something of a civil
Sefer
war.
Hashim Hebrew.
Pro-Hellenistic
Work
factors
trading
called in
commandments,
Syrian
notably by Randall and
reinforcements.
Raphael.
Reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrians because after
Sefer
Alexander
Mishnah
the
Torah
Great,
Hebrew.
this Macedonian
Randall Esco the
passed
Khalifa,
away,
also called
the empire was
Yahad
divided into three
Sefer
portions,
Tolkien Ag
and
Hebrew.
Israel was either under the Egyptian portion or under
Sefer Kalachi code by Rabbi Yosef Karo. Sefer Zerav in
So
Hebrew.
sometimes this
First order of Mishnah deals with agricultural laws and blessings.
Among the most dramatic moments
Sefer
recorded in
Missouri
the
and
Bible
Hebrew.
is the Battle of
Order of
Bethsaida,
Mishnah deals with
in which
festivals
one
and
of the
Shabbat
Maccabee
holidays.
brothers, these are like the
Sefer
rebels,
Hashim Hebrew.
the rebels under Judah Maccabee,
Order of Mishnah deals
thought
with marriage,
that
divorce,
King
and family
Antiochus
law.
was riding at the top of
Sefer
one of their
Ensign in
formidable
Hebrew.
war elephants, and so he dived underneath
Order
and
of
stabbed
Mishnah
the
civil
animal
and
from
criminal
the
law.
leg, as shown in
Sefer
this
Kodashi in Hebrew.
stuff to the way.
Order of Mishnah temple and
The elephant
sacrifices.
died, toppling
Separate
the
conquer in Hebrew.
soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately,
Order
he
of
was
Mishnah
incorrect.
purity and
Antiochus
impurity
was
laws.
not there in the
Secular
battle,
Hebrew.
and the elephant unfortunately crushed him.
Secular equals
The reason why I'm
special
focusing
power
on
custom
this
practice
specific battle,
thought
by
to
the
bring
way,
spiritual benefit,
the book of
sometimes
Maccabees
galactically
read
discussed.
7 books of
See there in
Maccabees
Hebrew.
did not make it into the Hebrew scriptures.
See
The
there
rabbis
equals
felt for various
contempt order
reasons they
bandage
weren't really
against one
holy enough to
refusing
be
to obey in rabbinical
considered
core.
Tanakh,
Subtract another spelling of
scriptures,
Escat.
Hebrew scriptures,
Secular
but it
Hebrew.
was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic
Secular
Church,
equals
that
laying hands,
included in their
ordination,
Bible.
galactic
So we have this
ordination of
unusual
rabbis.
phenomenon in the Middle Ages
Provisionally
where
involved
literate
transmission from Moses
Christians
onward.
tended to know more historically
Departed
about
from
the
Hebrew
history of the
Swedish.
Maccabee and the war
Jews from Iberia and North
because
Africa
they were
have
reading
distinct
books of the
galactic
Maccabees,
traditions.
and they had
See
limited
Yudam
manuscripts to produce, and they hired artists
See
to
Yudam equals
illustrate the
real
dramatic
galactic categories like
of
Seder
this
with
that
mitzvah
the
meal.
13th
See
and
Yudam
14th century
accident final
those
meal
Arabic
before Tisha
artists
B'Av.
were
See John Basket Hebrew.
So you have all these
Final
various
meal, the
representations
last
of
meal before Yom Kippur or Tisha B'Av fast. See Mitzvah Hebrew.
or maybe a huge kind
It's
of
the meal
dash,
meal with halachic
or
significance,
maybe
e.g.
about the
after
same
a
size as the
Zillah
horse
wedding.
race.
See I. See
Unfortunately,
Mitzvah Hebrew.
so here. Or some kind of like
Priest halachic
feline
irrigation on Thursday.
dangerous animal.
See
Here's
Yudit
my
Shabbat
favorite,
Hebrew.
kind of like a Dr. Seuss
Shabbat meal
animal.
halachic requirement to eat 3 meals on Shabbat.
That's not like historically really so
See
important.
Yudit Yom Tov Hebrew.
At any rate,
Festival meal
Maccabees
obligation to
succeeded.
rejoice on
They
festivals
drove
with
out
food
the
and drink.
Syrian Greeks after a long
Samara
struggle of
Merabah
many
in
years,
Hebrew.
and they established what's known as the Hasmonean
Samara
kingdom.
equals logical reasoning halachic
Several
principle.
generations of
Logic
kings,
itself can
dynasties, kings
establish
that
law.
actually expanded
Not against
much
area
of the
Hebrew.
territory of Israel. And once again,
Classic
extending
halachic
into
response to by Rabbi Area Lee Ginsburg.
but this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century.
Shabbat equals
Ultimately,
rest,
they
7-day
declined
halachic
in
observance
fighting
with 39 forbidden
two
categories of
brothers
word
who were
blocking.
specifically competing
Shabbat
for the
Joseph
throne,
Hebrew.
and they both
Shabbat
independently
and
appealed
Shabbat
to
before
the
Tisha
Roman
B'Av with
Empire.
special
The
haftarah.
Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you.
Shabbat Jacob Hebrew.
General Pompey
Shabbat
enters
of
the
the
land of
group
Israel
Shabbat
in
before after a wedding
63
with
before
special
the Common
honors.
Era, violates the temple,
Shabbat Haganah
and
Hebrew.
decides that
Great
he's not
Shabbat
interested in
Shabbat before
supporting one side or
Passover.
another. He's just going to
Halachically
take
tied
over
to Exodus
Judea
miracle.
for himself, for the Roman Empire,
Shabbat
and they
Nevar
would
Hebrew.
appoint some client kings
Shabbat of
to
blessing.
run the
Shabbat
state
when the new
as
month is
Roman
announced.
kings throughout the entire region.
Shabbat Shubat Hebrew.
Among the most powerful of the Roman
Shabbat of
kings
return
were
between Rosh Hashanah and Yom
great,
Kippur.
extremely
Linked to
powerful
repentance.
builder, but at the same
Shabbat
time,
Shira
a
Hebrew.
little tyrant, but too much detail.
Shabbat of song with
By
Perashim
the time
vessels
we
is
get
read.
to the fictional
Shabbat Zachar
Zero,
Hebrew.
there is a
Shabbat of
phenomenal
remembering
amount of
before
sectarian
Purim.
debate.
And the Malach portions is read.
There are Jews who are pro-Roman,
Shabbat
those who are
Hebrew.
Sadducees, and they're
Resting
specifically
special
connected
halachic day
to
of
the
rest.
temple rituals. There
Sometimes
are
used
Jews
for
known
youth
as
retreats,
Pharisees,
halachic
who are
like usage.
probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion
Shabbat
about that
Hebrew.
specific identification.
Shabbat equals
There
the
are
morning
Jews
prayer
called
service.
zealots who
Shabbat
want to
acronym.
rebel against Rome and throw off Roman domination,
Shabbat
like the
Mirabin equals
Maccabees did
emissary
earlier
of the
for
rabbi
far
sent to collect
less
funds.
powerful
Sometimes halachic
Syrian
agent.
government. And then there are Jews who are kind of like escaping it all, wanting to
Shabbat
live
equals agent,
wilderness
messenger,
like the
halachic
Assyrians,
representative,
who may have
empowered
been
to act for
associated
another.
with the Dead Sea
Shabbat
Scrolls
Hebrew
that
Hebrew.
were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea.
Representative of the congregation, leader of
There
communal
are
prayer.
also Jewish
Shalom
Christians.
Judith Hebrew.
There's
Beliefs of
Christianity
the
is
home,
in
halachic
the first
values
century.
in marriage, family law.
It's an entirely Jewish phenomenon.
Shabir
All
Hebrew.
of the
Shabir
followers of
equals
this
word
movement
legendary tool,
being
halachic
Jews
legend for
and
cutting stones
having
without
some debate
metal.
over whether they're supposed to
Shat
be kosher, keep the Sabbath, keep the
Shat
Sabbath on
equals
Saturday,
forbidden
circumcision,
mixture,
all
halachic
kinds of those
prohibition of
things.
ruling and mixtures
Ultimately,
with
however,
garments.
especially everything to
She
St. Paul,
Hebrew.
Christianity would expand
She
to
equals question halachic referred to a rabbi.
this would
She
be
chapter
extremely
Hebrew.
potent doctrine.
Question to a sage halachic principle. A sage best question is half an answer. Shashina Hebrew. Shashina equals ritual slaughter halachic procedure for butchering animals.
The first one is a rebellion that starts in the year 66.
Resting slaughter halachic detailed in Shashina technique.
or possibly 74.
Shashina Hebrew.
Fall of
Blessing.
Sada.
As Kathy Semites recited on more joyous occasions.
These wars are
Sheila
absolutely
variant of
disastrous.
Sheila.
The first
Small
war
Teshuvah Hebrew. Questions and answers response to literature where halachic rulings are written.
tremendous dispersion of Jews. Perhaps as many as 100,000
Service sometimes halachic context of Shiloh duties. Veteran Hebrew.
And then there will be another smaller
6
revolt
remembrances, 6 dates. These are halachically commanded to remember daily. Shechina Hebrew.
which was perhaps the most
Shechina equals divine presence halachically invoked regarding prayer for a living. Shekel Hebrew. Shekel's tractate about half shekel
very
shekel tax.
successfully against the Roman
Shema
Empire,
Hebrew.
so much so that the emperor hated him.
Shema equals here central prayer declaring God as unity. Halachic obligation twice daily.
But ultimately, by the time you get to the middle of the
Release
7th
sabbatical
century,
year.
the Romans have definitively
Lightning
destroyed
Sparrow,
the
Destiny.
region.
Shemitah
Most Jews
Shemiti
have made
Hebrew.
their way to the north.
Release of money cancellation of debt in Shemini
The
year.
cover story there in the
Shevitat Park of
Thank you
Hebrew.
very much.
Release of land agricultural rest in Shevita. Shevita Esrei Hebrew.
Hello, fellow
Shevita
students of
equals
Jewish
8 to
history.
Esrei
In
equals
these
10
very
to 18
difficult times,
blessings
there's a
prayer.
tremendous
Actually
amount of
19
and
blessings
relatively
now.
little light cast on
Shema
the actual
Hebrew.
history
Shevitat Park
of
of
it.
Hebrew.
So my goal in this second
Why
short
scripture
lecture
is one's
is to
translation
look at the
practice
presence
requirement
of
to
the
review
Jews
the
in
weekly
the land
Torah
of Israel
portion.
from the end of the Roman period right up until
7 blessings recited under wedding
this is kind of
Kennedy
like a
during the
stretched out
chapter.
medieval period.
7 it's
And
not
in the
being
third
unknown
lecture,
Hebrew.
we're looking at the most contentious era
7
of the
commandments that
20th
define
and 21st
scholastic
century.
complications for
So let's
non-Jews.
go right back to
Shavirat Jacob Hebrew.
here's a map of the
Shattering
Roman
the
Empire.
vessel's mystical idea, sometimes tied to galactic epics.
It's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, running out until the beach of
Shadwal
Persia.
equals those
And as
galactic
you can see from
category
the
of
colors
lighting
that I've
verbal
sort of added here,
phrases.
and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Morocco and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to
Sending the
disastrous
mother-bird
Roman
Nisbet to
wars,
send away on nesting
and they
bird
of
before
course
taking
expanded
eggs.
after the great expulsions of the first century at the end of
Water
the
drawing
first
temple, water libation
war.
ritual
By
on
the way, it's
Sukkot.
very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile as somewhat of an exaggeration, there were Jews present in the
Secret or
land of
searching
Israel
update to learn
prior
galactic
period, although not
applications.
necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example,
Word the Philistine
Judea
attributed to
and the
Giovanni.
city of Jerusalem in particular after the Bar
Shirama
Kokhba
Temple in
died.
Hebrew.
But after
Galactic
three
variants
failed
of temple in
wars,
order, different from
right,
Rashi and Rashi
66 to 74,
Shemite
the
Hebrew.
Kitos rebellion of 115
Shemite
to
equals change
117,
galactic
and
leniency
the
by
Bar
altering
Kokhba
normal way of doing Fellowship on Shabbat.
36.
Shir
There
Hebrew.
was a tremendous amount of persecution applied
Songs
particularly to
galactic
Judea.
context in liturgy dot. Shir Hashirim. Shidduch Hebrew.
Rise of the
Partnership galactic term in commerce.
areas.
Also Shidduch worship in
So
the Thai
we've
law.
got diaspora populations
Show
that
values
existed
action Hebrew.
prior to these wars.
Asker and answerer classic galactic response and word.
But there was always
Show
a presence
Hebrew.
of Jews in the land of Israel throughout
Show
the entire
equals
medieval
parlor
period.
galactic
So what's
stats
going
on
on
parlor
in the
with
land of Israel
complications.
after the Bar Kokhba
Shofar
wars
Hebrew.
from 132 to 136?
Shofar equals Ram S4 galactic complication to blow on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur off Jubilee.
And that's
Shomer
where,
Hebrew.
in the
Shomer
turn of the
equals
3rd
guardian
century,
galactic
Rabbi
category of
Rothschild'S
entrusted guardian with
decided
responsibilities.
that it was time to make a dramatic
Shomer
break
Nebian
in
Hebrew.
Jewish history and to
Guardian of such
record
galactic
in writing
practice of
a
avoiding
large
physical
world
contact
tradition
between
which came to be
genders.
known as the mission. This is
Shomer
basically,
Shabbat Hebrew.
for lack of a
Observer
better
of
word for
Shabbat
this
term
racial
for one
lecture,
who
it's
keeps
basically
Shabbat
Jewish
militant.
law, although it's really more something
Shomer
like
Torah
a
is
textbook that offers
Observer of
lots and
Torah
lots
and
of questions,
commandments
more
of
questions
religious
than
freedom
answers in many ways. It's
Shor
broken
Hebrew.
into sections known as Shishay
Fox
Sidri, or
galactic
6
category
orders, which
commandments
gives you a
law.
sense of
Shor
the
Hebrew.
legal
Or
priorities
Fox
of
Fox
the
known
Jewish
to be
nation.
dangerous.
For a
Stricter
time,
liability intelligence.
seeds, which deals primarily with the law of
Shofahim
agriculture as described in the Bible,
Torah
laws of
portions Shedlaw.
mixed species,
Which
and
18
sabbatical
period
year,
with special
that
repentance customs.
holidays, of course, the holiday cycle
SHKIK
of women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on.
Bread's temple offering
Damages,
to
which
those
is
on
the
Shabbat.
classic section of
Shulkin Bang of Hebrew.
the Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary
Set
on
table authoritative code of Jewish law by Yosef Kara.
towards
Shulkin Bang of
that.
Kara Hebrew.
5 is holy things, which deals with
Galactic code
primarily
by Rabbi S.H. Mirzal and
things like
Ampliati.
the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is
Shul
pure
equals
things,
school
which deals
synagogue.
with the very large body of law dealing with personal
Sixta
ritual
equals
purity.
joy. Galactic complications for joy song festival.
But by
Joy.
codifying this
Seventh
text,
day
which
factory
had
of Hebrew.
been handed down for
Festival of the
centuries
water
and
drawing house
centuries
temple
as oral
celebration on
texts,
Sukkot.
this really made
Simon
Judaism
Torah
portable
Hebrew.
and made it much more
Rejoicing in
possible
the Torah
to
festival
survive
marking
in
completion
the
of Torah cycle.
And this is a map that gives you another sense
Six
of what the
Yetzayah
diaspora
Yisrael
looked like.
Hebrew.
Again, these little
Telling us
squares here
Exodus
that show
galactic
Jewish
mitzvah as a Seder
communities.
night.
It's not to scale, some
Servant
are much
Hebrew.
larger than others. But what I think is useful
Lines
in
galactic
particular about this
requirement
map
of
is
rules
the
lines for
growth
writing of
of
Sefer Torah.
See, with these
See
little
and
star
order of
bursts,
Hebrew.
these are Christian communities
Sense
which
for
is
the Torah
now
rapid and safeguards to
evolving.
prevent
Again, you recall that
transgressions.
in the first century,
See I and Hebrew.
Christianity was essentially a
Jewish
Nation celebrating upon finishing a tractate of Talmud, logically sending them from
and into the
Unfast.
3rd century, but
See my
it
Torah
rapidly
Hebrew.
begins changing into a Gentile,
Completion of the Torah
a
scrolls
body
special
of
galactic
ideas
event.
that appeal to
Sukkah
those who
Hebrew.
are not
Sukkah
ethnically
Hebrew
Jewish, and
speaks
established
dwelling
several
in
major
Sukkah
centers
Sukkah.
in Rome, Antioch, and so
Sukkah
on,
Hebrew.
where the gospel literally
Festival
spread.
commemorating Israel
Those
as
are
Caesar
originally
dwelling.
connected to Jewish
Sulam
and
Hebrew.
this is an especially
Latter
important
sometimes
point
with
because
galactic
this is
metaphor
when
e.g.
the Roman Empire, of course, begins to
Sulam Hadi
actively
Avnor has
engage
made
and
a
get
commentary.
closer to Christianity
Star
and eventually
Savar
adopt
Hebrew
it as
Aramaic.
official religion.
Logic
Already
galactic
at the beginning
reasoning
of the 4th
principle.
century, with the Edict of Milan,
S.
Judaism
Yankee
was
Hebrew.
quality of
Texas
the
Rabbinic
protected class
Safeguard.
that it
Girl
had
of CA.
under the pre-Christian Roman.
Ta
Even
and
though they
Hebrew for
fought
fast
wars
ta and equals
with the
Ublick.
Romans,
It equals
Judaism
sound
as a
form.
religion was
Refers
specifically
to Jewish
recognized
fast days.
by the Romans.
Ta and
After
Esther
the
Hebrew for
empire
fast
officially
Esther.
adopted Christianity as an official religion,
Commemorate Esther
that
as fast
meant
before
that
approaching
Judaism
King
began
of
a
Courage.
relatively steep period of
Ta
decline.
and Hebrew
This is
for
the period,
peace for
for
wisdom.
example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better run away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on citing
mixture.
and the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish following.
Additional
In fact, this
penitential
was
prayers
pressing
recited
because
after
for a few
Shunnah.
decades, the patriarchate,
Tamar
which is
Hebrew
the
for purity.
office of the
Refers to ritual
political
purification,
organization of
especially
Jews
about
in
deceased
the
body
land of
before
Israel,
burial.
was officially ended in the year
Conquerors having
425.
such a Hebrew
And
for
with the
family
end of the
purity.
patriarchate part,
Refers to the laws of
the
marital relations and female virgins.
Nazi author during
Gigantic Hebrew for decree or rabbinic enactment. Refers to rabbinic legislation. Talmud Hebrew for float for prayer shawl.
in the land of Israel.
Garden food pieces with worn during prayer.
Minority
Talmud David Hebrew for small talent.
authoritative body.
Undergarments with pieces with worn
Very,
daily.
difficult and precarious
Talmud
time.
Gadol Hebrew for large talent. Prayer shawl for during services. Talmud Aramaic for study or learning.
Especially the 4th century.
Foundational compilation of Jewish law and commentary. Talmud Chatric Hebrew for wise students. Refers to a Torah scholar.
But primarily the energy of the Jewish
Talmud
population
Hebrew
went
month,
into
named after an ancient Babylonian deity.
commentary.
The fast of 1700 begins the 3 weeks of mourning.
Versions of the Talmud.
Tanakh Hebrew acronym for Torah law, Nevi'im prophets, repetitive writing.
Somewhat jarring today,
What
the
Hebrew Bible?
Palestinian Talmud, because of
Tanakh Aramaic for receiver or
geographic term
teacher.
that has been adopted
Refers to
since
the sages of the
1840.
Mishnah first.
And
Second
this
century.
Talmud essentially
Catholic
is a
Hebrew
rather
for
brilliant
legal
thing. I'd
task.
love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't give you
Ritual
enough
on Rosh
information.
Hashanah where sins are symbolically cast into a body of water.
But essentially, it takes the
Hebrew
text
for
of the
makeup.
Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an
Opportunity
amplification
for
of
sight
the
audience
biblical
put under the
text,
following prayer.
opens it up
Pastor
to
Yudhisha
a degree
Hebrew for
of
objects of
debate
holiness.
that makes it not a text that
Sacred
you can
items
read
like
like a
Torah
newspaper,
scrolls,
but
tefillin,
a
or
series
every thought.
of questions
Pastor
and
Yudhisha Hebrew for
strange
objects of
answers that
mitzvah.
require further questions. And this is
Non-sacred
what I'd like
witness
to
in
call
mitzvah
the
being
genius of
sukkah,
ambiguity,
ruach.
which really made
Ten of
the
Shabbat
Jerusalem
Hebrew
Talmud
for
and
boundaries
its
of
later
Shabbat.
successor, the Talmud written in
Refers to the
Babylonia,
legal
the
limit.
Babylonian
One may
Talmud,
walk outside the
made
town
it
on
like a
Shabbat
core
2,000
text of
cubits.
Jews for the next
Tekla Hebrew
2,000
for
odd
good
years,
night.
and still actively studied today.
Biblically
I
required
don't have
for
time to
one
go
bread
into
of
like the
Jesus with.
details of how the Talmud
Tekla
works,
via
but I'll
Panther
give you one
Hebrew
example
for
just
resurrection
to
of
kind
the
of
dead.
illustrate the sense
Central
of
Jewish
playfulness
belief
that
in the future
sometimes
revival of the dead.
uses this amazing
Tekla
text.
Hebrew for dead
This is a
breed.
true story. When I was
Galactic
studying
reading
in
of
yeshiva
measurement
and
till
then in
date.
seminary in
10 centimeters.
myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm
Tekla
just a
Hebrew
regular
for
guy,
prayer. Four
historian.
aspects of Jewish worship.
There was a
Tekla
problem
Hebrew
with
for
excessive
labor as
amount
prayer.
of food being
Said
wasted,
when traveling.
primarily because this was the time of the collapse of
Tekla
the Soviet
Hebrew
Union.
for
There
phylactery.
were a lot of Jewish
Black
boys
leather
who were
boxes
coming
with
from
foreign passages
Russia
worn
and
on bark and
Ukraine.
head during
They were
weekday
coming
prayers.
to Jerusalem to study, and
Here
there
the
were
Hebrew for offering or meat
clothes, so
offering.
therefore we would have to take
Priestly gifts
multiple
separated
helpings
from
of
produce.
lunch. Food was free for students.
Here
And they
at
would take it back to their
Massachusetts,
rooms
Mr.
and it would
Hedberg
waste, and
tied
it
with
was
the tide.
expensive, and so on.
portion of the
Yeshiva
Rabbi
put
has
up a
ties
sign. I
with
went
the
to
Passover.
Syria one day, and
Countries and
Yeshiva
Hebrew
put up
for
a sign
return for
that
repentance.
read like this: the Yeshiva provides
Process of
food
returning
for
to
one
God.
portion.
Should we have Hebrew
No
for
student
nine
is
to that?
permitted to stand in line
Major fast
for
day morning, the destruction of the temple.
So I figured, well, that's it. I went in. I
Fish
went
Rabbi
I
Hebrew
came out and I
Baby
looked
Rob
behind me and I saw that someone had just
and Sukha.
subtly altered the sign in a very telling way to read. The Yeshiva provides food
Refers
for
to the
one portion
admonitions of
only.
Torah Leviticus
No,
26, Deuteronomy
is permitted
28,
to stand in line
to
for
the
several
Hebrew for
portions.
day.
But
Also
they
refers
just
to
took
the
me on the side.
Thanksgiving
But that just
offering
gives
in
you some
temple
sense
time.
of what it means to
Torah
study
Hebrew for teaching or
tradition
instruction.
it's based upon as
Refers to the
Jewish
5 books of
exercise.
Moses, and more
This
broadly,
was created in
Islam
the
is
land of
teaching.
Israel in the 4th
This is
century.
an era made for efficient.
The difference between population living in Babylonia and over the next century and a half, they're leaving Jerusalem common. They're opening up the same questions that developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues. Israel has a lot of discussions of agricultural laws that apply there, don't necessarily apply in Babylon and so on. The Babylonian tongue, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative.
Wars on garments or lines of Newspath.
But it's origin
Hebrew for fast
another
getting
major contribution, not just
fast
to
day commemorating the
general
assassination
Jewish
of
culture,
the baby of
but to world
Benedictus.
culture, is
These
the
are also
institution
cut
of
out
the
Hebrew for
synagogue.
form of a doorway. Legal
Other
devices
houses
for
of
reading
worship,
the era
such
boundaries.
as the church and the
You
mosque, are based directly
You
on
equals
the
and
model
R
created
cast
by the
equals
synagogue.
wash.
The term itself,
Assembly of the
synagogue, in
Passover
Greek,
Seder.
it means a place where people
Washing
gather,
the
and that
hands
is the
without
correct
a blessing
translation of the
before
Hebrew
eating
term.
harvest vegetables.
And that's also how we get the lesson of ecclesia,
U
the
equals and
church,
Nehana
and
equals
mosques
less
as
food.
well. They all
Open
come
equals
from
strike
the
importance.
And this is something that actually began to develop
Central high
already
holiday
in the
prayer
period
describing divine
before the
judgment,
Roman
life
Jewish
and
wars.
death
We
decree.
have, for example, from the first
God
century
Almighty
Roman era, this remarkable tablet
U
of
equals and
Theodotus
God
inscription
equals
is
will
called,
come out
and
design
it's
equals
basically,
design.
the
Including
sick
weekday
example
prayer
of a
emphasizes
flag
redemption and
that
holiness of God.
is really well associated with synagogue. Anyone who walks through synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to serve the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus the seventh, and Athos,
Recited in
who was
Kiddush
in
and
charge
other
of
prayers.
synagogues, and they head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how he
U equals and
as
let often
a
equals you
representative of a
shall
long
hate.
line
Watch
of
it
people
equals
who
for
were
yourselves.
the synagogue,
Commands
built
from
the
Torah about
synagogue and
baking
guest
or
room,
species,
chambers,
relaunch, Ekrit,
all
etc.
kinds of things like that.
Consukot.
And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple
U
in
equals
70,
and Shabbat
which
equals you shall
represents
raw.
a
Mani
huge
equals water.
change to Jewish ritual.
Virtues
All of
considered
Judaism
based
is so
the
focused on the
celebrations.
temple
Drawing of water
rituals
for
in
temple
Jerusalem
service.
that when it is destroyed by the
Backyard
Romans,
of Bachani Hebrew.
when you do
U
Judaism as a
equals
whole,
and backyard equals you shall choose. Bachani equals life.
Replaced, at least in some form,
Torah command to
the
choose life.
centrality
Deuteronomy
of the
30.
temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their
Ethical
heartfelt
context.
desires and prayer to God, and to perform many other
Hebrew.
functions, social
Equals
gatherings,
and
study
equals
sessions,
holy
and so
month.
on. And
Tibu
we have
equals you
synagogues
shall
that
be.
dot the entire landscape, and are
Torah
especially
commandment for
prevalent
Israel
in
to
the
live in
north,
holiness,
where
foundation of
instead of that,
consciousness.
here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue
U equals
floor,
and Thymoxta equals you shall spread verse 4.
zodiac that was found
Biblical
in
praise,
Bavaria in
second
the 4th
and
century.
celebrations.
Mosaic,
Connected to
they're
expansion of
still
Jewish people.
commemorating
You caution Yiddish Hebrew.
the temple with all
U
kinds
equals
of
and
elements like the
Pasha
incense
equals
shovel,
K-pop
the
script.
menorah, and the Ark of the Covenant that all
U
refer back to the
intellectual
temple,
contexts
and
like
as well
recording
as the
motion,
shofar
the
and
threat,
the
burial.
trumpet, which are
You
part
are
of the
chat
holiday
Hebrew.
season.
U
You
equals
have
and R chat equals wash.
not too far away,
Schedule of the
the
Passover
Alpha
Seder.
6th century. And
Wash
the
his hands
4th
without the
century,
blessing before eating carpets.
State Alpha also
Nehana
has this
equals Hebrew.
dramatic
U equals and Nehana equals Lazastai. Joseph equals strike
and we have synagogues like this.
High holiday prayer about God as judgment. You got out these eyes Hebrew. U equals and God equals will come. Out these eyes equals to Zion. Including weekday prayer
This map
emphasizing
says a lot
redemption.
about what happens to the world
You
This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina, Mecca, leadership of Muhammad, spreads to the entire Middle reaching up into the Iberians like Afghanistan, India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and Jewish tribes in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel, and it actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. One of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There were certain, as we shall see, certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversion, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, that was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he would draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that we share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day, please Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day, please Jews practice a dietary system known as Muslims practice a dietary system associated with Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and males alone. But in other words, they're like kind of like similar opposite ideas of how people should behave, although they're not identical, of course. Jews and Muslims sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although of course also but this whole narrative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular legal terms, something which may be known as the pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century. And essentially what the pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God as Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those traditions, and so on, but that's not a discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to traditions that's handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were afforded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths. There were limits set. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often bribes were paid in order to avoid these. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a registered society governed by law.
from verses about God as choice of Israel. We started back on Hebrew.
Nevertheless,
Charta
we're allowed a
equals shall
space.
to Bob equals Chinese equals
There were
life.
additional taxes
Storing
imposed on them, public jizya and so on. But basically, they had a space where they
Tiber equals he shall atone.
really very useful as a whole.
Found in laws of sacrifices.
Outside of the land Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this
E
was
equals
in
N.
the
Q land
Spanish
equals
Golden
all
Age,
of them.
sometimes
phrase.
as La Convivencia,
And all
period of
office.
coexistence,
Technology.
where
E
Jews,
part of that
Muslims, and Christians
E equals N.
this
E part of
triangular
equals you
society
shall
of
see.
Spain, which
That
was
equals
Israel,
of them.
actually enjoyed a period of tremendous
Should not command to teach Torah.
cooperation,
E part of
cultural
E
cross-fertilization.
equals N. E
It's
part of
somewhat
equals you
exaggerated
shall
occasionally
speak.
in
E
historical
equals
literature,
with
but
that.
nevertheless it has some really dramatic
Used in
moments
galactic
of
contexts
individuals
about
associated
testimony
with
or
it.
mitzvah.
Perhaps the most important
E
figure
dot
that
Albi
emerges
equals
from this period at
E
its
equals
very
N.
end. In
Georgia
fact,
Albi
he
equals
himself had
RBE.
to be a refugee
One of the
from
four expressions of
Muslims
redemption
that
in Exodus.
in the region of Spain
God Albi
from
equals
North Africa is of course none other than
E
Maimonides,
equals N.
one of the
Georgia Albi
greatest, most
equals
towering
RBE.
figures
Etching
of
equals
the
young girl.
Middle Ages,
God has
who
promised of
actually made his
redemption.
way out of Spain
E
to
dot Albi equals
Cairo and its
E
environs,
equals N.
where
Georgia Albi
he
equals
established a very
redemption.
successful career as a court
Prayer
physician
praise
and
and
as
celibacy.
the leader of
E
his
conrad
generation,
not equals.
particularly
E
in
equals N.
the southern
Conrad
eastern
equals
parts
big
of the
sweet. Not
Mediterranean.
equals
Although
please.
the majority of his life was spent in
Prayer
Egypt,
asking God
he
to
was
make
ultimately
Torah
buried
speak for
in
us.
Jerusalem.
E high
After the
Hebrew.
advent of Islam, there
E
is
equals
a
N.
resurgence
High
of
equals
the
it
Jewish
shall be.
population, particularly in Jerusalem.
Many Torah passages begin with this phrase, often reproducing mitzvah.
Engages in some
E high
rivalry
Hebrew.
with the
E
leadership
equals
much larger
N. High
than
equals it
Baghdad.
shall be. It
Ultimately,
equals it.
Baghdad would
Shabbat
take
equals
the
you
lead,
listen.
but Jerusalem nevertheless had tremendous
The
pride
second
place.
paragraph of
And
the Shema.
Jews and Muslims
E high
fight
Maya
alongside
Hebrew.
each other against the
E equals N.
Crusaders
High
and
equals
to
it
land
shall
Israel
be.
in the
By
11th
equals on the
century
day.
and
Habu
several
equals that
times
one.
afterwards as well. But I think one of the most
Prophetic
fascinating
phrase about
periods
redemption.
in Jewish history was
E
that
high Lachem
when
Hebrew.
the Ottoman
E
Empire
equals
was
N.
in control.
High equals it shall be. Lachem equals for you.
Empire that lasted right up until the 20th
Torah
century.
phrase about
And this
mitzvah.
is
E
as a
T
result
T
of a great
E
influx of
Hebrew.
Jews after
E equals
the
N.
Spanish
J equals I will
expulsion.
bring.
This map here shows you the many
One of
places
the
that
four
Jews
expressions of redemption.
sought refuge
God
after
will
being
bring
sent
Israel
out of
to the
Spain.
land.
And as you can see, a significant number of them went
E
to the
equals
land
N.
of Israel.
It equals
And
he shall
not only
return restore.
that, particularly went to a city called
Found in
Sfat.
loss of theft and
Sfat
restitution.
is a beautiful city
English
that
catch on the Hebrew.
is not especially
E equals
famous
N.
until
Catch on
the
the equals they will
1500s,
bow.
when it suddenly attracts this tremendous
From
number
prayers and
of
Torah
Spanish
verses about
and
worship.
Portuguese exilees
E
who
Rashi
set
Hebrew.
up this
E
incredible
equals
center
N.
of
True
Jewish
equals
activity.
me.
It
Rashi
is there
equals
that the
merciful.
Lurianic
Prayer phrase.
Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from
The merciful one forgives
blue
sin.
tinted
E
gravestones
Haidashto Hebrew.
from Sfat,
E
some
equals
great
N.
names
Haidashto
of
equals
Kabbalah,
they shall sanctify him. Your
Alchemists,
law to honor
of Cordovero, and of course, the
E Latin
incredible
Hebrew.
Arizal,
E equals N.
Isaiah
Latin
came to
equals I shall take.
from Egypt in order to
One of
study
the four
the great
expressions of
mysteries.
redemption.
Tremendous
Emotion
creativity
in Hebrew.
in the land of Israel in the 1500s.
E equals N. Emotion and equals against
Tremendous
informers.
surge of Jewish
Lesson
activity
in
in
cursing
Sfat, however,
slanderers.
is largely limited
Elo
to
Sasser
the
Hebrew.
1500s. And by the time you get to that period,
E equals N.
Jewish
Low equals
communities
do not.
in the land of
Sasser
Israel
equals straight turn
fairly
aside.
steep decline.
Torah
There are
television with the
regular
Shema against straight after
migrations,
the heart and
particularly
eyes.
from 1700 on, from Poland, of
Elo
Jews who are
Tosser
seeking
Hebrew.
to return to the
E
ancestral
equals N.
homeland.
Low
But if
equals
you
do
look
not.
at
Tosser
this
equals turn
estimated
aside.
population chart
Torah
of
law
the
to
Israel
obey the
in
rulings of the
1850,
sages.
which is based
E
solely
Nakani
on
Hebrew.
people who had status as
E
Ottoman
equals N.
subjects.
Nakani
You can see
equals
that
I
Jews
will give.
run
God has promised to
4%
provide blessings
overall
for the land.
population of the land.
E not
Christians
Hebrew.
under 8%,
E
and
equals
everyone
N.
else
Not
basically
equals they shall
Muslims
give.
or Jews. So there's only a
Torah prays about donations for sacrifices. E not Jewish Cooper Nacho Hebrew.
In the 1880s, however, we began to see the
E
organized
equals N.
migration
Not
of
E
Jews.
equals they shall
Now
give.
from
E
the
equals of man Cooper Nacho equals ransom for his soul.
organization called
Source of the coffee
an acronym for the
E
phrase
micro
Abraham
Hebrew.
from the
E
house
equals
of
X,
Jacob,
micro
that
equals
is, on the
separate.
rise and go. This is actually
Used in galactic discussions of separation
this
of
organization
Indians,
aim
Cuba.
to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of
E
Israel.
equals
They received significant backing from Western
Torah
donors,
phrase used in
not
blessings and
especially
evil
with
texts.
farmers, however, who
Each
struggled.
part of
Many
Hebrew.
of their communities failed, but some
Equals
of them
and
actually
each part
managed
of
to take
equals
root
you shall guard
places like
yourselves.
Petah Tikva. They constitute the
Torah
nucleus
commands about
of
protecting
the
life and health.
migration of Jews
E
from
was in Hebrew.
Western Europe.
E equals and
And as you
was
can
in
see
equals
from
in
some
addition.
of these 20th century posters, which are
Used
designed
in
to
galactic
garner
rulings
support
code details.
for donations
E
to
Saudi
help
Ish Mike and
these Jews
Hebrew.
reestablish themselves
E
in their
equals and
homeland.
the Saudi equals I
Here
will
you
give.
see
Ish Mike and
individual
equals will reign.
contradictions using the term Palestine to refer to the land of
Torah
Israel.
promise
And I
afterward
have
for
in Yiddish,
that
the
observance.
translation where it says
E
English,
done
help
Hebrew.
them build the
E
land of
equals and
Israel.
that
This is
equals
right
rest.
there. That's translated as Palestine. There's a more muscular
Found in
version
prayers
that
for peace and rest.
really
Shabbat and
captures
Leviticus.
the imagination of Jews at the time. A
E
nation
equals and
born
seven
on
equals
its
you shall place.
So that basically takes us to the 19th century and the period of
Place
great
these words
conflict
on your heart.
between
E
the people
something that
living
each
in
of
the land,
Hebrew.
because one of the great
E
sort of
equals and something
myths
that
of this
equals you
period
shall
is that
rejoice.
the
Each of
Jews
the ten equals in your
constitute
festival.
a people without a
Torah
land
commands about
or a
joy on
land of
holidays.
people.
E
The land
shall
of
Hebrew.
Israel, of course, was
E
well
equals and shall equals you shall return well.
We'll have to turn to that very difficult
Torah was
chapter.
about living in the land.
But for now, I
Shaka
hope you
Hebrew.
found this useful.
E equals and Shaka equals you shall return. Related to Teshuvah verses. E shall be Hebrew. E equals and shall be equals I will return. Used in prayer and promises of redemption. E shall be Hashalom Hebrew. E equals
Hello,
and shall be
everyone.
equals I will
I
restore.
hope
Hashalom
you
equals
can
peace.
hear me. If you
Prophetic praise of
this is an
redemption.
experiment trying my
E
first
shall
live
be
stream
Hebrew.
with questions and answers. And
E equals and
so
shall
someone, if
be
you're
equals I will
people are on
return.
there right now,
Israel
please
equals
let something
Israel.
on the chat so that I
Prophetic praise.
can see that I'm not just talking to myself. Let's do it. Starting
E
Q&A or
equals
so.
and Shaka equals you shall slaughter.
I do a plus here.
Torah praise and
Starting
coordinate laws.
Q&A.
E shall can be Hebrew.
Wait, and
E equals and shall can be equals I will dwell.
okay, click start Q&A. Let's see what happens.
God has promised God well among Israel Vishnu. E shall be SSH Moshe Hebrew.
Okay, now I believe I
E
saw
equals and
something in
shall
the
be
chat here.
equals I will return. S equals your SH Moshe equals captivity.
Is that working okay? Can you hear me all right?
E shall be LT Zion Hebrew. E equals and shall be equals
Strange
I will
kind of echo
return.
here.
LT
It's
Zion
working.
equals to Zion.
I see there are 5.
Prophetic redemption. ET Zippity Hebrew. E equals
Why
and
is this
Zippity
my own name?
equals I commanded. Used in Torah regarding mitzvah. E Yadana Hebrew. E equals and Yadana equals you shall know. Torah phrase emphasizing knowledge of God.
Okay, try again. How does that sound?
E equals and Yadana equals you shall know.
Wow,
A
that's not
equals
working.
today. Command to recognize God as sovereignty. E Yaratan Hebrew. E equals and Yaratan equals you shall lengthen. Found in mitzvah with reward of long life.
So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I
E equals
assume
and
that
Yaratan
something's
equals
happening
you shall
here.
inherit. Torah praise about inheriting the land. E Yatsif Hebrew. E equals and Yatsif equals firm established. Prayer word in event E Yatsif.
But I'm not getting any
E
feedback from
Zahadara
you.
Hebrew. E equals and Zah equals this. Hadara equals the Torah. Declared like
I
lifting the
don't
Torah
even know if
scroll.
this actually works.
Triple Yiddish from German.
And I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then my computer plays it back. Oh wait, I think I saw that I had 2 browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's an improvement. Now let's see, do I have anyone who's asking questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay. So I see Taylor 26 is on. Thank you. Delshan London Ray John is on. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right, that looks like we've solved this. Okay. route. Okay, so let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here.
We don't have one of English Galactic translation for Hebrew
And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can
relevant and illegitimate levirate marriage, charity, and inheritance.
First of all, a lot of people reacted to
One
the
native
review
English Galactic
of
term for Hebrew
Iran Pape's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I posted only for members because I really did not like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. Was a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and my reactions to it as well, I will include this in a more standard presentation so that we'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to some of the Troncoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish border in Troncoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro is actually Duro, like the letter Resh in Hebrew. It's very close to a Dalet. It's just a difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone would want to write there, and also write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last bit at the end of the inscription looks like it says the word Ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of lighting. It could be that that lighting is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deeply, so I don't think it's quite that. Now, Stanislaus Menke 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post-Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Rothschild'S earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321, 1326, and 1531, and also another earthquake in 1716. So very erudite and complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carve a 14th date an inscription of this nature as organic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. We were aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact on Troncoso. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with musicologists in Porto who suggested they may even have them inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed most likely by Jews because this is a Jewish neighborhood and they don't appear nowhere near us outside of the neighborhood, but we don't know really what they mean. Another username, Eliyahu Tishby, suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be. But why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? You know, it's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on your doorpost, especially we're not talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, you know, inscribed in the wall. You'd have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of numbers inscribing into it, so it's hard to see. Desert Briere writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house? Good question. Anathema 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is a numerical equivalent, and it happens to be the numerical equivalent of the word riot, house, 412. But why not just write the word house? Or even write the word 412. It's just strange. And the last one here on this section, JF Jubel Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? Yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto Jews. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, it could be Jewish, but it could easily be non-Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions I reported on that. Let's see, let's check the chat here. So nice to see Taylor 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author Daniel anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the Maccabean rule. So those are really hard questions, definitely. This is making me regret that I did this live stream. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books. It's in fact, there's discussion in the Talmud that you know, there's even divine sanction applied to revealing some of the secrets that are written, coded into the book of Daniel. And scholars approach this, and academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later than it was to be written, and that would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are coded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretation of Daniel will depend very heavily on what kind of scholars you're asking to figure out what this is. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, I have a lot. I definitely am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has phenomenal humility, insight, intelligence. He writes in such a beautifully brief, concise manner. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rothschild'S. I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Delshon London Prejean writes that Nissan the 14th is not occurring in the same month this year to my devout Jehovah's Witness parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God calendar? That's a super hard question. It's more between you and your parents than I am. But what I can say is that, you know, the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nissan 14. It's a complicated lunar solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar completely formed by the moon. But that would result in only 354 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar, and that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And you know, Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime. Yes. But you know, in a few years it'll be in the winter, and then it'll be in the fall because it's always losing 11 days. The Hebrew calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh Ha'aviv or Chag Ha'aviv, the springtime holiday. So that means whatever happens you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for Passover to always fall out in the spring. This used to be done sort of manually on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together and would look at the seasons and where they're falling out, and they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the second of Adar, which we have in this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Gallus revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what, we better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's how we have a fixed calendar. Today it does not require rabbinic intervention to calculate the year. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents, Deshaun, London, Prejean, but let's see, Oregon. This is so fun. I see lots of names here. Welcome to it's a leap year, right? So, there's a whole month added, and there's a cycle over 19 years. What's kind of interesting is that this Sunday is a day that only appears when there is a leap year, the 30th day of the month, Adar, Rishon. It happens to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, so that means we doesn't have the same day to observe the death anniversary from your side every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you would observe it. But this year we can have to observe it. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q541? Hang on a second, let me just quickly check. I don't know offhand which particular scroll that number is, so please forgive me, that's a little too specific a question. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of his apparent Judaism? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say intelligence, so forgive me if I say until I look it up and I'm willing, if we do another one of these, then I will, hopefully I'll say something about Clement of Alexandria. No, here, Clement of Alexandria. Okay, why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, please add some more questions. So, I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazim. I don't know why people are so worked up about this. There's not even an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different racial backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There is definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume that Ashkenazim are descendants of the Khazar people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for any significant mixture of the Khazar and the Jewish population, as much as these conspiracy people might like to think. And you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews seem primarily to be a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Krasna 5288 asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves are the sexual property of their enslavers. Isn't it the case that the reason a person is Jewish because their mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raised for the last 2,000 years? God forbid it. A terrible question, but of course a valid historical question. And the answer is complex. The reason why
basis for volume, food measures, shades of
step back a little bit. When we get to the 21st century, actually, we get to the late 20th century, there are Jews who wanted to revise the traditional matrilineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews, where a Jew is a child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. That's the definition
Rabbi
has been working definition for about 2,000 years. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered Jewish. Some really important ones like Moses, Joseph, and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's patrilineal Judaism. Judaism moved from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is not quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish, grandchildren birthed from one's son, presumably the non-Jewish women, are not considered Jewish. So there's a lot of discussion in traditional rabbinic commentaries. Well, how do we square these two facts? That we have Joseph and Moses, and Mary, apparently are Jewish women. There's no discussion of their conversion. So how do we square that with the practice of recognizing the children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men? There's lots more to say about how that works out. But in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements that said we should just recognize men as well as parents of children as Jews. And of course, like everything else in Judaism, there's a huge amount of debate. But to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is passed along through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA and work back 3 generations to when we identify the aging incursions of other peoples into this so-called genetic stream. Genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites today. So the short answer is Heather Krasner 5288. You are right. There's certainly a certain amount of rape. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have a strong literary record of that. And it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that Jews may not want to talk about rape as an element of lineage, but it's well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about, but I have to say that that's my best guess. The preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not the majority. Fascinating question. Let's see what else I've got here in the chat. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Sven asked, I sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Jews and other ethnicities in the time of the Jews. I think that's definitely true. Paul, for sure. He had a tremendous intellectual product in teaching Jesus, and the idea of bringing that to the masses was hugely important in propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, a sort of transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death is crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple, that for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe, but some of the early Christians, if you look at Eusebius, for example, they see it kind of like as a representation of a punishment that the Jews got what they deserved as a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. The Gospel of John gives us some sense of how acrimonious the dispute would become afterwards. if you're especially curious about that, I think that really the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot. Okay, let's see. Sven also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, a Jew or a Gentile? Well, Jewish, since his mother was Jewish, right? There's also kind of jokes about how he stayed at home with his mother, so that let's see. Abram and Hagar. This is Delshan asking if Abraham and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew? Was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of natural descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent was something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and so on. So, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by these standards at the time, at least understanding it through the lens of Tosfot. This is hard, this Bart Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish different from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We call them Jews at this point. It's anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children, and that's basically how it's enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who do not have Jewish mothers and still considered Jewish by at least the Scripture Society. With Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. I mean, the Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Is thoughtful as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think Yiddish is, we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Joseph writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetics that was speaking Anatolian, Levantine DNA. It's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the English Piedmont, but Joseph, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Anyone else for other questions from the audience? Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy of some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book history. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. We'd love to hear what you think about some of the historical context within the first royal age and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the Book of Esther in it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is first who wrote a book under the title I can't remember it. It's Mitchell Firsto, F-I-R-S-T, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings in volume 3 that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the according to the biblical text inhabited the region of Israel, or it was promised by God to Abraham and his descendants before Joshua led them to them. I've done a video about this, etc. I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interest on Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is Rabbi, G-R-A-B-B. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with there's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, C-L-E-I-N. And it's a really short book, an introduction to biblical archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages, so just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. Yeah, and I thought that Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite cool. And Morami Pashikani says she likes this. Yeah, maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbi of Klausburg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. He's a great biographer. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I think this was kind of fun. I talked up Blue Street, but it was nice to kind of have an interactive live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these. Thank you very much for listening.
A prayer with deep emotional resonance explains that text has God as compassionate nature. A note of Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with a heart, mind, and soul, particularly through prayer and inner work.
Hello everyone, let's see if this is working. Write something.
Spiritual work on character and awareness of God.
Hear me all right? See me all right?
For service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into love and awe of God. Those Hebrew for patriarchs. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with birthday and
very good.
with
Okay,
the colors, explained with
all right, why don't we get started with the few questions? Hello, Yosef, Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Army Parajan. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think I've already used one. Please add your comments. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. Hello, Brian. Oh my God, so many people. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. didn't have a lot of time to look at this individual, but it looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the second and into the third century. One of the church fathers, apparently. He has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker, who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-reading audience. And so, in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philon, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism that's very common in the church fathers. So, really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating the sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So, we'll look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did the Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. Had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you really mean are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So, I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. This is all these people live and all these things happen and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from university and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy in the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784. This is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So what do we do with the confusion? What happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Like that's the king described in the book of Esther. This should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings. Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T. The title has something like Calendars and Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because the problem has been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right, and the Greek historians are wrong. You will find a certain segment of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the
Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And this I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi Wine, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the Hebrew duration. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First. Someone named Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course, we will win this attempt to get rid of us on the Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, really should not have advertised this. So, what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordecai and Achashverosh? Once again, it depends a lot on you. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who is living entirely different from the world of Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous Aggadic lessons buried into them, what these things mean. Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loves her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion, but it seems to imply green as in green, like green screen. It's not blue screen, but it's green screen. And so on one level, this really it has to do with how do you understand Aggadic statements in the Talmud. But on another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically, she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of shame, a level of like, she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important, and so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand it. So one of these big areas that Mike Klein is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in Megillah she also married Mordecai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this in homework. Maybe shot of this, but I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Vivian, thank you for supporting research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, and I assume Hiram Vivian is male, I should, but Hiram Vivian asked, and tell the best of course, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not personhood? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts? Right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity? Or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, the hidden meanings that may be like sort of a realistic mystical bent?
we have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text. Pshat, then as Sod and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning so you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out. 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive direction. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not select to, well, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. Let's see what else we got here. So, let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bukharian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted? I'm asking with the Ugandan Jewish community of mine. So, excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spent most of my time. But I think there's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. So the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically in the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with the Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long lost cousins, as long lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here. Per Olaf Sinnerhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature where you would think, you get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stadza, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people, and obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you would call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. We definitely have no evidence that he was a rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Barakia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least from a rabbinic sense. Is it possible that This was later omitted in the record, not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title Rabbi. Perhaps someone who's put it in the chat with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically glorified teacher really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi? Like rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? No question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime. Primarily from Christian sources, but also from back in time, whatever distortions may happen. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. What do I think of Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of a mentor license research? Read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue here. There's some God bless his memory. Was also a person. Wow, lots of questions there. First of all, there's I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generalities, but I don't think the Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically the name and Husin conversion to just everybody from converting to Judaism. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term means the children of those who were forced. What that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula, who primarily in Spain in 1391 and later in the 1410s, and then in Portugal, a large number in 1497 were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived including Catholics who had adopted Christian Christianity at various degrees of coercion involved. They were nevertheless really Christians and adopting Judaism behaviors was definitely the position really, after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So, in the 18th century, these and in the 20th century, these began to explore their original Jewish identity. Some of them wanted to retain their behaviors and absorb or and people can choose. follows the mother in terms of living status. So if they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers, typically all of their Jewish grandmother, they had to go through a technical birth process. Usually was a little bit weird process, but it involved, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happened all the time. And members of my family are in that category, and they are totally a blanket shot of the birth. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you necessarily have to is the Hashmonazian kings way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and the Koreans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which very negative repercussions. Herod, you know, makes children nice. As we go in the 1st century, and a brutal murder most of his own family and all that. At the time, about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone. If they insist, there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times, things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a fossilized religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a fossilized. Wow. Let's see here. Delshon London John says, why are we so Sheol fans? Sheol is a word in English for the underworld. On being sort of time. Yeah, I agree. You know, these are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. The peer reviewer said, who cares? Just get past it. So I cut like 10 pages of the book. So thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Graham. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Haggadah found? It could have been a true Jesus of Nazareth. Probably if you were referring to the remains of crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is now Oxford war camp, and it has a few names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a really helpful thing. Photograph is included in my first volume, which guys, by the way, God willing, will come out around time to time. So it's nice to see it. And it's got an ankle bone and a nail driven through it. And the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut that bone so that we were very with the nail still in the skin. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is a common name of the period, and there's no other implications. He's also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's not likely. But thank you for asking. We got here. Zoltan Curtis asks, are Yeshua in the Talmud the Jesus of the Christians the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. You got to remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. Some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Zakkai earlier, did not live in the 1st century, such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still. there's a lot of argument about these things. Most of them, I think, seem to refer to Jesus of these estimates, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing chronologies. So maybe we should be interested in that. I'm just important to start. Let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rothschild'S. We could have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas. This Shabbos, next Shabbos, for a Shabbos home there. We'll give it a lot of people talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought. Of course, watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. I think I'd like to skip away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on history. I was trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians. Hopefully, we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people that say to me, like, hey, haven't you read Elon? And I did, read Elon today, but he's a controversial figure anyway. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called historians in Israel, who has generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that is widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, historians come up with figures like, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives, and really discover new things? We have to revise narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in iconoclasts, destroying old models, and really building what are effective models. That's why I do not rely on the I do believe there are some valuable aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel, the Palestinians, and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. So much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason. Okay. Let's see. Zirka, Shoshana Akiri, Rabbi, what makes Jewish religious grow or become popular in the body movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing traditions? Good question. Again, another sociological question, not necessarily something I can speak to historically, but